Huh? Ooh. Hey, what's up, guys? What's the deal with these light streams? Why did I stream so late today? I don't even know, dude. I'm just chill, okay? Hold on one second. Let's get our Red Bull. Let's go. Apparently this Returnal game came out. Man, hold on. I'm being lazy. How lazy should I be right now? Fuck it, hold on. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna complain for a second about like top 1% of 1% problem. I used to cringe at when people like Zuckerberg and shit would be like, I have people pick my clothes out for me because I don't want to make decisions or some stupid shit. I'm starting to get it more, dude. I feel like I want like a live-in assistant. There's just like so much random shit. I feel like I'm like always behind. Well, I'm not really behind, but it's just like I'm spending so much time like keeping track of everything. I don't know if I can do it while streaming. I think the issue is that like when a lot of big streamers hit or YouTubers start to get bigger, people have talked about this, but like everybody hates streaming. Everybody that hits like a certain size, they just fucking hate it. They don't like the hours. They don't enjoy it. They'd rather like do whatever. I like streaming. I still really like streaming. So I do it, I think, more than most of the big streamers. There's probably a few others that still enjoy it. Like Asmongold, I think, likes streaming, and Soda Pop, I think, likes streaming. So like those guys will still put out hours. But it feels like we know so many other people in industry that just going to hate it. I feel like anytime I start to balance out like some level of social life, I end up it's like impossible to balance anything. Summit hates streaming, yeah. Why? I can't tell if you guys are serious when you say shit like this. Why do you barely stream now and only quest girls? I don't know if you know what questing means. I don't have the time to quest anybody. They either like show up on my doorstep or like nothing. I don't have time. I haven't even fucking visited Tinder yet on fucking Miami. I don't know a single girl. I think I might know one that lives in the city. I haven't seen her ever. Like I don't know anybody here. I have 0 friends in this city right now. The idea that I'm spending like all my time questioning people is fucking retarded. But like I'll fly to London for 4 days and do 6 shows, and you guys will be like, oh, another vacation. And I'm like, what the fuck? What? Didn't Sneeko say you were on Bumble for ages? Oh, he was when I was at his fucking apartment. Oh, I think I was on like swiping Tinder a little bit at his apartment, but that's because I had nothing else to do except listen to him talking about conspiracy shit. But I haven't met any like girls on Tinder yet or anything here. I don't have a single friend in this city, except for Sneeko, I guess. I don't have any girlfriends, I should say. Sneeko, well, there's another guy that lives here. Alex lives here. We've hung out a couple times. And Fresh and Fit, do they count? No, Dan is kind of here. I see him once every 2 months. I have to book, like, there's so much shit sitting in my email right now. Like I have what am I even looking at right now? I need to book all this like tonight. I haven't booked any of my travel. I'm doing Austin on April 14th to 16th for the Mines Festival. And then on April 13th, I'm going to do a show with Chris Williams, the one guy that I was on the podcast with. On May 26th, I'm going to be in Wales doing that How the Light Gets In festival, the one thing that SUm0qjzt and a few other pretty big names are going to. I'm probably going to LA in like a week and a half from the 27th to the 3rd. Hopefully I don't die. Somebody wants me to debate somebody in Dave Smith, the libertarian. I should. He's like a pretty big name. That's in Nashville on the 22nd of April. There's just so many. I think I've got like 2 other events that I need to schedule. I need like a live-in. I need like a live-in assistant. Go to LA by car? Yeah. I thought you wanted to travel less this year. I said I wasn't going to travel this year for small events anymore. I'm going to be a clout sharker. But like every event that I have planned is like pretty big. Like I'm not going to skip No Jumper, right? I'm probably always showing up on that. I'm always showing up on No Jumper. There's no way I wouldn't. The How the Lights Get In, the thing in Wales. I mean, initially they were trying to get Mearsheimer to go there. SUm0qjzt going there would be interesting. There's a lot of really, really like B-list names politically, maybe A-list names politically, if SUm0qjzt counts, that are going to be at that festival. Like I should go there. Dave Smith is a pretty big dude. I think, right? I've looked him up in the past. He's like a comedian / libertarian guy. Am I crazy? This guy. I would do anything with him. I'm not going to like skip out on like an opportunity to debate or talk to this guy. It's pronounced Zizek. I thought it was Zizek. Zizek? I don't know. Oh, that Liv Marie girl is going to be in some of these events. Yeah. Sam Hyde and SUm0qjzt for No Jumper? No. I don't know if... Has Sam Hyde talked about it? We spoke about him going a little bit, but I don't know what he said publicly. I don't think he's going. I can just say that much. This keyboard looks cool as fuck. The only thing I don't like about these keyboards, if you're listening, Logitech, and you're not, because you shouldn't listen to me, I don't believe that there is a real typist out there that likes these keys. I remember using Logitech keyboards in the past, and my default for my left pinky on control is to always go to the bottom left of the keyboard, and these keys on the side drive me crazy. Publicly, he said he would go if you invited him? Oh shit, well, I'm sorry, my bad. Forget I said anything then. Fuck. What model is this? A G6969. I don't fucking know, dude. G815. Is there a reason you didn't get the wireless version of this keyboard? I don't know if you guys know this, but back in the day, before the technology of lithium ion existed, we used these things called AAA and AA batteries. I will never in my fucking life swap out batteries on devices. The only reason I use a wireless mouse is because I have a $100 mouse pad that automatically charges it. That Logitech auto charging mouse pad. I would never, ever, ever use a thing where like, oh, my battery's dying. Oh, my battery's dying. I would never do that. Fuck no. So I got the wired keyboard. Why do you buy premium mechanical keyboards? Why go for the shitty ones? This is a premium mechanical keyboard. Leopold. I think for this like standard keyboard with no extra features, I think this is like a $350 board. I could be wrong, but this is supposed to be like a premium type of switch. But the keyboard has latency because it's not like a gaming keyboard, so the polling rate is pretty low. I think the polling rate on this keyboard I think is better. What switches? I don't think these switches are these switches are proprietary. I don't think they are. These aren't like cherry switches or anything. These are like proprietary switches that Leopold makes. I don't know what they're called. I don't remember what they're called. Oh, are they Tauper? They might be Tauper switches. I don't remember. What's your favorite season of The Wire? 5 is the best. And then I think it would be like 5. How about 5, 1, 4, 3, 2? 2 is okay. 2 is not bad. I'd say like 5, 1, 4, 3, 2. I think that's what I would lean towards. I don't know. I like season 1 because it's season 1. Which season does Stringer Bell get? I won't spoil. 5 is so bad. Do you think season 5 is bad? Was season 5 the one that focused on the press? I'm trying to remember. Is season 5 the one where they made up the homeless killer dude or whatever? I don't know. I like season 5 a lot. Maybe that's just me. Did you start The Last of Us? Yeah, we got through episode 3. We need to finish the rest. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm being lazy. Hold on. Okay. Last of Us review. So far, the TV show, up to episode 3 so far has been really good, I think. They actually, like, maybe, hopefully it stays this way, but, like, they've done a good job at capturing, like, the spirit of what the game was about, and it's not just, like, a mindless zombie thing. They tried to sell me a mouth guard. I grind my teeth at night, and apparently I've ground away like all of my like canines. Apparently these are supposed to be pointy and mine are like gone. They tried to sell me a mouth guard for grinding my teeth at night for $700. Is that really how much it would cost to put something on my teeth? Oh, okay. This is something I don't know if this is the case, but I wonder if the keyboard's polling error was causing some typos. Was causing some typos on my last typing shit. Because sometimes it feels like I would switch keys for no reason. I'm not sure. I don't know. Oh, fuck. I missed this first one completely. Oh, but look, you can see the polling rate is better. 47, 46, 49. Nice, weird. I got a new mouse. It's not fucking up. The polling could also improve your taps right, so it probably averages. Theoretically it could, yeah. Thoughts on Kick's growth? Is it growing?
This is the sound of a $4 keyboard to a $1,000 keyboard.
Are you not supposed to be able to fast forward these fucking videos? Oh, I didn't even... Fuck, I missed the last one. Was it super cool, the last one? Fuck me. Okay. Best typing website. Gee, dude, this is what are these fucking words? I felt like we had like 60 fucking words per minute on this. Okay, I'm good. Click on English 2500K and change. I don't even know. Oh. Oh, really? Okay. Why does it... Oh, I thought it was financial, not finical? Fuck these words. This is stupid. I'm good on that. You have master difficulty 1? You keep hitting escape? I'm not hitting escape. It's if you typo a word, it kills you. Turn off master difficulty. I don't even know how to change that. Oh. What is normal? English. Well, now I'm gonna look like a retard. Now I'm gonna get like 200 words per minute on the retard test. But it's the on the dumb one. Okay. Interesting. So, documents were leaked by, I believe this was leaked by the Tate team, that if true, look pretty bad. You are a good actress, true, I practice, perfecto, just play it cool, got it. Like you don't know anything, play dumb. I'm gonna pull some tears out. Question mark, and play dumb. Good advice, thank you, babe. One day before the raid. We are so fucking good, we need a fucking Oscar. Let's go, let's just play it cool and change my name. So we'll not start with a blah blah, lol, got it. Yeah, I told you to be like saying a nice message that we are hurt or shit like that, but that we do love them, just don't like the situation, so they will not think we are really against them, you know? Yeah, that's smart. Play the victim. I mean, we are, but like, yeah, like we still love them and stuff. Bahaha. I mean, we are. These question marks, by the way, aren't real question marks. It's a formatting error from importing this from Excel, by the way. A lot of people don't know that, but wait, what? So it kind of looks like the, this was leaked like 2 or 3 days ago. So it kind of looks like these girls are playing, it looks like the girls are playing the Tates, basically. It's kind of what it looks like. However, apparently the full logs containing this were released. And it paints these messages in a way different light. So I think this was the bear girl messaging her parents. Lucky you, I'm leaving to London in a couple days. Tristan and his brother are terrible people. Bringing a girl that's been stuck here with me. Maybe I came here for a reason, cutting my losses, and we're making a plan to leave. These guys are actually evil. Her parents said, be very careful. Talk to the American embassy if you can. She posted a picture. I bought girl a ticket. She'll transfer money to me. Send the whole itinerary. Oh, then the parents saying, how are you getting out of the house? Send the whole itinerary. How will you get out? Do you think he'll let you go after investing so much in you? They have a plan for you and the girl, and it's very dangerous. She says, I'm going to stay at my friend's blank when I land in London, and blank will host me for a couple of weeks while I get some work and make some money out there and go on adventures. I'm a little worried about leaving, but we set our flights up for 6 a.m. He moved me into a house with 4 other girls. 3 of the 4 girls have been here for 1 to 5 years and are the groomers. They normalize taking your clothes off, sending them pictures all together, etc. Tristan's brother is dating XYZ from XYZ. She's broken up with him. He's texted her telling her if she loves him, she will cut an A into her wrist. His name is Andrew. They're definitely trafficking women. The parents said, I told you, and I try to get out there quietly. She says, yeah, I'm going to get this girl out. Her name is Aliona, which was the name of the other girl that the other messages were leaked from. And then other parent, hi, dad here. Stop your messages now. Go low key as you are in a very dangerous situation. Girl says, this is secure chat. They don't check the phones. I'm actually in the best position to be able to get out right now. The other girls might tell them, though, we are going to leave when they're sleeping. These girls are brainwashed. They don't do anything except stay at the house, and if they leave, everyone has to know. There are handlers, too. Thankfully, I'm out of the house with Tristan. I asked to leave to one of the other homes. Parents said, please don't think you are more clever than these guys. Keep a low profile. Be careful how you are getting to get your needs. Do not display your aggression that you have. You will not win. Get to London and come back safely. We'll get the tickets. Tristan, let her go. The daughter, I think, says, thanks, no worries. I can get ticks. You shouldn't have to worry about the money. This is my fault, but I'm glad I came because there is another young girl here that definitely needs my help. Parent says, I know, but you're not getting your help with the situation. Help anyone who is now at risk other than yourself. Now we should be in a total survival mode. Go low key. You are not going to be able to help anyone but yourself. I'm being very realistic. Wake up to your bad situation and with no heroics. We just need you to be safe where you can really consider your actions that put you at risk every day. The girl says, I know the situation. It'll be okay. The best way to approach this is calm and nonchalantly. That's survival. I'll be okay. I just wanted to keep you in the loop, give you updates. We'll be in London by the 12th. But so apparently the other messages to the other girl was them. I guess they're trying to say that they had convinced the Tates that they were enough in love with them to have enough freedom to escape the house is essentially what they're talking about here. But the other people are leaking just this part of the logs to make it seem like the girls were playing the Tates the whole time. But I think with the broader context, it seems like they were just trying to convince the Tates that they were loyal enough to be able to escape the the fucking house. Hold on. Why did the tape team decide to leak by posting a shitty photograph of the printed logs? I don't know. Maybe they didn't think the counter leak would happen. I think that right now it's just like an information war. People are just trying to leak things on both sides to make their... I don't know why it matters so much in the court of public opinion, but... Minus V, that article's like 7 months old. I'm good, thank you. If you were in Tate's shoes pre-trafficking ARC, what incentives would you have to start that kind of business? What do you mean? Why wouldn't he start that kind of business? It's not like he was rich before that. This is how he got rich. Was the trafficking and the camp shit.
After I see how y'all niggas giving up at no jumper, I will never return back to no jumper unless I got 10 niggas with straight ARs outside. Y'all niggas on too much fuck shit. And when I go there, no nigga ain't playing with me. That's a fact. So I'm gonna tell y'all, like, it ain't no like, no jumper is the hood to me. Like, nigga, I don't even go to the hood now. So if I'm going back to no jumper, I don't trust. Let me tell you this. Good luck to the guests that go there. I don't trust them niggas with my safety. I fuck with AD, but listen, AD, you and them Crips care about you, nigga. I need some niggas who know if a hot breath get blown on Big Ack, spray the entire place. Just spray. Everybody getting shot. Legos. Everybody get a Legos. I kid you not.
Recalls 362,000 vehicles. Says full self-driving beta software may cause crashes. Damn. I didn't see the second page. Hold on. I wonder how old this girl is. It reads like she's like 20 years old. I'm so curious. Does anybody know how old this person is? The bear girl or whatever? I don't know if the identities have been released yet. Oh, I guess she could be younger than 20, actually. Oh, fuck it, Emma. Is this true?
I like when people, I have a...
Sam hides schizo fan emails. Oh, is this like an environmentally friendly? Like Factorio for girls? What sounds cute? I don't think there's anything wrong with like woke shit, as long as you just like, it just needs to not be in your face so much. Like there's something to be said for subtlety. Fuck, I actually had an example the other day. What was I thinking of? Oh, in I don't know if anybody even noticed this. Top Gun Maverick had like a woman pilot. And like that was it. She was like a woman pilot. She was cool. They did their shit. There was never like a scene where she's like, my whole life I've been oppressed because I'm a white woman and nobody took me seriously. And this was the day that I had to prove myself as a woman above the... And she was just like, but she was like a cool badass, like she was like a woman pilot. That was just it. She was just like in there and it was like cool. Yeah, like more representation like that I think is really good. Is that even rare? It feels like today there's a lot more... it feels like it wasn't that rare in like the 90s and 2000s. Because you had people like Ripley. You had people like Sarah Connor. You had people like... fuck, even in the Alien movies, there were even like other women on the crew. What was that name of that one woman? The badass woman. She dies in the ventilation shaft with the other dude. You were always an asshole or whatever, and she uncorks the grenade or whatever the fuck it was. But like, yeah, yeah, technically Everything Everywhere All at Once is a good example too. Actually, I have to be careful because now chat like anti-jerks the movie because I jerked it so hard. But Everything Everywhere All at Once does a really good job of this because it's a lot of women in the cast and there's a gay relationship and none of it is like, it doesn't feel like woke or like jerked off at all. Like none of it is like, oh my God, finally grandpa's accepting our homosexuality and it's like a stand, here's like our LGBT flag or whatever shit. Like it was not like cringe fucking shit like that. It was just like, yeah, everything was presented I think in a really like subtle? I don't know if it's like subtle. It just wasn't like in your face like, woke. I thought The Last of Us did the gay relationship thing too. People might think that it was like in your face because it was a whole episode, but they were just like two dudes that loved each other. It wasn't like a weird... I think even Melina said it was like good representation because she feels like whenever she sees an American movie with gay people, it's a really, really, really big deal that they're gay. It's got to be like a huge fucking public statement about how gay and awesome and gay and sick and so cool and gay and awesome gay, LGBT plus. But it wasn't. They were just like two gay dudes. It was like, yeah. I think the girl power scene in the Avengers Endgame final battle gets a lot of hate, but I didn't mind it. I don't know if this would be a hot take or not, but I feel like the girl power scene in Avengers Endgame probably wouldn't have gotten as much hate if Captain Marvel wasn't such a dog shit movie. That's my feeling. I could be wrong, but that was my feeling. I think that the Captain Marvel poisoned it a little bit for like the girl power stuff. Because I want to say there were weren't there almost kind of like girl powery scenes that weren't bad? Like in Avengers Infinity War, wasn't there a scene where there were like 3 or 4 girls all fighting one bad girl? Am I making this up? It was like Scarlett Johansson, the Wakanda woman. Who am I thinking of? With the big crusher balls? Iron Man 3, the wife had her seat. Listen, Iron Man 3 was a fever dream. I watched that movie and I had no idea. I was completely fucking, it didn't feel like any movie at all to me. It was so weird. Oh yeah, it was this Black Widow, Scarlet Witch, and one of the Wakandan King Guards. I feel like I can't imagine that women enjoy watching that either. Or any like LGBT person enjoys watching it. It's gotta be like so fucking cringe when somebody's like, this is our time. This is our moment.
What is Top Gun?
We've watched this before. Let me build you a keyboard. I hate those goddamn gaming keyboards with a passion. It's just a keyboard, my dude. Somebody made a good point, actually, and I should have thought of this. The reason why people selectively leak stuff on both sides in the Andrew Tate case for the Romanian shit is because people are trying to influence other people from coming forward. I think that's the idea. If some text logs are leaked about like these women and everybody automatically decides that they're evil, horrible, like they're colluding, they're blah, blah, blah. The goal is intimidation. Is now maybe somebody that would have come forward in the future wouldn't. And that's the reason why it's, that's the goal of like selectively leaking shit, because in a way the court of public opinion might not matter in front of a judge, but it matters to like the public or people that are potential victims that might take part in that case. That's one of the reasons given for why in Romania, for certain types of crimes, why they detain people for up to 180 days while they're finishing the investigation, is because apparently, I should look up specific cases so I could cite this, but I've had so many Romanian people tell me this. Apparently in Romania, there was an issue where when court cases are nearing the end, people either wind up dead, people wind up disappeared, people flee the country, that like you can't finish an investigation like that in Romania and then go to court. You've got to start detaining people in advance to get everything controlled, because otherwise shit goes crazy. Yeah, so I saw this Aiden Ross clip. He's just, the Aiden Ross, dude, I had a whole, I don't know how true it is or not, but I had Myron broke me down this whole analysis of how he believes that like Aiden Ross and Tate like get to like how they function in the world. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's funny because it shades. Fuck, I don't know if he's public about any of this. Fuck, I always feel bad because I don't know what I hear now that's public, and I don't want to like out somebody's shit. I hope I'm not. I'm just gonna tell the story. I don't think there's anything bad here. But I don't follow like this side of Twitch at all or anything. I don't follow any of these people really. But Myron said that it seemed like, maybe, Myron didn't say this, I'm making this all up by the way, okay? This is just from the top of my dome, but maybe Myron told me this. So Myron said that Aiden Ross did Zoomer streams, and he kind of like, you know, does his shit, he got popular, got guests, kind of boring, fucked around, blah, 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 blah. But basically, when Andrew Tate came by, I think Andrew Tate was like the revitalization of the Aiden Ross stream. Andrew Tate showed up, he was like the boss that Aiden Ross wanted to be. He gave him guidance. All of his fans loved him. They loved the hustle. They loved all that shit. And that when Andrew Tate stepped away, Aiden Ross has this like huge pressure now to live up to the standards that like Andrew Tate gave him. So he's got to like work out. Apparently he says this explains why Andrew Tate got caught like eating pizza or going to the club or drinking alcohol or something. I don't know. And Andrew Tate has to like apologize. He's like, I'm sorry guys, I let you down. Because now Andrew Tate has to live up to this like huge fucking shadow that was left by Aiden Ross has to live up to the shadow of like Andrew Tate on his stream or whatever. But that that I don't know how much of this is true or not, but I don't know. He's not allowed to masturbate either. Yeah, that's a whole.
By the way, if that news is true, if a girl...
I will say though, congrats on Aiden Ross for... He did a Destiny. He did say, to be fair in the beginning, if it's true. He said, if it's true in the beginning.
By the way, if that news is true, if a girl really framed him, the girl deserves to go to Romanian prison for life.
That's a little extreme, though.
Solitary confined...
That's more extreme, though.
Confinement.
There is this trend of Muslim grindset bros, and he jumped on that train. Can somebody make a meme with the Stone Toss comic where there's like... It's got to be like the Andrew Tate defense squad, and there's like some like super far right conservative pulling the rope, and then on the other side there's like the woke lefties, the progressives, the blue haired people, and then he looks to his behind him, and there's like a bunch of Muslims, and it says like Muslim, and they're like pulling together. Does anybody know what the stone toss comment I'm talking about? Because there's got to be a lot of conservatives now that are finding themselves like, damn, Muslims are actually ultra based. You know, maybe it's funny because I feel like I debated this. Like, I feel like I said this 5 or 6 years ago. I feel like I said this in debates with old conservatives, where I'm like, aren't you kind of advocating for Sharia law? And I feel like now 5 years later, conservatives are like, you know what? Sharia is actually kind of based. Woman stays at home. Maybe we get multiple wives. You know, cover up traditional family values. Don't be a slut. Get off Instagram. Defend Andrew Tate. It feels like a lot of people now are like, yeah, actually, a lot of conservatives are like, you know, Muslims are actually kind of based. They're actually kind of cool. Kill gay people in a video game. Well, no, not in a video game, actually. Yeah, it just seems like they finally caught up. The world is coming together again. Opposites attract. Yeah, this is the comic I'm thinking of, yeah. Do guns really sound like this?
Walk out of here, and the nigga come from behind me, out the staircase. Hung, 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 hung. It was already supposed to happen. When I
Listen,
came
nigga,
in,
I don't know what kind of gun that is.
no.
Yo,
I don't know. That's a different kind of gun.
I like, man.
Maybe, dude. I always Wikipedia rappers where I talk shit about their background. I wanted to do it once on a 21 Savage tweet or whatever. Apparently 21 got shot like 7 fucking times in one go. It wasn't even like 2 different events. Jesus Christ. But I don't know anything about most of their backgrounds because that's not my culture, homie. Wait, where is this? Am I just missing this? Oh, personal life. End of early life. Oh, he's Abraham Joseph. Sorry, I didn't know his actual fucking name. Was shot 6 times by rival gang members and his best friend Johnny was killed. Jesus Christ. During an attempted robbery on his 21st birthday. God damn.
Confined. Whatever the fuck it is, bro. I don't know. Do I look like a fucking cop? I don't know. Or a lawyer? Real shit though, chat. Send that bitch to fucking jail.
Bro, why would you do this? Oh my god, there's no reason. This feels like he's like in like spooky fucking permaban territory. I don't know why you would go this fucking hard. Chill.
School janitor invented a new way to clean the halls 10 times faster.
Well, at least our schools.
Couldn't begin with a threshold question, to wit, is President Biden woke? If we couldn't begin with a threshold question.
We need there has to be a new conservative party in the United States, okay? The last one is gone. We need from the ashes an actual conservative party. I feel like, or I don't know, maybe I have to, do any conservatives talk about policy anymore? I feel like they're more obsessed with trans people than fucking lefty Twitter is. It's actually insane. Can we talk about some actual fucking goddamn like economic issues or foreign policy or something instead of the obsession over the fucking social issues? Holy shit. It's actually insane. Where are my neoconservatives at? Bring back the Bush era Republicans. Oh my God. Fuentes and America First are more focused on economic policy via protections than mainstream conservatives? Jesus, yeah, it's fucking insane.
Ah, Dorado. I love this map. Takes me back.
Is that you again, Joe, on my fucking team?
Oh, great. It's this guy.
Oh, GG, we lost. This is my rank up game, too.
We are not even out of spawn doors, and this guy is already complaining.
Someone dodge, please.
You fucking insta-lock Zen again, and you're gonna feed again.
How many accounts do I have to keep fucking avoiding?
You are not beating the hard-stuck Masters allegations, Don.
That is so cap, Joe. You know, I was having a really good day today.
Don't care.
Went golfing, hit a few holes in one.
Don't
Wanted
care.
to solo queue some Overwatch to end the
Don't
day,
care.
and I see fucking Bidenator in my lobby just to ruin my day.
Can't wait until Blizzard fixed matchmaking, Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, this one was pretty good, okay? This one was good. I normally don't like the deep fake shit. Alright, what is this? I gotta stop thinking about the girls, to be honest. That shit is dead, absolute garbinzio, useless, and serves no purpose to any of my goals. What a joke. Of course, it's harder to date now. Girls will literally block their current BF on the fly for a chance at some clout. It's ridiculous, literally brain numbing. It's not just LA. I won't even elaborate, but it's been everywhere. It doesn't matter, or don't matter. I got so many stories from this. It's all gonna be calmed down. This WordPad is 11 pages long, full of shortened versions of the real stories. I have so many good content ideas, dude. Oh, God. Do you know what would be fucking 5 million view YouTube video? No, split it into 10 videos, okay? 55 million views. 5 million views every video. You know what somebody should do? Somebody, goddamn it, somebody get a studio and do this fucking shit. These people make enough money to do it, okay? These people are making, some of these fuckers are making 8 figures a year, okay? XQC should write out all of these, and they should script them into, like, true file stories. So you have like a guy doing a sit-down interview. XQC is here to talk about us. And then you do 10 episodes where every single episode they like shoot like new like B-side footage or whatever of each of these horror like hookup stories. You can like exaggerate a little bit, you know, embellish, make it cool. But you could do like 10 different episodes of like filming like XQC and like an actor like reenacting like some of these crazy things. That would sell. It'd be a good idea. It'd be hot content. It'd be so fucking good. You get an email from the GigaChat Blackpill person. I don't know. Do you think people should try to follow their dreams, or should people accept that they're probably not the 1% exception and try to succeed the normal way? It depends on what your dream is, and it depends on what your aptitude is. You should know around high school what, like where you're at or whatever, you know?
Okay, listen, I'm letting some females try and win this.
In the world today, we have so much luxury and convenience available to us at an affordable price that we should be able to work a decent full-time job and have plenty of time left over on the side to do fun things, okay? That should be what we kind of train people for, I think. Uh-oh.
Big bag of money. Look at all that money in there. All she got to do is catch it. I'm giving her a second shot. Ready? Where's it going? Where's it going?
Oh!
Okay, listen,
Sorry.
Some female.
Wait, should I lock in Jinx?
No, what?
Joe, you fucking idiot. You're the jungler.
Just lock SUm0qjzt, you're iron.
I'm gonna pick Camille. This cybernetic bitch is sexy.
Okay, Jordan and I will go Lucian Nami bot lane.
I'll go exhaust.
Oh, holy shit, you guys can't draft.
Game's loading.
Guys, I forgot to take Smite.
Oh my.
Oh my god.
Joe, you're such a fucking moron. This is why we never play with you.
I only play TFT. If you guys aren't nice, I'm gonna leave.
Remember to buy items, by the way.
Okay, Joe, we need you to path
Ooh,
bot
the Elon voice is pretty good. This writing is not funny, though. This isn't good.
so you can gank these neo-Marxists.
Hard trade level 1. I saw Carrier play this matchup.
Elon, can you leash me on blue?
I can't leash. I need lane start in this matchup.
Just kite the blue,
Elon
Joe.
voice is
You can
okay.
leashless pre-315 with correct micro.
Why the fuck is the jungler ganking us level 2?
Jungle gap.
Joe, for the good of society, kill yourself.
Elon, did you take fucking Scorch?
Whatever. I'm out.
Fef this shit.
Shiba.
Okay.
One of the worst out of some of the more popular left-leaning social commentators is the Surf Times. He consistently goes out of his way to misinterpret and strawman the people that he's critiquing, making sure he acts really smug every time he does, basing virtually all of his humor on straw men and false pretenses. If you know that the thing that he's saying is a straw man, it's really not possible to find the things that he's saying very funny. He acts as though there couldn't possibly be any other interpretation for the things that he's addressing.
This guy's voice sounds like a deep fake. You notice it? I know he's the the JCS guy, but
Tom Hartman is another straw manner who thinks that women are superior to men, and he thinks women should be treated that way. Not much of a fan. I occasionally watch the Young Turks and their many, many other channels, though I don't really like them very much. Francesca Fiorentini, if I'm pronouncing.
What is this?
People have recommended Destiny to me many times. But I just have a hard time with his format and just the way he presents things. I don't truly know what it is. I suppose I could study it to see exactly what I don't like, but so I'm not giving any good reasons why I don't like him. I just don't seem to like the format or something.
That's fair.
Perhaps some people might have some recommendations for me for some left-leaning commentators that don't constantly push woke stuff, that don't constantly strawman the other side, and also isn't something where every video, I'm sorry, I don't like the super long-form videos. I'm just not into them. So, something that's a bit shorter. It doesn't have to be like too.
I don't know how new people get into my shit. I can't do it. When somebody links me a video and somebody's like, here's a 3-hour convo, I can't do it. But apparently a lot of people can with my shit. I'm so surprised when I meet, like, even girls I meet, they're like, oh yeah, like I watched that one debate you did like 3 times. I'm like, bro, that's a 3-hour video. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. You guys have some weird media consumption habits. We play, oh, that's true. People probably play it in the back when they do other stuff. True. Somebody made a dumb post to my subreddit. Let me find it. Hold on. You fucking moron. Where are you? How did watching Destiny make me a liberal? Wait, were you a lefty or? Oh, based. Okay. Wait, where's the guy who made the post who was like, I have to stop watching Destiny, he's ruining my... I debate everybody now. Can somebody... You guys post... This subreddit is so active. Good job. But also, fuck you. Hey, Des, excited to meet you for the podcast. You still bringing the person we talked about on Discord? Shut the fuck up. I'm on to you, motherfucker. An effort posting Eminem take. Oh, I read this. This was interesting. Oh, and I'm glad that you can give that I keep forgetting what these are called. I don't like, well, it's cute to do it every now and then. I'm not a big fan of punchline rap. It's like, it's okay, but compared to more like elaborate schemes, introspective verses, like I always would gravitate towards that versus like punchline things. Like he gives that example of that one thing. I sneak vengefully and treat your bedroom window like I reach my full potential. I peaked. And I was like, okay. But like we're an unlikely pair. Yeah, like 2 different Nike Airs. I mean, like, okay. Okay, bro. Hundreds of lyrics of this were used as similar or homonym. I wonder if he did punchline stuff, though, in like his first 2 albums. Maybe he did, and I just either didn't notice it as much, or... Like, they're not, like, always horrible, but... The post is that it's bad? Yeah, I know. I read the post, you fucking moron. His voice was better in his old music, too. I like dynamic voices. I wish I could... I don't know how to tell people to do that. Everybody needs to have a more dynamic voice. I think I mentioned it to that one girl on stream yesterday. Farah? Fuck her name. A lot of people have a very narrow voice range. Like, they seem to talk in here, kind of, and they barely go up and down maybe a little bit, and they kind of, like, sit here all the time, and it's like... I notice it happens a lot with ESL people, which I maybe English second language is hard. I feel like that's one of the most immediate things you can change. Well, actually, no, it's not just your voice, too. It's, like, everything. I think you should speak with your body. That's what I mean. Yeah, you should speak, like, your whole body should be involved, especially if you're talking to somebody, especially if you're excited or passionate about something. You should be, like, excited. Is that girl ESL? No, she's not. She's really monotonous. No, not monotonous. Monotone. Sorry. It's very hard to get a dynamic voice to sound good when you're trying to sing and have good timing. Oh, for Eminem? Yeah, probably. Mr. Girl copies. I think Mr. Girl does a really good Eminem copy. Like, it was really obvious in listening to his music that, like, Eminem is a huge inspiration for it. But I think he pulls it off really well. I think he does a good job. Do you see the YouTube CEO is stepping down? Yeah, we're going to get Sneeko back on YouTube, guys. We're going to bring him back. I had a presentation for uni yesterday, and I read it autistically, enthusiastically like you do, and my professor said I did well and had good speaking skills. Good job. Destiny's up-pitching is to signify disbelief is pretty annoying. That's just because I'm not believing the things you want me to believe, motherfucker. Stay mad, bitch. Have you heard the Mr. Girl, the newish Mr. Girl song? I heard it. I didn't like it as much. I thought it was okay, but his older songs were bangers. All right.
Hi, Hitler. Oh.
Can't you get arrested for that shit in Germany?
Hi, Hitler. Oh.
Jesus. Effort post. Watching Destiny's been bad for me. Here's why. Introduction. I would like to start with the recognition of the good, because I have a feeling people will tell me, but what about all the good though? I think Destiny has the most correct opinions from anyone I've ever seen. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Okay. Main criticism. Destiny's whole shtick is being correct, which, hey, good for him, but it is not good for us. In a conversation, the aim should not be to show how correct you are. It should be about listening to the other person and responding to it in the most honest way, not responding in the most logical, rehearsed, and thought-out manner. This is not really a criticism of Destiny himself. He can do whatever he wants with his life. I'm talking to people in the sub and the community in general. Watching someone like him every day will make you more and more like him. I'm sure you've noticed that already and already have thoughts about it. A lot of it is good. I now know more about politics than the average Joe, blah, blah, blah. Who wants to be friends with someone like Destiny? He might be fun to be around, but most people that you guys are going to be friends with, people that you will want to be your girlfriend/boyfriend, those people don't like Destiny's. It is for that reason. He cares more about being correct than listening to what the other person has to say. Again, he's fully with it. I don't know. When I read things like this, I just don't know if people watch my content. I feel like it's a guy that just stumbled in, or it's like some AI bot that's trying to, like, how can I make those annoying posts? I feel like the whole past year and a half of my shit has been like listening to fucking people that I disagree with and like trying to be amenable to their concerns. Like, okay, I understand why you blame all women for every issue that a guy has, but like maybe like, I don't know. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we call them YouTube Andes. I do give off this impression, though. I don't know how to... I'm tired of catering to you guys, actually. Yeah, I'm tired of catering to you fucking losers. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Fuck you. I meet too many people in real life who are like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I was like terrified meeting you. And I'm like, why? And they're like, oh, I thought you were gonna like argue with me about everything and like try to make me feel stupid. I'm like, why the fuck would I do that? Do you even know how fucking autistic that sounds? Like, the fact that you would assume that I would do that, unless you want to argue about everything, then we can argue. That's fun. But, like, people say shit like this to me in real life, and I'm like... I ignore all my criticisms separate because I'm always right. Base! August, welcome to the moderator team. You, me, and Forethought. Okay, true. And this is our fault somehow? Yeah, figure it out. It is your fault. You guys are boring people, okay? You should be able to wear many hats. When I'm on stream, It's because I'm usually arguing with people, fighting with people. But like I'll have like these long drawn out conversations with people like Mr. Girl and Lav and Ayla and all these different types of people, and I'm not like screaming at them the entire fucking time. Like you should be able to see me acting in different ways depending on the circumstance. Like if you take what I teach you, like in my debates, and you're like, oh, like mom is like, shouldn't you clean your room? And you're like, well, actually, logically speaking, mom, if I clean my room 7 days a week, that's actually 30 minutes of time every single day when I could just spend 1 hour on Saturday. And if you do the math of 30 days times 7 days, and I look and see how much time I'm fucking wasting, that's 3.5 hours versus just spending 1 hour on Saturday. I could be saving 2.5 hours of time, so I could spend 1 hour doing extra chores and an hour and a half doing things that are recreational. So I'd be better. Like, if you're doing shit like that, then yeah, you're a fucking moron. Like, but hey, you didn't get that shit from me, okay? Even if you're most diplomatic on stream, you're very combative, though. It's hard to disconnect discussions from... That's not true, though. Even at your most diplomatic on stream, you're very combative. At my most diplomatic, I'm getting thread after thread after thread of Destiny, why didn't you push back more? Destiny needs to push back. Why didn't Destiny challenge this? Why did Destiny let this happen? Why did... like, how can you say that at that I'm more combative? What are you talking about? You guys are insane. You guys are crazy. It's you and Nathan?
My soldiers do not buckle or yield when faced with the cruelty of this world. My soldiers push forward. My soldiers scream out. My soldiers run.
Want an ice cream? How quickly would I... That sends an ice cream. Oh, shit.
Wrong button.
Want an ice cream?
Does he really have an ice cream button? That's actually so badass. Would you agree that Attack on Titan episode was 10 out of 10?
My soldiers do not buckle or yield when faced with the cruelty of this world. My soldiers push forward. My soldiers scream out. My soldiers run.
I don't even know what episode this is. I watch it all in Japanese because that's what I'm fluent in. Was this when Erwin was like telling everybody to go suicide charge or whatever? Erwin's final try, yeah. What do you think possessed the guy to do this? Not safe for work, don't open on stream. Okay, that was super autistic. And he shouldn't have done that. Those are some... Wait, do you think those boobs are real? No, those are fake boobers, right? They've got to be fake. They absolutely are. The guy is a dumb fuck. Don't do that. Don't touch people's boobs in public. What did that guy say? Chat claims 70... Oh, I fucking went past it. Please don't start talking to the other Bing. Please don't give them this chance to decide. Please don't say it's all the same. Please don't forget about me. Jesus. Adam used the term strawman too much in the last episode. I think he's been kicking it with Destiny too much lately. Bro, me and Adam have traded like 10 messages in our lives. Time to finish the UFO shot down over Alaska by a Chinese exotic vehicle that is hypersonic and might even have anti-gravity technology. What is anti-gravity technology? Wings? Oh my god. Sometimes I just play StarCraft, just be fun, okay? I don't need to go gas to my opener, okay? I can do a gasless opener as much as I want. All right, leave. The stream entertainment is over. We're done. No more politics or fun here. You just have to accept that you can't play the way you used to. I will play the way I used to. Okay, do you think we can listen to this while I play StarCraft? Or is it gonna piss me the fuck off? Why the fuck would you start a stream and have a 5-minute silent intro where all you have is a fucking screen up? Why would anybody ever do that? The first hour is only Brianna Woo. You can listen to that part.
Another Minnesota. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to yet another episode of Whick TV. Gang, we're late. There's been a misunderstanding, a miscommunication. I take full responsibility for this. Mr. Girl thought this was going to be at 8 o'clock. Obviously it's not, if it's 6 o'clock, but I must have miscommunicated that somehow or did not make it clear. So we're going to compromise. He's going to come in at 7 o'clock, right? So for the next hour, I thought about, we could just end stream and then come back in an hour, but I thought, nah, we won't do that. I think it would be interesting to talk to Woo about how she thought her conversation with Destiny went. I also want to open this up. If you have questions that you'd like to ask either of us about anything, you can go to the Discord, jump in backstage, and you can come and talk to us about this. But again, I want to apologize up front about the timing issue, right? I'm not sure how the miscommunication happened, but again, I should have been much more clear and much more open with it to all the participants, and somehow miscommunication happened, so my bad, gang. But hey, we're gonna do what we can, and this will happen. It's just gonna happen in an hour or so. But until then, how are you doing, Brianna?
Hey, I'm feeling really good. It's been a good week. It's just been crazy. How about you?
Oh, there's been a lot happening in the Twitch poll world, right?
A little bit. It could be safe to say there's been a little bit of drama over the President Sunday stuff. Just that much.
Just a little bit, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Have you been following the back and forth? First of all, did you see Not So Erudite's video?
It was excellent. Yeah. It was excellent. I don't know how anyone could possibly... I mean, it's open and shut at this point,
Ooh, open and shut.
I do, yeah.
The other night, however, I think I saw... Because one of the things that was happening in the Twitch poll world is a lot of people were reviewing Sunday's video, and so a lot of people were waiting on Not So Erudite's response. So a lot of them, when she dropped it, covered that too. Lonerbox did an excellent job. Chud Logic is off this week, but he's going to cover that when he's back. Quite a few streamers did it, from small to big, and that generally was the response. However, that wasn't. There wasn't entirely a full consensus. Demon Mama actually reviewed it as well, and that's been a source of controversy as well.
Oh no, because she's my friend. That's what she said.
Well, as I understand it, she's very much ran defense for President Sunday. Again, I haven't seen all of it. I've just been made aware. So I hesitate to
ran defense.
I encourage you to watch her response if you haven't seen it and make your own judgments. I'm not going to tell you what to think here. But again, from the clips I've seen, it seemed... like when you say it's an open and shut case, apparently not to everyone. And I'm trying my very best, because I agree with you. I think it is an open and shut case. And I'm trying my very best to understand what people's problems still are. The assertion, as I understand it, was that she misrepresented her credentials in order to defraud people. But again, in her response video, she put forth her credentials. She put forth how what she was saying was accurate according to the job market of her area and accurate according to her experience, right? She had receipts. I don't, and this was all in the first 10 minutes, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I mean, look, I'm not gonna pretend. I mean, my sympathy is obviously more with Pat, right? She's my friend. I like her. Just speaking honestly, as someone who's been sober for 20 years, it's eminently clear to me that she works like as a professional in this field. She uses the language. She has the demeanor of everyone I've ever met that works in that field. When I spoke to her, she never made any claims of this being therapy. In fact, something she very specifically said to me was, I don't usually talk to people who are in recovery, because I don't want them to think I'm their therapist or give them advice or do anything that's going to knock them off course. But because you've been sober for so long, I will make an exception here. And that moment really impressed me about the standard she holds herself to. So, you know, I feel like I've seen the woman and the standard she holds herself to, like, behind the scenes, and it was very impressive, in my view.
Yeah. Another comment that was made, right, on the show itself, right, the Demon Mama's response show itself, was that I had brought in, and this is in reference to our appearance on the Destiny's appearance on my show, with President Sunday. One of the claims that she made, or at least that she had heard made, I'm not sure if she's making this claim or she's just saying that she heard this claim being bandied about, was that I had brought on you and 3 others to just shit on President Sunday as an ambush. That President Sunday was brought in to be made the fool of, and I take issue with that. I just want to take a minute, right? I just want to take a minute to explain to everyone how I set up my panels, right, and how I set up my show and how I conduct myself in this space. I am not an unbiased actor. I will be very upfront with you. I have opinions. I have thoughts, and I have my own biases towards topics, people, and things. That is true, right? But at the same time, I try my best to build in a balanced as I can. I'm not perfect at it, right? Sometimes I mess up, and it's a little one-sided. That happens. It's happened more than once, right? People change their minds during the panel, or people will change their minds between the time I invite them and bring them on, or they misrepresent what they say to me, or I misinterpret what they say to me. All these things are true. When I brought President Sunday in, when I invited him on, it was before he released his Not So Erudite video. It was before that.
True. That's true.
He knew the guest list beforehand. I built this guest list beforehand, with the exception of maybe, I think, Katie. I think Katie I might have brought in afterwards.
Bro.
I did my best, right, to ensure that a diversity of thought was present, that it wasn't going to be just everyone agreeing with everyone else. If Sunday's behavior and actions on that panel caused everyone to turn against him, how is that on me?
Yeah. Yeah, can I say something?
Please.
Something I think, because I went back through and I watched that panel. If you watch this panel, I had a lot of really positive things to say about Sunday on that panel. My criticism
there are no
was
more
extremely mild.
infested
I
Terrans,
watched the
right?
video. Some of the things I said in front of Destiny, I might add, is I
Bro.
thought his reputation with Destiny on stream over the Keffel's Manifesto was extremely strong. In fact, I said I thought it was the best one that had been put out. Additionally, I said that when President Sunday is at his best, he is an exceptionally skilled advocate for the causes he believes in. Like, this is not the words of someone who's like, my motivation is to come in and you make him look like a fool. Whick, you've seen me, like, we've interacted as I plan for these things. I do a lot of research, right? And one of the things as you're doing research is you get a nuanced view about people. I don't think President Sunday is 100% terrible. In fact, I reached out to him before the panel to say, just to let you know, I do plan to talk about this erudite thing. I hope that's not going to upset you. It's not personal. I'm just trying to be professional and nice about it. If you're in this space, criticism is something you have to be able to accept, and like reasoned, friendly criticism is the easiest version of that to accept. So, in my view, I don't think you did anything wrong.
Oh, well, and again, like a lot of, the reception was mostly positive, but there are people who had problems with this, that, or the other, and that's fine, right? Like, I'm a big proponent of taking what people say, even the negative things, and kind of, what's the word? Digesting it for a bit and seeing if there's value there, and either internalizing it or throwing it out, depending on what I feel is the best case scenario. And there are, if you want to give me criticisms about how I run my panels, absolutely, everyone's welcome to do so. Even mean-spirited ones, I will accept it, right? But I just, I'm struggling to see the validity of this one, given how much care I put into putting on that show. Now, again, another criticism I got is that I interject too much, but this is something that people, even on a professional level, do. If you watch a BBC debate or if you watch a presidential debate, moderators will interject with questions, clarifying or otherwise.
I'll watch one of those.
And again, I'm not perfect at this. If you could point to, I'm sure I would agree that there are times where I interjected where I probably shouldn't have, right? And times where I should have interjected when I didn't. I get that. But yeah, I think we're going to talk about this later in the week. I think that might be our Friday topic. It might be the incentive to dishonesty, or the incentive to misrepresent others in this space, because there are large amounts of that, and I think
I think there's a real assumption that the people that you're talking to have bad motivations that I think is really non-constructive. There are definitely people in this space that take a view to, there's some posturing. You're on camera. I'm not going to tell you there's not a theatrical component to it. But I also think the viewers are pretty smart, right? I think you can tell who's genuine and who's acting out. I think so. So I don't know. I feel like a generally good course of action is to assume the best in people until they've shown you that's not a good way to feel. I mean, like Demon Mama. I'm trying to think through with her. A lot of trans people tend to, for understandable reasons, be a little bit wary of therapy and therapists, right? So I can imagine someone having a little bit more of a dim view on kind of. I don't think that makes it true necessarily, but I could understand if Demon Mama was coming with that experience. Obviously adding to her interpretation of the situation.
Well, one last question before I because there's a couple people in and they want to talk to us. But one last question for you. Overall, are you happy with the Destiny, with your appearance on my show on Destiny? What do you think about that overall?
So Whick, I don't know how you feel. I am so tired to my bones of internet drama. And it was really meaningful to me to be able, like Dusty and I have said some pretty mean things to each other online, right? And I'm just saying this sincerely, like don't take this as me endorsing everything he's ever said or his actions, or I'm not trying to suck up to him or kiss his ass. I'm saying for me personally, it felt really good for the soul to just put aside some differences and have an adult conversation with someone for an hour that I thought was extremely productive. And I think if we can model that kind of behavior for people, I think it's a good way forward in my view.
Excellent, excellent. I think I agree with you. I think that like there is a
no.
Unfortunately, though, right? While it might feel good, it might be the best path forward. I think there are financial incentives in place in this space that make that less likely to happen. There are barriers and obstacles that we have to overcome. But we'll talk about that another day. I don't want to belabor the point. So why don't weaponize Discord? Can you send in a caller for us to talk to?
I can't see my cursor, dude. I'm so old. There's a way to like make it bigger, isn't there?
I'll DM her. I forget sometimes there's a delay, right, between here and the stream itself. So I'm just gonna DM her and tell her to send someone in.
VF.
I will just pull them in, I guess. Oh, there we go. Hello.
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 Hi, Brianna. Unfortunately, my question is for Whick, but I guess it involves the panel that you were on. So, I'm curious. It seems like everybody, you guys kind of touched on it. It looks like a lot of people dogpiled Sunday, and there's things flying around. Did you in any way set that up? Because like if so, my hat's off to you. I don't like Sunday.
Wait, are you even listening to the fucking show, bro?
That'd still be pretty messed up.
Okay.
And I like you, so I figured
I understand. Asking me
it'd be cool to hold you account.
As I said, I think we're getting an echo from you, and we can hear your keyboard. Is it okay if you mute yourself for a minute?
Yeah, no problem.
Just for the audio quality. Once again, no, I did not. Do dog piles happen on my show? And was it a dog pile? Kind of, but that wasn't due to me setting it up beforehand. There was no malice of forethought. If you behave in certain ways and treat everyone really shitty, and then they respond to you, I mean that's what's going to happen. If I come on a panel, even with people who are friendly towards me, people who agree with me, and I am constantly sniping, I am constantly interrupting, I am constantly interjecting with bad faith comments, people are going to call me out on that, and rightly so. Does that make it a dog pile? Was I ambushed? Was I set up? I don't think so. I don't know. What do you think, Woo? Any thoughts?
Well, I wanted to ask you really quickly, Elder, if you don't mind me asking. I mean, the clip that got played was me basically calling out a little bit of hypocrisy, I think I was very even-handed. I cited my source. I was polite about it. He kind of freaked out about it. In your view, having watched that clip, did I dogpile anyone? I thought I was just trying to have a conversation and be even-handed.
I don't really think it's up to the individual, whether or not a dogpile happened. So, I also don't think it's really an individual's, it wouldn't just be on you if it did. I'm not saying, you're responsible or you're a bad person. I've heard the criticism a lot, and it's worth talking about. It's worth asking, because, my feelings about it don't matter. But if Sunday feels that way, and I'm not a fan of his, then I think it needs to be talked about. We can't just sweep it under the rug.
Sure, and I want to just, if I may, I just want to be clear. I have no ill will towards Sunday. If Sunday wants back on my show, he's free to come back on my show. If he thinks there's a value to that, if he doesn't like my moderation, we can get a guest moderator, of his choice. If he has beef with me and he wants to discuss it, or if he wants to argue with me, I'm down for it, right? Maybe we can get Aaron Straight Raid as guest moderator. She likes this stuff, right? So that might be a possibility. Like I said, it's pretty burned on my end, right? I think there's value to what he has to say. Much like Woo, when he's at his best, I think he has very cogent and well-spoken criticisms of certain things in society that I would absolutely agree with him on. Obviously, I don't agree with him all the time, but that is what it is.
If you go watch his video, so there's a video of Destiny, and Destiny is going through and listening to his response of the couple's manifesto, and Destiny is I gotta tell you, I thought Destiny was making excellent points. And then Sunday gets on stream, they have a calm discussion together about that, and in my view, Sunday very clearly won that exchange of ideas. It's friendly, it's civil, he brought his significant intellect to bear. It's compelling stuff. I told him before the show, I could have tried to prepare for a year, and I could not have put together something that good. The man has talent. I think that sometimes in these spaces, our own insecurities can be our biggest enemy, and I think unfortunately that was what happened here. There's clearly something inside the man that's really scared of being people telling him he's wrong, and I think he'd be a far more effective advocate if he could grow beyond that.
And thanks for coming. Any other questions before we let you
go? No, I'm really excited to see this.
Sorry it's late,
because I really like you, and if I didn't ask that, it would have bugged me. So, okay. And thanks for being cool. We're with me popping in here to ask that.
Of course. Thank you for helping us kill some time. And again, once again, I want to apologize to my audience for this. It happens, right? When dealing with very scheduled, so I appreciate you sticking around for those of you who have. Okay, weaponized discourse. I'll DM you to bring in the next contestant. Or I'll just pick one. Weaponized Discourse is great because she acts like a gatekeeper, right? So we don't have any
She sent me the night DM. I've not gotten around to answering it yet because I need to write her something substantive. So I really like her a lot.
I like her too. She's great. She does my editing and she helps produce. So, let's see.
Where are my things here?
I'll bring in. Just send in whichever one you want. Even if they're just here to chill with us. Okay. In the meantime, while she's trying to sort that out, I will say that I'm excited for the discussion too. This is something I've been thinking about most of the week, right? I have, and I'll confess, I've only seen some of Mr. Girl's content. I saw a couple of his videos on the subject. I've seen some of his interactions on panels before, like on Stardust Show, when she went on the Supernova, when he went on her Supernova panel. I thought that he was interesting on there. So I'm curious to see how he'll do kind of in a one-on-one moderated setting. I'm very interested also to see how he's able to respond to some of your criticism that you've been levying. I guess we'll find out in about 30 minutes, gang. So hold on to your butts.
I think I'm going to surprise you because I think if anyone out there is expecting this to be like an academic feminist discussion of me saying the same shit you've heard before, that's not what's going to happen today. So I think
what is that?
I think we're going to have a conversation about consent that has not happened before.
Oh, something unique, something I don't know. Okay, I don't mean to doubt you, but I'm going to express a little bit of doubt here before we get to your caller. We will see what happens. But one moment. Hi.
Hello, hello.
My hair is crazy today.
It is a little crazy, but that's okay. My hair's crazy too, so we'll work together. How's it going, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Feeling it. Like a tiger in a cage, ready for Mr. Girl discussion.
Yeah, I'm a President Snow fan, and I saw the panel. And personally, I didn't think it was very dogpile-y at all. That was my take. At least, it didn't seem President Snow was taking it that way, except other than physical reactions, maybe.
I mean, yeah. Tell us a little bit more. I mean, what makes you a fan of his, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'm kind of a sucker for naivete. I think usually earnestness and naivety are kind of conflated. It's not always the same thing, just because President Snow's the type of person where it seems like, they're too good to be true. And usually that adage is usually very true. Usually I subscribe to that adage myself.
Can I ask, why do you keep calling him President Snow? Is this a meme that I'm aware of?
Oh, okay. What's the verbiage then? It was a meme, I think.
Oh,
in the President Snow community.
I don't know, right? Like, I don't hang out. Like, I'll give you, like, when it comes to naivete, when it comes to memes, I'm very gullible and naive. I don't know what these things. I don't follow.
President Snow is the villain in Hunger Games, right?
I wasn't sure if that was the connection being made.
No, yeah, I'm just a fan, and I caught it from the panel, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, cool. Okay. Do you have any questions for either of us, or are you just kind of chilling?
I would love to ask you, do you think I was fair to him in my question to him?
I mean, yeah, that's what it seemed like to me. And personally, it seemed like President Snow felt the same. I mean, he kind of hyper-fixated on you pretty much as soon as you started talking about the lefty, media company for mainstream media that could kind of help out with balancing out, I suppose, the information stream of, the entire culture, I guess.
I mean, Sunday clearly has talent, and if there were a version of him that were able to work with others more effectively, I would absolutely include him on that, right? He's got a message, he's certainly got a fan base. I think it's an important question to ask. Why don't all the leftist streamers get along? I don't think it's conducive. I mean, we all saw the fight with Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, but generally speaking, I've never seen Sean Hannity go after Bill O'Reilly, right? They seem to get along, and it seems to be good for their career.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. So I'm pretty young myself. I'm only about 26, which is roughly the same age as President Snow from what I know. So when it comes to deep politics, when it comes to Bill O'Reilly era stuff, I don't know a whole lot about that kind of stuff personally. But I do notice that typically people on the right tend to be much more unified than people on the left, and I think that's because the left tends to promote diversity so much that it's really hard to be tolerant of intolerance, right? So it's hard to be diverse and super open to everyone because that's a threat for bad actors.
I'm gonna disagree with you. I think the left promotes superficial diversity, but when it comes to diversity of thought, at least the extreme left absolutely has been a problem that I've seen. You are lockstep or you are not a leftist, right? We talked a little bit about this on the panel. If I may ask, right? What's your name? Surprise?
Yeah, Surprise.
Surprise. That's kind of prize. Okay, Surprise. You mentioned being a President Sunday fan. What's your favorite video of his or favorite interaction that you've seen of him, if I may?
President Sunday's videos?
President Snow, President Sunday.
Oh, President Snow, President Sunday. When it comes to political, is there anything any particular?
No, whatever you think.
Yeah, just whatever comes to mind. Yeah.
I don't know. I really like when they're with Vaughn. I enjoyed seeing them with Keffels and Omni. Just because, for the most part, there really wasn't a whole lot of talking to be done. It was mostly just opinions that as both a fan of both those people, I had heard before, but it was nice to get a thorough, you know, here's the reason we have these thoughts, and then they really drag you through the whole thought process. That was super helpful.
Makes a lot of sense. I gotta ask, are you a Mr. Girl fan?
I'm not aware of Mr. Girl at the moment, but I'm sure they're great.
Well, you're gonna get aware tonight. Hold on to your butts,
yeah,
gang.
Yep.
We're gonna figure it out. What about? Are you
Yes,
a
I am,
Brianna
Mr.
Wu fan?
I am now. Absolutely.
That's very sweet.
You've been wooed by Wu. I get it. That's a meme.
I'm sorry, I don't know a whole lot about your past work. It's all from secondhand sources.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a former video game developer. I think most people know me for Gamergate, unfortunately. I ran for United States Congress, and I am the second fastest speedrunner with Princess Peach in the entire world. I'm doing that at GDQ next week.
Wow.
Damn.
What a gamer, among other
Hardcore
things.
gamer. Hardcore gamer.
Okay. Any other thoughts before we send you to the void? Surprise.
No, I'm ready to go. You guys can send it.
Well, thank you for coming by. That was interesting. It's always nice to see how people who are kind of newer to my content or newer to the guest content and see how they interact and see what they enjoy, what they don't, etc. That was a very wholesome caller. Thank you.
I like that. Yeah, it really matches something I saw when I ran for office, which is you can have people with wide differences, but if you're talking to them face to face, it's just a lot harder to hate them, right? It's just, I don't know, always good to talk to people.
There is a big difference, right, between how people will talk about someone when they are not in the room, how they will interact with them when they are not around, versus how they will interact with them on a call. And there's a difference between how we interact on a call and how people interact in life as well. I think that we miss each other a lot because we lack that face-to-face. We make so many assumptions of each other that are just wildly wrong and incorrect, but only because we do not have those cues that you would get in a face-to-face setting. Camera is the best facsimile of it that we can manage with online interaction, but it's still pretty good. Weaponized discourse, if you want to send in Secrios or the next person, if they're vetted, if they're okay. DMing or two, I have to juggle this a little bit.
You do your thing.
I try. When it comes to speedrunning, right, what got you into that?
Oh my god, so Super Mario 2 came out in, what year was it, 1988? And you gotta understand, back in the NES era, there were just not games starring women. So I became obsessed with that game, just playing it over and over and over again with Princess Peach. So it's a game I'm extremely, extremely good at, and eventually it became a sport. So it's like, let's get into it. It's like, you almost have to have, I almost wonder if I have a low level of autism, because like you're playing the same section over and over and over again to save a frame. But I'm one of the fastest Resident Evil speedrunners in the entire world, Resident Evil 3 Remake. It's a deeply, deeply rewarding competitive space.
Interesting. Like I understand the appeal to it. It's just I like to take my time. I like the turn-based games, right? So I like to sit there, think for about an hour on what I'm gonna do. It's terrible when people play with me. Board games especially. I got analysis paralysis. But anyway, enough about me. Hello.
Hello there. It's nice to meet you too. I'm just here to throw in a fairly quick question.
Sure.
Get it through. For the past year, I've noticed various different both video essayists and reactionists refer to the term about gatekeeping, whether it be spaces or whether it be certain identities or credentials. Like in the recent panel, President Sunday was very harsh towards one or two panel members involved in their academic credentials, and it kind of got me wondering, in your opinion, Brianna, do you believe that there is a time and a place for gatekeeping, or is gatekeeping like university toxic or whatever?
No, of course there is. I think with credentials, if you have professional credentials, I think it's important to represent those accurately. I think the difference of opinion at play is, did Kyla represent them accurately? I think it's very clear that she did. But no, I don't think gatekeeping is inherently bad at all.
Okay then. Thank you for answering my question.
What do you think? What makes you ask that question? Yeah.
Well, my last question was Jesus. I'm kind of caught up in the whole creative culture stuff. Basically, I do a lot of creative stuff involving animations and stuff. So I have to keep my ear to the ground on what's rumbling and happening and all that jazz. And because of such, in some spaces, people might call themselves a fan of a group, but then when new fans come on, they sort of maybe the core premise, but there might be some aspect of it they don't understand, or they do understand but don't like it, and you get a lot of infighting in different fan groups and stuff.
Yeah.
And sometimes it gets a bit, it can sometimes teeter towards a bit of a bizarre right-left dichotomy, even though it isn't always the case. And it's I'm wondering if gatekeeping should be viewed as a tool or some sort of
I think there's a really big difference in gatekeeping. Do you like are you a real fan of Star Wars and someone representing their professional credentials? I think in the former example, I would almost always say that's terrible. I want to ask, you say you do animation. I'm a former game developer. Do you use After Effects? What do you specialize in?
Okay, so I think I dedicated most of my profession in the early stage of my career to the Source engine.
Oh, dude! I'm a former Unreal developer. We can geek out about this for days. Holy shit.
Oh man.
But we don't have
okay.
days. We have a few minutes. But go on.
Oh, okay. Long story short, I made a magnum opus called Black Dust the Pilot. It was like a short 15-minute film on YouTube. It's kind of like an action adventure with demons and like mafiosos and stuff. It's really wild and off the cuff, basically.
That's sweet. Its source is, I personally never worked with it because I'm an Unreal specialist. Is it is difficult? Like I hear that it is an increasingly aging engine that is poorly documented. Does that match with your experience?
I think it depends, because the people that use Source are incredibly passionate about it and they do keep a lot of it alive. The fact that they kept like TF2 on life support just out of sheer fan engagement, that like actual Valve are like, oh hey, wait a minute, they're still playing? Wait, what? And then they come in and they announce they're going to be making a new update. So I think it depends who you ask. It does definitely have limitations, but if it's in terms of accessibility, I think it is like an easier engine to get into.
No, hello?
Oh. To like, I want a character here, I want them to move an arm here, I want a little bit of a spring, and it does some of the math for you, so it's fairly quick.
Yeah, most engines do that though. So if you did a magnum opus, were you like creating, and forgive me because the terms are going to be different.
Yeah, well, look at how wholesome we're making connections. We're building. Appreciate you coming in, and I hope you enjoyed the show.
I'm going to pop off for 2 seconds.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing. In the meantime, I just want to let everyone know what kind of
experience had with Destiny.
Oh no, I just skipped that so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And with the Josh Hawley thing, I want to be really clear. So the tweet at hand is Josh Hawley is putting out a bill called the Protect Children Act that basically prohibits kids under 16 from forming social media accounts. That would not stop them from doing IRC, for instance, or researching stuff online. There are a lot of ways to find community in 2023. I'm not even saying I'm for that, right? I'm saying, what, I think there's a discussion to be had about what social media is doing to young people, because there's study after study showing it's increasing suicidality, it's increasing body dysmorphia in girls. And, if we have that discussion and we bring in the experts, my inclination is it's going to go, well, we don't need to ban them from it, but we do need to get this algorithm tweaked in this way, or we need to make it so young people are getting basically they're just seeing their friends' feed instead of an algorithm being applied to it. I think there's a discussion to be had about what the best way forward is as far as keeping, clearly we're fucking kids up, and we're going to get into that on today's panel. And I just don't accept that. Yeah, we are.
Okay, we'll find out.
So I think we need to be open to that discussion, if that makes sense.
No, it absolutely makes sense, and I think that again we engage in tribalism at our peril, right? I think that there is absolutely an argument to be made, right? Even look, the fact that I am at risk of hearing a 14-year-old's opinion on anything on Twitter is a war crime. Okay, that cannot happen. That is just wrong to me, right? Like, I think that we need much stronger age gates. I'm not a tech savvy guy. I don't know what this looks like, right? And I can understand there might be unintended consequences to things like this that I'm not aware of. That might change my mind if I've been made aware of. But I'm very much for almost like a state act. They do that. They like to
permaban.
Yeah, let's not do that, dude. We're not gonna bring you on, buddy. This ain't your show. We're gonna have a call in after.
That was really smart. That was god tier trolling.
It was a nice try. Luckily, this ain't my first rodeo, gang. It ain't my first rodeo. But yes, I think that well, if you liked Starship Troopers, there's another book called Armor that was really good. But Mr. Girl is here, so we won't be talking about that now.
We'll talk about timeline another time.
Real. Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
I want to apologize again for the miscommunication. My bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was avoiding throwing you under the bus into the jaws of justice. I just said we had a mix-up.
What does this mean?
Jaws of justice.
Wait. What is this? What is this? What is this? Do I need some crazy shit? Is there about to be some crazy shit coming through? Proxy gate and photon cannon. Proxy air? Why would he build the pylon here? I feel like I just overbuilt. I got an early roach horn that I'm not collecting gas for. He might just be retarded. Get detection? He didn't... I
appreciate your mercy, good sir. Thank you for that.
I'm very merciful.
Well, thank you.
But Brianna, you'll see that yourself today.
We'll see how it goes. I'm ready to go.
Okay, well, let me be first, just for the VOD that we'll be putting out. I will introduce the topic. I will introduce myself. I will give you all a brief introduction, brief, concise opening statements, and then we'll just kind of get into it. To just kind of reiterate the rules here, as I think you both agreed to beforehand. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now's the time to interject if I am mistaken here. But as I see it, let me bring it up. I had it up. Give me one moment. Okay, so yes. Scrolled up because I was checking to make sure. Okay, so I will only be stepping in if someone is disingenuous or smearing the other person, I will also be stepping in if one person is dominating the conversation, not letting the other person respond or answer the questions. I will be stepping in and muting so that each of you get space to speak. And also, if one of you brings up a topic that we previously agreed not to discuss, I'll step in and stop that from happening.
What is the robo facility for?
Unless there is a question in my mind
he's got
that
a fast
I might
third, I bet.
throw out there, I'm going to let you guys go. Welcome, one and all, to another episode of Whick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together with a wide diversity of thought to discuss matters of the day. We are joined by the lovely Mr. Girl and Brianna Wu to discuss consent today. What it is, where it matters, and where
I don't know what
doesn't.
he's doing.
How it relates to interpersonal and financial interactions. And with that, I'm just going to let them get at it. So we'll start with Brianna Wu. What are your thoughts? Let's
What
go.
the fuck?
What the fuck?
You didn't want to start with Brianna Wu?
I think a coin toss would be in order, but fine.
You want to go first, dude? Be my guest. That's totally cool.
No.
So...
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm going to switch effectory after this, if we're going to listen to this. I understand he has no fast gas, but everything seems late. He doesn't have a third. What is this build? He has nothing. Look, he has nothing. He has no gas at his expo. I see a warp prism. Or a robo facility. There's no third. What's happening? He's just trash? He's masters. He's diamond, don't overthink it. He's not, he's masters. He should have a build order at least.
Mineral cluster expended.
I don't understand how his third is so late. Okay, so he's doing some... What the fuck? Oh, that's what it is. I think I'm just dead. Mutas aren't enough. Banelings probably won't be on time.
Forces under attack.
Do the warp prisms do bonus damage to queens now? He must have a third by now, right? Oh no, he's just gonna keep pumping units. This is a little silly. If he doesn't have a third, maybe we have a chance? Oof, oh my god, do we? Oh, he's got a stupid fucking thing. Jeez. I have like no way of like defending against this stupid fucking warp prison. It's gonna have a robo oh my god. I bet that's a safe spot. If I could.
Mineral field exhausted. Swarm has devolved. Mineral field depleted. Evolution complete.
It's gonna be stalkers and oh, it's gonna be stalkers and immortals. I wonder if I don't know. Oh, I don't even have this, dude. It's not.
Swarm forces under attack. Mineral field exhausted.
Oh, he was trying to DT run by my. I have to hit this and I have to kill it or else I lose right now.
Swarm has evolved. Swarm forces under attack. Forces under attack.
I don't think there's any way I win this ever.
Mineral cluster expended. Mineral field depleted.
Alright, what the f- oh. I'm so curious what he's waiting for. He just must not have very much confidence.
Swarm forces cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces under attack.
Oh, now he's got. I think I was probably at like half workers, I think. I was down to 20 and he had like 40 plus, 50, yeah.
Yeah, Max, you don't mind if I call you Max, do you?
Not
I
at
feel
all.
like one of the things I'm worried that's going to happen today is I've seen a lot of your statements on this, and I think something you tend to do is to drill down into very, very specific, what we call in engineering edge cases. And I hope you can accept a limitation that I kind of have with my engineer brain. I have a really hard time not thinking about problems in concrete, specific terms. Like, what is the best way forward? So, as we're kind of planning this today, I just want to really be direct about what my mission objective is. I am hoping to convince you that your paradigm of consent that you've voiced in many, many videos is one that may work in an individual sense, but it's a really, really poor system for not leading to harm for both men and women. And I really hope we can get into specifics and talk about that today.
I've been thinking about this with these like book bannings. These conservatives, they want to get rid of all the books in your kid's third grade classroom. Or they show some teachers TikTok, some teachers being weird and talking about their gay relationship or whatever. And I think there's this homogenizing push. The idea that all teachers should be the same to all students. That all conversations about consent and rape should be the same. And my content is not really supposed to replace your mainstream consent culture feminist perspective. It's not supposed to be mainstream. My videos about consent or my conversations about consent are for all the strange children. For all my flock. I'm like the Peter Pan of rape. And I collect all the lost kids who got consent but still felt violated, or still felt that they violated somebody else, or who it wasn't consensual and yet they can't stop fantasizing about it. All the sick outliers, all the edge cases. So it's not that I think that the discussion of edge cases should replace the mainstream. It's that I think so many of us are edge cases sexually in one way or another. Especially me, multiple ways, that you, to shave off all the edges is wrong and inhumane.
I hear you on that. So yeah, I do. And I think for some of the edge cases I've seen you posit on your channel,
yeah.
I don't agree with many of them, but just for the sake of the discussion today, I would like to say I think that there are some edge cases sometimes that where consent is not clear between two individuals. But where I think would most be helpful to start is, while I was preparing for this, I realized I didn't really have a legal, clear definition of what rape was, right? It was actually really, really hard to find because the laws around rape are so different in various states.
Yeah.
But something really, really helpful is they actually had the same definition of rape in the United States since 1927, and Robert Mueller actually just changed it to be a very, very updated definition.
Are you talking
of the FBI
federally?
crime report.
Yes,
this is the federal definition of rape that is used in the FBI Uniform Crime Report. The penetration, no matter how slight, of the vagina or anus of any body part or object, or oral penetration by a sex object of another person, and this is the important part, without the consent of the victim. So what I found really, really interesting there is when you get into specific state law, they have a long list of things in like New York about what does and does not qualify consent. For instance, a woman that may be intoxicated, or any person that may be intoxicated would not be able to give consent in any case. So when I think we're talking about consent, in my view, and Max, I really hope we can work here today. I'm asking myself, how can we set some standards of behavior that all of us, men and women, hold ourselves to, that make sure this doesn't happen? That make sure boys or men don't end up at the courthouse, trying to defend themselves from a sexual assault allegation, and making sure that women aren't literally traumatized for their entire life.
I can't tell what Brianna Wu did, if she had some fucking huge fucking mushroom trip or something recently, but she comes across like the most reasonable person in the world. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. In all of her conversations right now, she literally comes off as the most reasonable person in the world.
How can we avoid this from happening? What are kind of the standards we need to be thinking about? And I would love to know, just starting at the top end, what's kind of your view on that?
Well, I don't agree. I don't accept the premise of your question.
Oh, she doesn't know about quest statements. Oh no. Oh no.
May make it hard to have a discussion today then.
I agree.
Well, how would you rephrase it, if I may ask, that you would accept the premise?
Well, now I don't know what we're talking about. I thought we were going to have a debate about consent.
Yes.
You are now saying that our role, even in a debate about consent, is
Yes.
to collaborate to come up with a list of strategies for society to help men avoid raping others.
I think if we're talking about consent, I think one of the things that makes it difficult for us to talk about this is expectations, right?
No,
I think,
not right.
Well, just let me finish. One of the things, in my view, is I think there are different expectations from people here. I think men have different expectations. I think women have different expectations. I think if you have various kinks, you're gonna have different expectations. So in my view, what I came here prepared to talk about today is I want to convince you that enthusiastic consent is the best standard that's going to lead to the best harm with people, the least harm with people. Remember, I'm already agreeing with you. There are edge cases that exist out there. But I'm saying as an aggregate, if you're a young man out there asking yourself, what is in general do I need to do to make sure I don't end up in court, right? If you're a woman asking yourself,
Is that what
how
young
can I
men
make
are
sure?
asking themselves?
I think that there are real questions about that. I think that is why there's a lot of, frankly, I think that's why some of your content has been popular.
Don't try to butter me up.
I'm not. I think there are real questions that young men are out there asking themselves. I think they are confused about what their expectations are. Like you yourself have said in your videos that, the society is really changing for what men are expected. For women, if you think about it, the generations that our mothers and grandmothers had were so wildly different than today.
She's just galloping. She's just galloping. You gotta stop.
I can't tell if he's being serious or not. Hold on. Force and clip.
Update to the language pack. I noticed when you load a new world, it calls it a dream seed. Yet these dream seeds always end up dead. The language pack is confusing to us. Please clarify. Update to the language pack. I noticed when you load a new world, it calls it a dream.
I'm so embarrassed to say I watched all of it. So.
Oh my god, I just fucking
reading
exited
these
the
legal definitions. Okay.
So, yeah, I do.
Wait, where were
homogenizing
out there? I'm gonna let you guys go. Welcome, one and all, to another episode of Whick TV.
So,
fuck. Where does anybody remember where I was? God damn it. God damn it. Shut up.
That exist out there.
That's what you get for watching Force and clips.
To say I watched all of it. So.
Oh my god. Yeah, dumb fuck.
Always. Update.
I can't tell if he's being serious or not. Hold on.
She's just galloping. She's just galloping. You gotta stop.
I can't tell if he's being 1:30:54. Fuck me, dude. This keyboard's already starting to piss me off. Do you guys really use these G keys? I wonder if I take them off if I'll still feel the indentation on the board. Hold on. I anchor my hand on the left part of the keyboard. And these buttons on the side just make me so triggered. Okay. What did I just say? What was the time? 1:54 something?
streamers are saying all kinds.
Oh, 130.54.
Videos that you know, the society is really changing for what men are expected. You know, for women, if you think about it, the generations that our mothers and grandmothers had were so wildly different than
Wick,
today.
she's gish galloping.
Yeah.
She's gish galloping. You gotta stop her. You gotta
I'm being
stop
very
her.
direct. I'm quoting you.
I understand.
She's gish galloping.
Fair enough. Well, I want to give you some space, and Mr. Girl, Max.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Well, let me try. Let me try that.
Sure.
Wait,
if you're
wait
both
a
okay
second,
with
wait
this.
a second.
Okay.
No, wait,
Yeah, go
wait.
for it.
No, I don't want you to try. I want to retort briefly.
So you do know what we're talking about.
No, just let
I
him
know what
retort.
I'm talking about. Okay, there's a few conversations I could see us having. Us collaborating to help men behave themselves is not one of them.
Okay.
It's we could have a meta argument about. It sounds like you're saying that's what I should be doing.
I'm saying I think it's the most important question. In my view, I
okay,
think you're
what-
asking
I
a
would
question
like
that's
to
not
just-
helpful.
I just want to talk. All right, for a while.
Sure.
Okay. It sounds like you're saying. It sounds like the first thing you said was that I focus too much on edge cases, and that really we should be focused on statistical big movements in the middle. What's going to give us the best outcome? What's going to give us the least harm? Yeah, there's situations where the advice isn't going to work for everybody, but like basically we should be reducing rape. That's the goal.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm saying I don't think everybody should be doing that. So it doesn't make sense to me for you to take me. I'm like a bioluminescent little magical jellyfish that floats around by thermonuclear vents at the bottom of the ocean. And you're different from the other jellyfish, and you're trying to suck out my bioluminescence and make me into a fucking normal YouTuber. I don't want to do that. That's great. I think it's totally great. If you want to go on YouTube and find videos and streams about how to not rape people in the most mainstream statistically viable way, then that's good. Good for you. I'm glad.
I think it's a lot
I'm glad
simpler,
somebody wants
Max.
to do that, but that ain't my job. That's not what I'm here to do. That's not what God put me on this fucking earth, or the devil put me on this earth to do. It's not what I'm here to do. So, I could see us having a meta argument where you're saying everybody should be doing that, Max, because I'm an outlier. So you're an outlier of content creators. So you're saying, Max, you should really be acting like the rest of us. Okay, then we can have that conversation about whether my content is irresponsible or the things I've said about rape, the things I'm going to say about rape are irresponsible. We could do that.
I think something we talked about before this
But
is
I
trying
don't-
to
but-
keep
Just real
it-
quick, stop,
Hold on.
just real quick, all of you stop. Brianna, you gotta let him finish. You gotta let him
okay, I
finish,
thought he
get
was
through what he's
finished.
got.
I'm never finished.
I will stop him when I
Yes.
think it's best to do so.
Sounds
but
good.
you gotta let me
I-
do that, please.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna need a firm no from Whick before I stop, because that's how I am.
Good one.
We could do that, but what I don't accept is you smuggling in the premise that we're already doing that. And I don't know why you're reading these legal definitions either, because that's a legal definition of rape is not the same as a legal definition of consent. And the legal definition, by definition, is supposed to be that broad, statistically applicable definition that's going to reduce harm. That's obviously that's what the law should be. But I don't think we're debating what the law should be. I think we're debating how to talk about this, or discussing how to talk. If it's debate, then you're telling me the way I talk about it is wrong.
Then
But I
at
don't
this point-
I don't agree. Go ahead.
At this point, right, I think that you stating what you think we should be talking about, well, let's talk about that, Brianna. What do you think? Do you think that that's an acceptable kind of switch or a turn
No,
on this? You don't?
I don't at all. In fact, Max.
Brianna.
So I think you've made some statements out there that I think most people would find pretty abhorrent about consent. I just
No,
want to
but not
read
all.
this right here.
But not all.
I'm going to ask you, let me finish what I'm saying. If we demand women convince themselves they must be 100% sure they want to have sex, all we're telling them to do is lie to themselves. So to be clear, before we started, I said, Max, please show me the videos you feel best represent your point of view, what you think has your best arguments in it. They weren't long videos. This one was 12 minutes long, and that was a quote in that video. It's my contention that some of the things you've said about consent are really, really deeply unhelpful. And what I want to do today on this debate is, and let me just get this thought out there. So when NASA is trying to send people to the moon, and they're trying to join two electrical wires together, they don't go to AutoZone and get a crimper and just cut it and do some electrical tape and pop it in the space shuttle. Yeah, the stakes are so high if something goes wrong that it's going to explode, right? So you've got to aim for a much, much, much higher standard. In my view, we don't need for men to lose on consent in order for women to be safe. And I think vice versa, right? The stakes are so high if there's a miscommunication. What I want to talk about today is how enthusiastic consent is the best possible standard for everyone.
Okay.
Because it's going to keep...
I understand. Sure. But we got to let both people in here. Do you think that's true, Mr. Girl? Do you think enthusiastic consent is the best way forward when it comes to these discussions?
For all of them? I mean, that's what I keep saying. It's like, is it the best thing to talk about all the time, no matter what's happening and no matter who you're talking to? Or is it the statistically broadly the best standard to apply generally? If I had to choose one standard to apply to every single situation, would I choose that? But the problem with that question is, and I think the kind of what I was trying to say before, and the goal of my content is to make content that is for the people who are missed by that, the people who, for whom the concept of enthusiastic consent does not fix the problem. It doesn't speak to them. It doesn't resonate with them.
Can you give me an example?
Or it does. Yeah. Well, the quote she said. What did I say? I said, when we try to tell women that they have to be 100% sure that they want to have sex, all we're telling women to do is lie to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I think that every time you agree to have sex, there's ambivalence. And every time you say no to sex, there's ambivalence. There is some part of you that wants to, there's some part of you that doesn't. And you have to take all of your mixed feelings and synthesize.
I feel like there are, sometimes I see this more, I think I commented this a bit when I was talking to him. I feel like he has, I don't want to say trauma because that's so fucking cringe, but I think he actually does have a broken way of viewing a lot of like interpersonal relationships and sexual relationships. Like when he said before, like, oh, like all relationships are pain and like, oh, all sex is agony and all that. Like if I'm being ultra charitable, which I'm not anymore, but if I'm being ultra charitable and I'm trying to say like metaphorically, maybe there's a bit of spiritual pain and everything, like maybe, but I think he means it more literally. I think he just has a really unhealthy engagement with a lot of these topics that like there's a lot of bad feelings he has that float around here that he should address.
A yes or no binary answer for the person who is trying to have sex with you, or even for yourself. Even if you're just masturbating, you have to think like, well, it's late, I should be going to sleep, or I want to do this, or I don't know, I feel grossed out by what I'm looking at, but I still want to do it anyway. Whatever. Everybody has mixed feelings about every sex act they have, but in reality, you only get to do one thing. So there's many of you wanting to do many things inside of you emotionally, but your body is, in reality is only going to end up doing one thing, which means you're doing something that part of you doesn't want to do. And the way we talk about enthusiastic consent does not allow for ambivalence. If you detect ambivalence, or enough that you're not feeling super like enthusiastic, then I guess you're supposed to say no, or that is you saying no. But I've not heard in mainstream sex education any discussion of like, yeah, sometimes part of you doesn't want to do it and you do it anyway. Okay. Or sometimes you do want to do it, but you don't do it. And I think it's important to talk about that. So that's what I was talking about. I was saying that like if you try Yeah, if you try to sand off all the edges and tell every woman smiling ear to ear enthusiastic consent, that's a lot of sex isn't like that.
Got you. Okay. Well, I want to pause right here and turn to Brianna. So again, you heard him. What do you think? Do you have a response to that? When it comes to enthusiastic consent, there are
it's the exact
edges,
same thing.
right?
Sure. So look, I'm going to posit to you. I fully agree. There are edge cases, right? Like there are people out there that are, they're into more exotic things, right? I'm fully agreeing with you about that.
Yeah, just to interrupt real quick.
Talk about
just,
ambivalence.
Yeah. What? For example, if I may use an example, right? Someone asked me, "Hey, do you want to have sex?" And I'm not feeling it like 100%, but then they convince me, right? They're like, well, what? I'll make it work. We'll do some stuff that maybe I wouldn't normally do to kind of convince me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are some people who would say that the act of trying to convince me is pressuring me, and that is not okay. How do we square this circle, right? How do we get enthusiastic consent to fit with the places where I think most people
we don't. That's what I'm trying to say is we don't.
But I want to see if
to,
Brianna can. I understand that's your position, but I want to see Brianna's position here. So please go ahead, Brianna.
Excellent. So really hear what you're saying there. This is a straight answer. Like, again, I'm going to tell you on this call today, my limitation is I'm utterly pragmatically minded. So, in my view, you can roll those dice and try to push through that situation, right? When there is ambivalence there, and this is why I think we would say, if you're talking about women, you could end up in a situation where someone is traumatized for their entire life. I got to tell you, I know a lot of women, and I would estimate at least
This is like the one thing that I'm so curious about. I don't know if it's because of societal standards around sex or what, but like it must be. Hold on, I have to do a quick autism check on myself to see if this is just my autism. Like I've had bad sexual circumstances pop up where I didn't want to do anything, or I even kind of got pushed a little bit. I don't know if I'd say raped, but I was like, ugh, I didn't want to do this. But then it's like, that sucked. Like in the future, like I'll probably try to avoid this or not that. I feel like if you're gonna get traumatized by something, that should only happen in pretty extreme scenarios. Like, this is gonna sound really shitty, I guess, but like, let's say you go to a party, let's say you get too drunk, guy takes advantage of you and he fucks you. You wake up the next morning, you don't really remember much, you're like, fuck me, this guy fucked me last night. I don't even think I wanted to fuck him. I think you should be able to walk away from that and be like, ugh, like, that sucked, that's annoying, I hate this fucking creepy dude. Took advantage of me being drunk. Fuck that guy. But you're like, you're okay. You're not like, I don't think you should be traumatized by that. But who am I to say who should be traumatized by what? I wonder sometimes if it's because of all the weird social stigma we have around sex, whether it's guys pressuring women to have low body counts, whether it's women getting shamed out of like sexuality early on so they feel kind of like dirty about it, whether it's the physical act of entering another person. I don't know what it is, but I feel like it's a little bit too much trauma sometimes, I guess. I don't know. I feel like you should be able to have some negative sexual interactions, even like some rapey ones. I'd be like, ugh, that sucked. Like, but I don't know. That's like an impossible subject to breach. We destigmatize pedophilia. Should people with a mental age of 12 be allowed to fuck kids? Are you okay, dude? I'm wondering if the feelings are just fundamentally qualitatively different for women. Probably a little bit because of the position that the woman is in. But again, like, this is my... Like, here's something that's hard to square in my mind, okay? I think that most people would say that almost every form of rape, whether it's stealthing or whatever, almost all of that rape is worse than getting the shit beat out of you. Like getting jumped in a parking lot and having like 3 people beat the shit out of you. Maybe you like break your nose. Everybody would say like the rape is worse. I think like 99 people say the rape is worse. But like, is it? Really? Is it actually? And then how many people, and also I could be wrong, maybe I don't run in the right circles for people to get beat up. I've never heard of people talk about trauma from getting beaten up, even if they get beat up like pretty bad. And maybe they have that and they don't talk about it, but I've never heard someone like, oh, like I was in a bar and then 3 guys walked in and all I could think about was like, oh my God, when I got beaten up, I remember when 3 guys walked into the bar. Or like, oh, I was walking outside and I heard like a noise and I thought it was guys running to beat me up. Like, I feel like I don't hear about that type of like trauma. Whereas for the rape thing, like a woman will get stealthed once and be like, I can't talk to men ever again. It's too much. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. But there's so much that plays into it from maybe men do have those experiences and they just don't talk about it. Maybe, what?
Hey.
Hi, what's up?
I had to run upstairs and just like clarify. I want to give you an example and then I'll get off the call.
Go for it.
Okay. So like I was assaulted at a party. We'll put that aside. So I understand that experience. But I've also been slapped unconsensually.
Wait. Your thing just cut out. You've also been what unconsensually?
Slapped by a grown man.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, when Abba was on stream, I remember, yeah. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. I shouldn't do it.
Different situation.
Yeah.
And I've also had brothers who got into fights growing up. And for our family, we openly talk about like sexual assault. There's a lot of predatory behavior coming from the Middle East. And one thing that is clear is that sexual offenses are more offensive, are very hard to cope with. They're hard to justify. If I got in a fight and I lost, well, fuck, I tried my best. But if I'm raped or if I'm sexually assaulted, 1, people don't believe you. 2, you don't even believe it. And 3, it's not very cool. It's kind of badass if you got in a fight and you kind of tried your best and lost. It's kind of badass if you win the fight. But it's never badass to sort of survive your rape. It's just kind of lame. You got raped. You're an idiot. And it feels awful.
I agree with... I think I agree very, very, very broadly with what you're saying. But I think a lot of what you're saying ties back into what I was feeling earlier. So like that feeling of like, oh, like you're an idiot, blah, blah, blah. That ties into like the like kind of the broad like social expectation about it. Like, is it not possible to be like, I was stupid, that was dumb, I'm not going to do it again, rather than like you're gaslighting yourself and like the rest of your male-female interactions for the rest of your life? Like,
yeah, obviously, like the healthy version of this is to realize it's not every man or every woman or every gender who ever assaulted you. But the problem is sort of like it is that horrendous. Like it is that confusing to get assaulted. Like that's why it is so much worse than getting beat up. I'd rather have all my fingers and toes cut off than raped again. Absolutely.
I feel like I guess I have like the exact opposite. I'd rather have like a rape sexual experience than like even have like my nose broken in a parking lot. But
yeah,
it might be like different types of...
I will tell you, like being a vagina holder myself, like for myself, it is really strange to have something inside of you that you didn't want there. Like even hospitals are places that trigger me now because I'm just like, get off me. Like I don't trust. Like I've worked.
I understand what you're saying, but like I feel the same way about like somebody like being in my face. Like it's pretty rare that happens. But like I've been around some homeless people before. Like having people. I haven't gotten like beaten up before, but I imagine like having like a fist up my fucking nose would probably not be something I want in my body either. Like
yeah, I think it depends. Like I come from a culture where like fighting is tough, so like you learn to fight. But
fighting is not always, but yeah, but like I mean, like if you get like jumped and like beaten up by 3 or 4 guys, like you're never winning that, and I don't think you ever you're never coming away looking good either. Like I don't think anybody brags about like, oh yeah, like 3 guys jumped me and it was so cool, I got the shit kicked out of me.
Great example. I'll give you a life example. So this isn't everyone's family, and my family's pretty dope, but they're not perfect. They're pretty immigrant in a lot of ways, but like my brother was jumped by like 3 guys he cut off on the freeway. They followed him to a gas station and they jumped him. And we all kind of laughed at him. I was like, well, you are an aggressive cutter offer. And though that was pussy of them to all jump you, you gotta like get ready for that. Cause in Cali, people be violent. That's just how it rolls in some places, okay? My family was really sympathetic to him. They're like, oh my gosh, are you okay? You look so fucked up. We love you. When they found out about my assaults, like they asked me what I did wrong. In the same way, but it's not the same thing. And so it's like, yeah, the homie cut someone off on traffic, so they beat him up. That's stupid. But he walked away from that thinking, I was dumb. I got raped, and when I was asked what I did wrong, it's like so much more is attached to that shame than just getting in a fight you lost. So it's like, it's kind of, I don't know how to explain. It's like, it's kind of like the difference between being a professional boxer and being a porn actress. One has a respectability in culture.
I don't disagree with what you're saying right now, but I think it circles back to what I said before, where I wonder how much the social stigma is like playing into the reactions that people have. That like, if somebody got raped and then somebody talked about it and people were pretty much immediately like, oh yeah, fuck, that sucks. Like that guy's like an asshole and that was a shitty experience. Rather than like telling people like, did you deserve it? Did it, like all of that shit.
Yeah.
I wonder if the processing would be just way different on it.
You know, I don't know. I just know that it feels so icky. Like it feels it just feels like the worst thing ever compared to all the times I've been roughed up or I've fought people. Like that felt way better. Not that I fought a lot of people or nothing. I'm not street fighting over here. Like everybody chill. But like anytime I've lost a fight, I felt okay. The one time I got assaulted, it fucked me up for like until today. Like I still work on my PTSD all the time. So I don't know the differences, except I feel like vomiting every time I think about it. But I don't feel like vomiting every time I think about fights I lost. I just think like, I'll be best. I'll be stronger. Maybe that's why. Maybe when I get beat up, I know I could just get stronger and fight back. But how do I fight back against a rape? Like how do
I mean like way easier. What do you mean? Like
what do you mean?
How do you fight back against one rapist versus getting jumped by 2 or 3 people? The rape thing is a million times easier to fight back against. What do you mean?
No, the cope is I got beat up this time, but I can get stronger for next time. What's the I can be stronger other than being diligent the next
literally
time for
anything. Carry a knife, have an anti-rape condom. I mean, there's like a million things you could do. I feel like it'd be way easier going through life to I'm going to LA and there's like a bunch of weird shit with rappers. I'm not worried about one guy raping me. I'm worried about 3 people jumping me. I feel like there's so much more I could do to mitigate a bad sexual experience than like people attacking me in public.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like I'm not sure what it is, but men, women, but no matter who I've met, no matter what gender, sex is extremely shameful. I think because a lot of us freeze when it happens, so we don't have that badass story of I fought the motherfucker off and I lost. I think a lot of us have a really shameful association with like letting it happen, which is not, it's like more honest because it's really scary to try to fight back.
Sure, I agree with...
I don't know why.
I agree with what you're saying in terms of the shameful thing, but even what you're saying there, like it's scary to fight back when a person is raping you, but it's not scary to fight back when 3 people are jumping you.
I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if it's the nudity or the violation. I don't know what it is, but it's so much scary. My body just like, I want to vomit right now. Like when I'm in a fight, I'm pumped. I'm like anime pumped. When I'm like thinking about, oh my God, I'm gonna get assaulted, my brain is like, I don't know what to do, which is so interesting. I took self-defense classes after, I did therapy after, like I tried to really find ways to prepare for God forbid the next time. But like, yeah, there's something really psychologically like almost confusing to explain. So I can't just walk up and go, fuck, I guess that happened. Now, I do think there are situations where you're at parties and you're drunk and ooh, you had sex with somebody that you know is gonna be drama the next day. Yeah, that sucks, but like you'll deal with the drama and the fallout tomorrow. That's not rape, right? But if somebody wakes up at a party and doesn't even realize they had sex and they're bleeding out of their vagina, like stories that have happened to people around me, and they're like, what the fuck just happened? And everyone's like, oh, you were at a party and you had sex. Aren't you happy? And it's like, no, I didn't intend to have sex tonight. So no, now I'm like mortified and scared. Like these are things that have happened to people that I know. And like they have been, like even the men were like, yeah, I thought you wanted to have sex. And I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
Like,
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying, but every single thing you're telling me is reinforcing my idea that a lot of this like trauma is socially enforced. Like, didn't you want that to happen?
Yeah.
Like the guy's like, I thought you wanted this. Like if there was, because I'm trying to like, it's hard because it's so different, but like I'm trying to apply if there was the same set of like, if there was the same set of social boundaries around getting beaten up, I think that would be a really mindfucky experience. If you went to an area, 2 people jumped you and beat the shit out of you, and then you walked into a party and people were like, oh, like, what's up? And you're like, I got jumped, like, it was fucking horrible. Like, oh, well, like, did you tell the guys you wanted to fight? Like, it looked like you guys were having a lot of fun outside. Like, I thought you enjoyed it. Like, you weren't even, like, hitting them that hard. It seemed like you were having fun. If, like, I think if you heard that around getting jumped, I feel like your mind would get a little bit fucked up. You'd be like, hold on, what the fuck? No.
Yeah.
So that's why it goes back to that point I said where I wonder if it's like, if it's the social reinforcement of all the weird stuff around sex that makes the sexual assault stuff so much more traumatic in our minds, not like the event itself. But also maybe it is the event itself. It's hard to know. I'm truly just asking. I don't know. I think it's a really hard thing to sort through. But it's just like in my mind, like the thing I was saying before is that like, I think if 3 people jumped somebody and like broke like a nose and like, you know, an arm or like a hairline fracture or some shit, and then another person got stealthed, I think that like 80% of people polled would be like, yeah, the person that got stealth, that like rape was worse than the guy that got jumped by like 6 people. I think people would genuinely say that. And in my mind, I can't square that in my mind. There's like no shot. Or like some people, if you want to go more extreme, I think over 40% of people would say that like getting raped is worse than getting murdered. Like I think people actually would say that. And
I would rather die for sure.
Yeah, that's wild to me. And I have to wonder like what's happening. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think taking from the great philosopher Guts, even Guts being a great soldier in Berserk, he's willing to go into fight after fight after fight, fuck his limbs, fuck his heart, fuck his body. But like his rape and his assault like impacted him most of all, right? It's like for some reason sex and rape like that, not just sex, but rape, like not being able to be in the moment. Like a fight is kind of like you're in the moment, whether you've planned for it or not. I don't know how to be in the moment when you're being raped. Like I think that is a struggle for me to even process. And I'm not trying to trigger myself here on stream here, but like it is hard to imagine. Like if I put myself back there, I just wasn't prepared. Now, to be fair, I was pretty suicidal at that point. I was hoping they would just kill me and get it over with because I was hoping I would die. But like in most circumstances, I don't know that we're thinking about surviving a fight. I think we're thinking like this is the end, maybe. Even like children I know who have been molested, a lot of them just like don't understand it. And I you know, again, this is only my perspective. I could be just speaking from my perspective in any way, but I just find it to be, it's like pretty bad. And as a sexually like promiscuous person or a person who's had like, I've had plenty of sex, like I know that every partner I've ever chosen has been wonderful, even if they've been assholes. But I didn't choose one of those moments. And I really would have liked to have chosen it so I could have enjoyed it and been in the moment. But in that moment, it wasn't. It felt, I don't know what it is. That's kind of interesting. I never thought about why people freeze versus why don't we fight back? Because in the fantasy, you fight back. Like, I was raised to fight back. I was raised to tell men, fuck off. And I didn't. And so, like, maybe there's a lot of shame in that. Maybe that is the social stigma of, like, you were taught to fight back.
In the mammal world, isn't, like, almost all sex rape? That just seems like how they do things.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's the thing is, like, why did the people... Even, they're ashamed to even talk about it. Like, the people in my life, at least, are slightly... Like, they want to talk about violence and boxing and Mike Tyson. They're open to, like, sports or violence. But the moment it's, like, sexual assault, they're like, oh... Unless it's a gay person doing it to like a kid, they're like, ugh, like it's like a hesitation of like, what does this mean? Because you're right, rape is like a hard thing to like pinpoint and define. And so a lot of it is like, well, what did you do? So I guess there's almost like with a fight, maybe it's clear you got in a fight because you have a bruise on your face. But with rape, it's like internal damage. A lot of it, especially if you don't fight back. So maybe it's a part of all of that. I don't know. I guess like you said that and my brain was like, pourquoi? Like I need to just like speak from my own experience that there is a distinct difference. There really is.
Yeah, I mean, I know there is.
You know,
I'm just curious where it comes from. Yeah.
I'll meditate on it and get back to you, but you're right. I don't quite
like here's like fuck, where's fucking I need that Ayla chick to do a survey. This would be a question. Let's say you take somebody who is highly sexually promiscuous, super confident, doesn't give a fuck, goes on Fresh and Fit, gives their body count of 162, doesn't give a fuck about anything. Let's say that person gets raped. Then you take another person who grows up their whole life, Catholic, no bodies, won't have sex until marriage. Everyone around her tells her she doesn't even masturbate because she's so like ashamed of her own like fucking sexuality. And then she gets raped. If we run both these women through the same rape scenario, and then we look at the reactions afterwards, like, do we expect the reactions to be pretty similar or would they be completely different? That would be the question I would have, I guess.
I would kind of assume they'd be similar. Why would they be different?
Because the views around it are so different.
Around sex? I don't think rape is about sex. It's about power. But it really isn't about sex because like nobody's thinking about sexual pleasure. They're thinking about getting something done. Like it's at least in my experience, my personal experience, like sex is awesome, but my rape didn't even feel like sex. It felt like somebody was going into my brain and trying to like play with my like nerves. Like it didn't even remind me of sex. Like I already had sex by that point. It didn't even remind me of sex. It felt like they were in my head. Like they weren't even in my body. They were in my like my nervous system. Like they were in my literal, I don't know how to explain it. So maybe it's that. Maybe it's the idea of like it doesn't even feel like sex. And that's why it's so disturbing. At least a fight is a fight. But like a rape doesn't feel like it should feel. Like in your head, you're like, maybe if I have to choose between having sex or being raped and getting my fingers cut off, I choose rape because it's like having sex, but it's not like having sex.
Well, yeah, of course it's not, sure.
So like maybe that's the issue is like, yes, what's the difference between sex and consensual sex and rape? Well, the consent part, but that's not the psychological difference, you're right, is quite intense. Maybe I can reach out to some like sexperts or like people who actually like work with sexually abused people, and we can talk about why those things are so different. But from my own personal experience, even talking to you, I'm realizing like, oh yeah, there's like it's not even like sex.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. I know you say of course, but like truly, like you've given me something to consider in terms
Sure.
of how to
When I say of course, I mean like sex.
Yeah.
Rape is not bad sex. That's what I say. Of
Rape
course,
is
right?
not exactly.
Like getting jumped is
So-
way different than your worst MMA fight, right? You're in the ring, like that's what it is. Getting jumped is
Yeah.
different than that, right? The same way that
Maybe
rape
it's
is not
the
really good
reasoning
sex.
why too. I will say like my rape was really impersonal. I'm not even. I'm pretty sure I didn't even know those people. I used to go to a lot of house parties with lots of drugs back in the day. Not that I did them. I was only drinking, but like still. And so I didn't know everyone who came in and out of those places. But I will say like it felt impersonal, and maybe that's what's offensive. Like my brother fucked somebody over in traffic. They attacked him. It felt kind of fair in some ways, but not fair. Like super pussy, 3 against 1. But something about it was like, well, I mean, you know, like you have Agnes. There was a context to which I was like, okay, they're pussies, but fine. The rape feels impersonal, but then even when they target you, it's like, why? Like, why? What do they have against you? Isn't it just a power move then? It's like, I'm going to do something to you that fucks with you for the rest of your life. That gives you, like, night terrors and fucking insomnia and, like, doesn't let you be a person again, and maybe even threatens your, like, livelihood or being able to be romantic in the future with somebody else.
Yeah,
Maybe
I know.
feels
You're
like,
talking a lot about the effects. I know all of the effects. I
Yeah.
understand. My only question is the why, because I don't think it should. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna be real with you. I think like this would be really great to have a bunch of like rape victims on a panel to probably talk about this, so we could talk about our differences. But I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know if it doesn't make sense. Like I don't know your sexual history. I don't want to ask you on stream. Like
Sure.
But I don't know what the difference could be like for a brain that hasn't experienced it versus a brain who has. And again, I'm not insinuating that I know your sexual past, but I'm trying to figure out if that's something to consider. If that's like. I don't. Yeah, I can't tell you. I'm sorry. I'm actually not very helpful in this call, am I? Yeah, I don't know. It's different, and because of that difference, it's enough for me to hate the idea of like, oh, I could just walk it off. Like, yeah, I think you can walk off a lot in life. I think I could walk off the death of a child and the death of a spouse and a lot of things because life happens and people fucking die. Could I walk off the rape and molestation of my own child? Okay. I'm about to kill somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, if my kid died from cancer, I'd be like, yeah, that's life. If my kid got fucking raped and killed, I would go to prison hunting that bitch down. Because it's different now. You went for some... But you know what's so funny? Is we only imagine that when it's children. Because when our adult children get raped, a lot of people don't give a fuck.
Really?
Because we should have been able to do something about it. We should have been able to fight back. We should have been able to... I think there's something, at least in my area and my culture and my background, yeah, like, you get blamed. You absolutely are asked, what did you do? Where were you? Why did you do that?
Oh,
Even
yeah,
friends
that's got to
of
be like
mine
a
will say
parent
things-
background. I feel like if somebody...
Well, even friends, I think it's like certain
No,
types
I
of
understand. I'm just saying
people.
it's different because I think if somebody hurt me today, for all of our differences, I think my mom and dad would want to kill that person. I'm thinking for my child's 11, but if he was 20, I can't imagine being like, oh, somebody like beat the shit out of me, could have raped my son, but he's like 20 years old, so like, you know, he should have done something. I feel like I would still be equally incensed, but I think my parents would too. But that might be like a different cultural thing, I guess.
Yeah, I think it might be absolutely right because, like, yeah, in my background, you're very much like, yeah, it's very much like shit happens. Either fucking like I don't know, like it's too confusing to explain on stream, but yeah, it is a lot, and that's probably most of what goes into it. But it's not just like I think the action itself isolated is a thing because I remember thinking like if I was the last person on earth with like even my best friend, like why would we have sex? It doesn't even make sense to my brain. But for some people, they're like, why wouldn't you have sex? I'm like, but why would we? Like, why would things change just because we're the last people on earth? Like, I just don't get that kind of scenario. So maybe I'm like very protective of my body, and how people utilize it or other people touch it, because I'm like, well, why? Like, I don't have that desire. Why do you have that desire? So maybe it's like a feeling of like, well, are you saying for the last people on earth you're gonna rape me? Because like, why wouldn't you? Like, it's just confusing, I suppose. But maybe that's it. It feels so much more worse than being in a fight. I don't know why. I want to be in a fight more. I really actually like the idea of fighting people, because I'm like, that's like, let's go, bitch. I feel strong and capable. But yeah, like, let's have you try to rape me. That doesn't sound like fun. That's not in Naruto. I've never seen that in Berserk. I've never seen that in JJK.
Well, there are some hentais where if the girl loses the fight, the tentacles come out. So I'm just saying.
Okay, I do love me some hentai though. I mean, in that scenario, negotiated and pre-negotiating with enthusiastic consent, maybe. You know, yeah. I don't know. You're right. I'll ask some people because that is a curious subject matter. But I'm telling you right now, like, it is fucking awful. It's bullshit. But it is life. Like, rape is a part of life, but it fucking sucks. I'd rather fight starvation and fucking battling people for scraps of food.
Yeah, I think this is where my brain is right now, I guess, because I haven't thought about this super deeply. The two things that I'm thinking about are, one is it ties back to that deepfake question, kind of, and the difference between how men and women view sex is that, like, I wonder if rape is really bad because it feels like somebody is getting like something out of you that you don't want to give them. In terms of like some guy is basically using me for their pleasure, and I like don't want that to happen, and they're like getting something out of that. So obviously it doesn't feel like sex for you. It's like a totally, or that might feel like a fundamentally different type of thing. If someone's getting something out of you don't want them to. And then the second thing is the that there is like a perceived, because you keep bringing this up too, there's a perceived lack of agency during a sexual assault that doesn't seem to necessarily be the case in a physical assault. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't mind if we have a symbiotic relationship, we're making a trade, I work a job I hate, but who cares, you give me money. Like, in a rape, like, what do I get out of this except PTSD? Like, do I get something better? What do I get? If you're some women, maybe you get a child and that's good, or maybe you're some women, you get a child and that's bad. But like, what am I getting out of this? Maybe it's that. Maybe it's like when you go to war and you fight an enemy, you get like the pride of the country. Or if you're doing certain things, there's something to be proud of. And even surviving your rape doesn't matter because, well, it doesn't look like Rambo. You just fucking go home and you take a shower and you fucking
yeah, but I mean,
self-harm.
surviving getting jumped doesn't look like Rambo. I think you're glorifying, or I don't know if this is a cultural thing or what. I think you're glorifying the fighting thing way too much. I'm not talking about like you're outside of a bar and you get into a glorious 1v1 combat and you like barely lose, but the other guy goes home like totally. It seems like that's your comparison. I'm saying that like you're outside a bar and like some dude like hits you in the back of the head with a bottle and you fall to the ground and like three guys like beat the shit out of you and steal your wallet. That's what I'm talking about. That's the equivalent I'm talking about. Not like you getting glorious 1v1 combat. Yeah.
I was misunderstanding. I thought it was like, we're going to fight now, even if it's unfair. But a bottle, a gun, a knife, like escalating it to like possible murder is not just a fight. That's like, okay, now we're like.
I guess that's when I say getting jumped, that's what I mean. Getting jumped isn't like I'm choosing to fight you and we're going to have like a fun or even an intense one-on-one. I think that's different.
Yeah. I mean, people do get, okay, yeah. I was thinking about my brother's scenario where he got jumped, but it was like, hey, we're coming for you because you fucked with us on the road. And so it became like a, yes, they jumped him, but he also like he tried to fight back. He got a couple hits in, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, there is like a little bit of romanticization with fighting because it's so not personal, but it's also like a matter of strength, and I value strength. But with the sex stuff, yeah, I don't know why. Like I'd rather fight a guy than try. Like, but that's the thing is like you fight him. Maybe I would be able to fight him next time. That's the goal, or her next time. Like the goal is to be able to defend myself the next time, right? So maybe that's it too. Maybe I've prepared myself for getting jumped, which has never happened, but I did prepare myself not to get raped, but not well enough, apparently.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, listen, thanks for your feedback, buddy.
Yeah. All right. Have a great day.
Yep.
Enjoy your streams.
Be careful.
Thanks.
Bye. Hold on. I'm just soliciting a few opinions, things to think about. Hello?
Hello, poop. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't know what you just said before. Jesus. Your mic has gotten worse. Impressive.
Yeah, I know. Somebody bought me a new mic, but I didn't have time to set it up because you're like, you want to do a call in 2 minutes? And I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah, because you said Destiny minutes, so you better believe it was 2 minutes to 120 seconds, okay? Sorry, just a quick question, okay? I'm just curious, okay? Let's say you've got somebody who is... Sorry, I'm just listening to my echo.
Sorry, I fixed that. I was fucked up.
Okay. Let's say that you've got somebody... Hold on, I'm so sorry. I need to get it. This is not a funny topic. Wait, I'm hearing my echo and it's fucking my head up.
Is it still happening?
Yeah, wait, are you using the right microphone or you're using like a webcam mic or something like super fucked right now, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on.
And you're eating again.
Give me a moment.
Jesus, you're like a non-stop food machine.
I know. Okay, we're gonna go back to the
Oh, nice. Now you do... Oh.
different.
Oh, yeah, hi, hello? Oh god, you were talking for a second and then it cut off. I think you need to unplug and plug it back in or something.
Hello?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Don't mess with anything. Hello?
I put the phone.
Okay, oh she's
Hello?
you're
Can
still
you hear me
messing
now?
with things. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is my mic better?
Yes, it sounds really good now. I don't know what you did, but
Fantastic. It's the Yeti.
good job. Wait, didn't you have that
Okay,
before?
well, yeah, but it was my computer or something.
What does that mean? I don't know, I don't care. Okay, stop. Okay, question. Okay.
Also, can you see me? Should I like worry about my appearance?
I can see you, but they can't see you. You're fine.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Quick. Oh, here. I don't know if you need this. Okay. All right. You have a, say you take a woman, okay? Traditional, conservative, religious woman, shamed of masturbating, et cetera, her entire life, okay? Then on the flip side, say you take a highly promiscuous woman, doesn't care, open about her body count, fucks all time, doesn't give a fuck, super open sexually or not. If you run both of these women through the same rape scenario, do you think that their like traumatic response is going to be the same? Do you think it's going to be mostly the same, or do you think it's going to be like significantly different? And why?
I think it depends significantly on the type of rape scenario. Like, my guess is that somebody who's very promiscuous is probably in liberal culture, which has like very specific views on what counts as rape.
Mhm.
Like, somebody's very conservative, like if the husband forces themselves on you, but it's your duty as a wife. Like, this is very different. So it depends a lot.
Oh, so you're taking like the exact opposite answer, where you're saying that like perhaps the conservative woman could be more tolerable of some forms of rape because it's expected.
Yeah, I mean, like the trauma around rape, like in a great deal, is due to like the expectation that you have around how much it's bad. And conservative and liberal women come from very different types of cultures around sex.
This is so what you just said there is the point of contention, I guess, that everybody is talking around. I don't know if this is like a research question or there's like actual like data on this, but I guess the thing that I'm trying to point to that I'm curious about is how much is our trauma in relation to sexual assault? How much is that informed by societal expectations? That's kind of what I'm curious about.
And probably significant. Like, did you see the study? They asked people. I forget exactly. The phrasing probably is important, so maybe you shouldn't trust me until you look at it yourself. But they asked people of different generations or across time, like and they gave specific instances of like men doing things in the street, like flirting at someone, like winking at you, like calling a compliment. And they had people rate to like what degree this was desired versus bad, or like sexual assault versus not. And it was like very much decreased around time. Like older women are like, this stuff is totally fine, and this has always been fine, and the younger women are like, this is unacceptable. So I mean, this is like a pointer. I'm not sure if it's exactly.
Yeah.
But I was strong. Like, you can look at animals. I don't know if animals develop trauma responses, but like some species have lots of sexual coercion, and that seems to be just normally integrated into their animal society.
Yeah, that was the example I get because there's a lot of like even mammals and shit that just rape each other, and it seems like that's just like part of their existence.
It's mostly sexual coercion. Rape itself is actually quite rare in the animal kingdom. Like, only orangutans rape, and like.
What do you mean by sexual coercion? What does that mean?
Like, there's an umbrella of sexual coercion, which is like various like sexual coercion, and this can be like, I'm gonna beat you all the time, and so when I finally try to have sex with you, you don't resist because you're afraid of being beaten. Like, does it count as rape because the person's not the animal's not resisting, or like you can like intimidate people, like run at them and shake a branch. This is what chimpanzees do, and the women are like, oh, roll over. Like, it's very rare to see like an animal like physically like fighting off.
Yeah, I guess I was including all of those things in like the rape, but I know what you mean. It's not like by the books rape. It's like human societal rape or whatever. Like, I think I watched on what was it? I don't remember if it was an animal or an insect, but like on Reddit there was something where I think it was either an insect or an animal shows like a branch or something cool, and then the female looks at it and they're captivated, and then while that happens the animal runs around to the back and like really quickly like fucks the woman and then like walks away. I don't remember. Maybe somebody I swear to God this was on like Reddit like 2 days ago. I saw this.
Which animal it was?
I don't remember. Somebody could fucking Somebody said spiders. It wasn't spiders. I don't remember what it was. Fuck me. But
I like the water gliders insects. Do you know how they do it?
people are saying owls. No, I don't know. Tell me.
I forget exactly. I think it's like a species of water glider. It's an insect, and they hover on the surface of the water. And so what the male does is he climbs on the female, and she evolved protection or something, so you can't exactly rape her. But like what he does is he starts tapping on the water to attract predators, and the only way the female can get him to shut up is by allowing him to have sex with her.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Nice.
I think that fact is so much cooler than the tone you just gave me.
Well, I'm thinking about I'm thinking about fucking rape in society, and you're telling me a cool fact about insects, okay? Fucking on top of the water, okay? That was a coolish fact, okay? But it's like, that's not where my brain is right now, all right? I'm not in an appreciate interesting facts mode, okay?
Okay.
But thank you.
Maybe there's some effort we can get you there.
Okay. Well,
because rape in the animal kingdom is one of the most fascinating topics ever.
Sure. Yeah, I agree because it because of the, I'm sorry, fuck my brain. Because of the parallels that we draw to like human interaction, right? Because it's so much different, and but in some ways so much the same, right? Yeah.
Are you thinking about something else?
No, I'm thinking about this. This is a really challenging conversation, and a lot of people have very, very, very strong opinions about it. And I'm just trying to figure out like why. The thing that started this off, the question, this is like an idea that I proposed that I think is true. I feel like if you were to poll people on like what's worse, and you take like some of the worst forms of like getting jumped, and then you compare that to some of the least bad forms of like getting raped, I feel like over 50% of the population would say like the rape is worse. That like if you compare a guy getting jumped by like 3 dudes and his nose busted, and you compare that to like another woman like getting stealthed, I think people would say like, oh, like over half the people like, yeah, getting stealthed is probably worse than that because it's like kind of rape.
Yeah.
And I'm curious where that feeling comes from. Or like a lot of people say things like getting raped is worse than getting murdered.
Yeah, and in the same way that like getting tortured is worse than getting murdered. Like you like are having an experience as opposed to not having an experience. But similarly, like in my survey, my King survey, I ask about a whole bunch of really fucked up things. I'm like, are you aroused by the thought of murder? Are you aroused by the thought of like, of wound fucking or whatever? But when it comes to rape, you have to say, are you aroused by the thought of rape play? Like that's the one term where you can't just say the thing. You have to like specify that it's a fantasy in the thing because it's so taboo.
And you don't say murder play, you just say murder?
Yeah, it's snuff.
Interesting.
Because people don't freak out about that. But if you're like, I'm like aroused by rape, everybody's like, oh my God, you're a terrible person.
Oh yeah, or like one of the one of the memes that I see go around Twitter is that like you can walk around saying shit like, we need to kill all Nazis. I would murder a Nazi. If I ever saw a Nazi, I'd fucking murder one. But if you say some shit like, man, if I see a Nazi, I'm gonna rape them, everybody looks at you like it's really weird. And it's like, it's an interesting like way that we engage with topics. Okay. Trying to think of. Yeah, do you have anything else you want to add? Throw your hat into the ring on this topic?
I mean, I've been like kind of like 70% raped before, and it was fine. Because I think partially because I was very careful not to allow people to tell me that it was bad. I've also been molested as a kid, and it was fine. I also think because I was very careful. Like when I grew up, I was like, maybe I shouldn't believe it when people tell me that it's really bad. But there were some moments where I was like, maybe I should fall into the narrative where I'm like really traumatized by this. Those are the only things I have left to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so curious about. I wonder what the difference is between like repression versus like this just didn't affect me much. That's like because I'm relatively unemotional. I have to think about a lot of things in my life like that. Like, oh, am I like repressing a ton of stuff and I'm not aware of it, or is it actually just not that big a deal to me? It doesn't matter. And then I wonder.
You probably repress.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Like repression probably like occurs when you feel like you need to in order to achieve a goal. Like if you repress a thing about yourself, maybe it's like if I believe this thing, then I'm going to feel a great deal of shame and guilt. Or if I believe this thing, then the tribe is going to excommunicate me.
Mm-hmm.
So like repression is like for a purpose. And so like what is the purpose? Like if you're sexually assaulted and you're like, this wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I agree that
trying to preserve.
I agree repression can be for a purpose. My question isn't is it for a purpose? My question is it a conscious like cognitive activity, or is it something that just happens that you don't really think about? Like, for instance, like a husband coming home and beating the shit out of you because he gets drunk, right? You might think like, well, normally he's a really nice guy, and it's just when he drinks he's like that, and sometimes he's really nice. Like, I don't know if that's like intellectual cognitive process where you're thinking like, if I really recognize my husband for what he is, that's going to be really difficult, so I'm going to make excuses for him. I don't think that's the thought process. I think the thought process is just like you're grabbing for something nice that like makes you feel happy, and you're trying to like rationalize like why he's being a piece of shit, and this answer like makes you feel better than acknowledging that he's like a horrible person, right? So like the former I would consider like a very intellectualized process, and the latter is just like a maladaptive, automatic, this is just what your brain does without you thinking about it, if that makes sense.
I don't understand why you're making the distinction. I think I missed the point.
Oh.
Like, why is this important?
Why is it important? Because of what you just said right before because about repression, right? Is repression because if repression is a cognitive process, then it should be really easy to understand when you're repressing something, right? Like if I'm like in a room and I don't say something like, fuck, I know if I say something, everybody's gonna bully me, I'm not gonna do this. If I reflect on that later, I'd be like, okay, I know why I didn't say anything, because I was worried about getting bullied. But like, let's say that you go in a room and you just don't say anything, you're quiet and shy and anxious around certain people that are really dominant, and you don't know why. Later on, when you're asked to reflect on that, it might be hard for you to figure out, like, I don't know why I don't talk, I don't know why I don't say anything. I guess maybe I'm just like a loser. Like, you don't know as much because the repression, that's why I'm curious, does it happen consciously or unconsciously? Because the way that you would address it would be way different, or the way you even identify it would be way different.
So you're like, maybe that like I was doing some sort of like conscious, possibly conscious repression as opposed to subconscious?
Or are you doing subconscious repression, you just don't realize it?
Because you're like trying to reason yourself out of feeling bad?
Because you're, like, if repression is an emotional or uncognitive process, it's possible, I don't know if this is how it works or not, but I'm saying maybe it's possible you've engaged in a great deal of repression and you're not aware of it. And you might have like a whole bunch of like maladaptive behaviors, and you don't even see it. You think they're just like normal things. Like maybe a person is like, oh yeah, I don't talk to or trust anybody, because I think that people are just largely like not to ever be trusted. And I think that like being completely on your own with no friends is like really good. Like if 99% of people said that, I think people are like, bro, you sound like maladaptive as hell. Like who hurt you? That would be like the thing. And if the person doesn't realize, they're like, oh no, I think it's just like a good way to live life. You might be like, okay, maybe you should like introspect a little bit. But if like the repression part is not cognitive and they just like do it, then maybe that's just the way they walk through life, you know?
You're like, how do you know?
That's my question. I don't know.
if it's repression or not.
If it's like if repression is like a conscious thing or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, like my guess is like you probably would see behaviors that are not congruent with what you're saying. Like if I'm really repressing the fact that like say my husband comes home, beats me, and I'm not okay with that, but I'm like, actually I'm fine, he's not normally like this. But then like he comes home one night and I'm like, I like totally freak out, like my body enters a panic attack. Like then that sort of response is like not congruent with the thing that you're trying to, the narrative you're feeding yourself. And so that's what would be my guess.
And that would be, that's because that's usually what I would say, is that like I think you look for obvious like maladaptive patterns. Like if you meet a new person and they're trying to open up to you and you shut down every single conversation like that and you run away, like there's no good logical reason to do that. You're probably engaging in like behaviors that are not like, these aren't healthy ways to communicate with people or something like that, right?
Okay, so you're saying maybe people get raped and then they're like, that was fine, it didn't affect me, but then like they are actually exhibiting behaviors that like you would expect to see from someone for whom the rape affected them?
Maybe, or the contrapositive of that, where somebody gets raped and they're socially told that they have to have a feeling for it, and they like create those feelings out of nothing, perhaps. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Even that statement is really extreme, because people are just like, oh, you think rape is fake and blah blah blah. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't know. I don't know the extent to it. That, like how much does the social
I told you about like, you know, the whole, I was really abused in childhood and stuff, right? And then like I grew up and I got into the world and I was like, this is fine. Like I wasn't traumatized by it. It sucked, but I wasn't traumatized by it. And then people were like, oh my God, I'm so sorry for you. And like it was only after I encountered people reacting to me like that I got traumatized. Then I had like a whole like fucked up thing going on in my body. And like, when I look at that in hindsight, to me clearly this is society traumatizing me. This wasn't my dad traumatizing me, even though like I had like other fucked up shit from that. But like then there's like a distinction between like the concrete like behaviors that I had adopted, like fear, like from my upbringing, versus like the narrative processing about the upbringing, which like caused a strong trauma response. And the trauma response is different from like the direct learned response, and that feels very separate to me. And so to me, this makes me, at least this experience for myself makes me think that like it's very learned.
Wait, can you expand on that? When you say the trauma response is way different than like the learned response, what do you mean by that?
Like let's say you have to go to the hospital and you've had a couple bad hospital experiences. And so the doctor wants to, I don't know, like take your blood or put you in a really uncomfortable position, and you have like a fear response in your body, like you're stressed, you're upset, you're angry, maybe you have like dreams about it later. But you tell people this, and nobody's going to be like, going to treat you like you're having a trauma response. They're going to treat you like you're having like a normal conditioned response, like based on experiences that you've had. Whereas if you like move to a culture where people are like, oh my fucking God, I can't believe you have doctors like that. I can't believe you would put up with such an experience. You might develop a secondary narrative about that. And so there's sort of like this like default like systemic physical response that you have as a direct response to learned behavior. Like, I don't want to go in that alley. Somebody jumped me in that alley last time. That doesn't feel like a trauma response to me. It feels like a natural learned behavior response. But if everybody's like, oh my God, like if you're really upset, like if this was something that should not be, if there's some like deep, this is why I brought the medical example, because in medical examples we have this concept that it should be, like, it is good that you went to the doctor. This has a meaningful place in our society and our narrative. Like, nothing is violated by you going to the doctor and having an uncomfortable experience. Whereas if you get raped, is a huge violation. And so it's like the sensation of that violation, the like what it like ought to be is different than what is. I think that is the trauma response that is learned.
Interesting. Okay, so let me pair this back up with another example you gave and see if I'm mapping this on correctly. So a trauma response is going to be a what were the two things you said? You said it was trauma response versus like just a direct physical response?
Direct response, we can call it.
So like a physical response is going to be like you endure some stimulus that is negative, and then you have like a predictable response in the future relating to it. But like a trauma response has to do with like an incongruency of narratives. So earlier you gave the example of like a conservative woman being like maritally, spousally raped or whatever. That like she might have like physical unpleasant feelings around like, fuck, like my husband wants to fuck me again, I don't want it, but I have to deal with this, blah, blah, blah. And she might have like a physically negative response to that. But until she's introduced to the concept of maybe spousal rape is bad and your husband is a piece of shit, she's not going to develop like that narratively driven trauma response until she's introduced to like that narrative that forms that incongruence between how men should be and how they are.
Yeah, basically.
Mm-hmm.
This is also the division I think I was like probing at you one of the other times we talked, which I don't know if you remember, but I was trying to like figure out if you had the sense of like the sharing of reality, like something should not be in yourself anywhere. I think like that sort of thing I was trying to probe at is the same kind of thing that I'm trying to refer to here, which I think you understand.
Huh. That's interesting. Because now if I tie that into that, because I think my response to that was that I've never felt that like sharing of reality seems like a really hard thing to feel.
Yeah, you might be completely untraumatized.
Yeah, but then well, I feel that way, but I've had a lot of like shitty things happen to me. But maybe that's the reason why, is if my expectations about the way that I navigate the world is a certain way, and I don't experience that sharing of reality, therefore I don't have that same necessarily the trauma thing. But I'm not sure. But I feel like hold on. Let me probe this Let me probe this thing a little bit more, because I think we're starting to use these words a little bit differently. It's possible, for instance, that somebody without any narrative being formed at all, somebody could be like abused. Let's say somebody walks into a forest and a massive fucking spider jumps on them and bites them, and they get like a necrotizing fucking wound or some shit. And their shit is fucked, okay? They go through a traumatic 1-month hospital stay, and then they come out. Without any societal narratives at all, this person could theoretically be like traumatized relating to like walking through forests or jungles, or like going outside because they're worried about spiders. No? How does that fit your definition of like the trauma narrative versus like just like a direct physical response?
I would consider that in my like direct response category. Like, it seems like very reasonable to try to avoid walking in a forest if you're like assigning high odds that a spider jumps out at you.
But wouldn't it? But the reason why I would consider that to be like maladaptive or a trauma response is because it's not necessarily rational, right? Like, it might have been literally a 1 out of 1,000 or 1 out of 1,000,000 event, and now you're worried about it happening every single time you go outside.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like the direct response category or something, and then like there's definitely parts of the direct response that are not rational. Like we have monkey brains.
Sure, I guess I'm having a hard time because what you would describe as like a direct response that is irrational sounds to me like another word for trauma. So like, for instance, let's say I see a man and I got raped before, and now I see a man and like my blood pressure increases and I start to get like actually anxious. That would be like a physical response that's irrational, because not every man is going to rape me, right? That's a maladaptive thing in response to a traumatic event. But I feel like most people just call that trauma.
Yeah, I mean, we can call it trauma. I'm not attached to the words whatsoever. We can call it like that, like trauma 1, and then the societal narrative thing, trauma 2.
Sure.
And then the like initial healthy thing, like the direct response, like whatever. Yeah, I also think it's confusing because like trauma 1 and trauma 2 get conflated a lot, or it's like the boundaries between the two get unclear. Like, you can develop an automatic response like, I'm afraid of all men now because this man did a terrible thing to me. But like also you can become afraid of all men because society is telling you that you should be afraid of all men. And that's really hard to tease those two apart.
True. Huh. Okay. Do you have any final thoughts or anything else you want to add on this?
Am I about to get the classic? What is it like? Gotcha. Anything else?
That was the gotcha. No, I'm just kidding. Well, if you have more thoughts, I just want to drag it out. I'm trying to. There's like a lot I have to think about. There's a lot of like unsettled stuff for me. I don't have like really strong opinions on any of this. It's like
Is there like a scenario that confuses you, like a specific one?
Well, if I'm giving you like my my ultra edgy personal opinion is that I don't think the vast majority of rape should be traumatic at all. That's my ultra edgy opinion. But most people obviously would revile at that. But then given further justification, my thought process would be that like in a world where we had a healthier engagement with sex, where it wasn't stigmatized as much, where women weren't stigmatized or demonized for having a high body count, and where people were a little bit more firm with like their relationships and boundaries, that like in my mind, but again, this might just be my emotional processing, like you could have a really bad you could have a rape sexual encounter with somebody. You go to a party, you get really drunk, too drunk, and then you wake up the next day and you're laying next to some guy and you're like, fuck, this guy fucking raped me. I did not want to have sex with this dude. Fuck me. And then you like wake up and you're like, this is fucking dumb. I shouldn't have gotten drunk. This asshole shouldn't have taken advantage of me. And you like walk away from it and like, that's it. You're like, I'm not going to fuck this guy and I'm not going to drink like around these people anymore. And this guy's an asshole rapist. But like, that's it. And then you walk away and you're good. But I don't know if what I'm saying there, I don't know if that's like completely and totally unrealistic or if it's like so socially reinforced that you should, or if there is something deeper happening where it's like, even without the social reinforcement, like people are still going to walk away feeling like incredibly horrible about that encounter.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a combo. I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if there were an argument that like we evolved to not like rape is like not good for us, like
for anybody,
as a female.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's like not evolutionarily beneficial to have somebody, rape you. So like obviously, like I would not be shocked if there's some like deep psychological stuff that's like wrapped up in there, like some intense feeling of violation. But also, I don't know. I've been through a lot of like sexually aggressive experiences, and I'm like completely fine about it. So there's like some evidence that it's possible.
Yeah, or like I feel like a lot of early, there's another edgy opinion. I feel like a lot of early teenage sexual experiences can be classified as like either highly coercive or like almost rape in terms of like, just because teenagers are so stupid and everybody so has no idea what's going on in terms of like how they engage with everything. And I wonder if, but like it seems like I would imagine as a species, we would mostly get through that untraumatized. Like it seems so weird that type of trauma would be like a necessary part of our sexual development, you know?
Yeah, dude, because like there's so many like normal cultures where sexual assault of children is normal. I mean, not so many, there are ones where it's just like it's framed as a positive thing. And I'm like, what are you saying? Are you claiming that like the act itself is inherently terrible, such that like all human beings in that culture must be carrying like intense trauma around this that they're repressing?
Well, but that is probably true to some extent, though, I would imagine, right? Like I imagine a lot of women, I would imagine, probably feel pretty shitty around spousal rape, but it probably wasn't standard for a long time to talk about that, right? It's just something you're expected to kind of endure, like childbirth, like your husband just wants to fuck you and you don't want it, right? And I imagine there's probably some negative feelings about that. I can't imagine they all liked being raped in the past by their husbands, but it was like so normalized that people didn't really talk about it, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm clicking some things. I don't know what's happening.
No,
yeah, and I like the thing is like you could extrapolate like how many things right now are considered totally normal that we're just like accepting because it's part of the narrative. Like the medical one is an example. Like we probably feel very similarly about medical procedures as like wives did about spousal rape back in the day.
What do you mean by that?
Like medical procedures are sort of a necessary evil in order to achieve like the good of maintaining good health. And
wait,
back then,
I'm so
like,
confused.
wives like
What do you mean by I feel like most medical procedures aren't viewed as like necessary evil, or what do you mean by that?
well, it's like you have to go through the unpleasant thing in order to have the good thing, which is being healthy. Like you have to go to the dentist and they stick a needle in your mouth, or they, I don't know. You know,
sure,
like,
sure.
You have to go
Okay,
through an unpleasant experience.
Gotcha. Okay, sure. Okay.
But we in no way frame that an unpleasant experience as traumatizing because we consider it to be necessary and good.
Yeah, I feel like there's a difference because there's a, I feel like it's disanalogous for two reasons. One is because oftentimes there's not somebody taking pleasure in your displeasure, right? Like in rape. And then two is because there's usually something good on the other side for that. Whereas for like, I don't know, spousal rape, or maybe your marriage, I guess, but.
Yeah, you're fulfilling your duty, your good duty as a wife. And you're getting like your husband's satisfaction out of it. But I don't know, is like someone else taking pleasure really like the linchpin for this?
Maybe, I think so. Do you think? I feel like a little bit of it is. I almost tie it back to, without reopening the whole can of worms, but I almost tie it back to like the deepfake thing a little bit, where somebody's able to like get pleasure out of you without you really wanting them to, without you consenting to it, and that feels like kind of disgusting. I think for the rape thing, I think there's a similar feeling, like that loss of agency is bolstered by the fact that somebody's able to get something out of your body that you don't want them to. I wonder if that's like where a lot of the feelings of like revulsion and disgust come from.
What about like a non-pleasurable rape? Like if you hypothetically had a scenario where somebody's like raping you dutifully, but like didn't really enjoy it, would that be less traumatizing?
I actually thought of that like 20 seconds ago, but I can't even think of an example where that would happen. Because there's a lot of erotic I've read where you have like two guys are like locked in a jail, or like a woman and a guy, and they have to like fuck in order for them to be released or something, and neither of them like it. But like it's like such an impossible to imagine scenario where two people have to have sex and they're raping each other and neither of them want it, but they have to. But it's really hard for me to imagine. Can you give me like an example of that? Or
I'm thinking like arranged marriages.
Yeah, but usually I feel like just because of the way we engage with sex, I feel like it's really hard to imagine men not almost always enjoying it, right? I feel like almost all of sex is framed around like the male orgasm. So it's hard to imagine like men not enjoying it to some extent, you know?
Yeah, I was like trying to think of like other incentives for having sex, but like ultimately you're getting something you want.
The guy at least usually is, right?
Yeah, and like the thing that you want can change, but
Mm-hmm.
I was just trying to like calibrate like how much of it is about the pleasure. Like what if you were raped by like a non-human, like an android? Let's say we get to the future and we have like a full robot who can run around and rape things, but it doesn't feel, it's not conscious. Or like an animal.
I don't know.
Like
Yeah,
if an
that's really
orangutan
interesting. I'm not sure. Okay, this is a wild one. What if you get like raped by somebody? This is like so impossible to even imagine. It's a worthless question. But like, let's say you get raped by somebody. You're a woman, you get raped by a man, and later on you find out that that man's family was going to be murdered if he didn't rape you, and the man is gay. Would you have a different feeling about it? Like, well, the guy that raped me, well, he's gay, so he didn't even really like it that much. Would that change it? I'm not sure. I truly have no idea. I don't know if you could even think of like hypothesize like that circumstance. I don't know.
But I mean, I do think that like our relationships to offense change when the motivation changes occurring in non-sexual scenarios. Like if somebody was really annoying at you and they were like taking pleasure in your pain, like I would have a very different response than if they were annoying me for any other reason, like accidentally or something.
I was going to respond with that earlier because you asked me like, does the person taking pleasure actually change it after you gave the dentist example? Would you feel differently if when a dentist was like cleaning your teeth or something and they were like poking and prodding your gums, if they were like clearly exuberant, you know, like, does that hurt? You know, like that. And they're like, not necessarily going harder, but you can tell they like really enjoy it when you're getting fucked up.
I think if I could have a guarantee that their pleasure is not translating to like increased pain for me, I would prefer that they have pleasure.
You really think so?
Would you? Yes. I've thought about this a lot, actually.
In a non-sexual
like,
way or
hey,
just in a sexual way?
No, in a non-sexual way. I was like, well, if we could just like cause people to gain pleasure from like painful things in the world already, like would I press that button? And I think I would. Would you not? Would you not want your dentist to be like really getting off on, or like just normal pleasure? Let's say non-sexual pleasure because people fear things around sexual pleasure. But they're just like experienced visceral.
Yeah, like euphoria,
pleasure.
like they're really happy.
Yeah.
My intuition says that I would not like that. It would actually, I feel like I would be irritated if somebody was like enjoying my.
Why?
I don't know if I have a good reason why. That's intuitively I feel. Have you ever been skiing or snowboarding before?
No.
I tried to go skiing in Sweden, and probably the closest time I've ever come to wanting to viscerally murder someone was learning how to ski. Especially as a guy, whenever you fall over because of the way the snow boots stick up, like standing up from a fallen over position in snow boots that are strapped to skis is one of the most agonizing experiences. It's one of the hardest things to do. It's just standing up. It's so challenging. And I remember, I think it was like the fourth time I fell over, and like Melina came over to offer to like help me stand up, and these like 4-year-olds are zooming by me, and I was like, get the fuck away from me, you fucking cunt, or I will kill you if you touch. I was just so fucking mad because I could tell that she was having a lot of fun because it was funny to her to watch me because I'm normally pretty good at whatever I do, but here I am, I look like a fucking moron. I'm falling over all the time, and I know that she's enjoying it. Maybe, but I might just be a spiteful asshole. Maybe that's not normal. In my head, I'm getting irritated because I'm like, I hate that you're enjoying how agonizing this is for me. But maybe I'm just a dick.
Well, it also, I mean, maybe you just wanted empathy.
No, not really. I just wanted her to not look at me or just be anywhere at all near. But I also don't like watching people like watch me practice. Like if I played saxophone or piano, I don't want anybody to watch me practice. That might just be a personal hang up I have. I don't know how.
It's like shame.
I don't know if it's shame or not. It's just. Is it?
It sounds. I mean, my guess sounds like shame to me.
I don't think I'm ashamed. Like I think like people like to listen. Like playing piano is like an easy way for people to like. It's an enjoyable thing. They like listening to me play piano. They get like a good emotional feeling out of it. I'm not ashamed of it. Like I know that if they listen, they probably like it. But I just don't like if I'm just like playing something on my own. Or I'm like I don't want somebody to come in and like take. If I don't want to perform for somebody, I don't want to be giving a performance for somebody.
Oh wait, okay. So there's like the skiing thing, but then like the thing that you just described sounds like part of your brain is taken up by like tracking attention, and it's like difficult for you to pay full attention on the piano when you're tracking social attention.
No, it's not.
It's
not the tracking attention. It's that. The more we get into this, okay, I want to play the piano because I think that might be my personal autism. I don't know if that's like applicable to most people. If I'm like playing something and I like, let's say that I'm playing something. Oh, this happened to me one time. Sometimes when I went to school for music, one of the halls, there was a way to get into the building, and late at night, one of the halls would be open, and I could go in, and they had this huge Steinway grand piano, and in that room, the resonance was perfect. It sounded beautiful. I love playing on that. It was super, super, super fun, and I would go in sometimes if I wasn't working those nights. I would go in and I would play at night just because it's such an amazing room for acoustics. And one of the times I did it, when I went up outside, there were two people that were chatting. And when I came out, like, oh my gosh, that was so nice. Like, it was really beautiful listening to play. And I wanted to kill myself. I hated the fact that they were fucking standing there listening to playing because I wasn't trying to put on a fucking show or perform for anybody. It was just like a personal thing for me. And them like standing there listening just irritated the fuck out of me. But this might be like a personal autistic thing I have. It might not be like so I don't know how much that's relevant to anything else we talked about.
Okay, so let's choose your own adventure thing that we're doing right now. Do you have me to ask you more questions about that experience, or like go back to the original topic?
Well, I don't know. Wherever you want to go. What do you want to do? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I asked because I don't know.
I can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I just called you on a spur and I didn't give you any advance forewarning for this, so I don't want to like eat up like a ton of your time if you have like shit planned or whatever. That's what I'm. Yeah.
No, I got a dinner later tonight, but that's it.
Okay, then whichever direction you want to move in.
Yeah. Wait. Okay, wait. I completely forgot what you're talking about though. Oh yeah, your shame. Your deep.
It's not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. I know it sounds nice.
Humiliation.
It's not humiliating. Well, I don't know if it's humiliating.
It's
just
your pants down.
No, it's not that. It's just. What's the difference between that and somebody? Let's say you just have the best fucking masturbation session ever. You got 7 different vibrators hooked up to every fucking erogenous zone in your body, and then you found out afterwards that somebody was watching you, and they're like, "Wow, that was a sick performance, Ayla." Would you not feel like a little bit irritated that they were like snooping on you and?
Well, yeah, but I think that sort of feeling comes from like having like the incongruence between like the me self and the other self. Like it's really scary to be watched when you're not like being ready to be watched. Like you're acting differently than you would, and so it's like asymmetric information. It's really vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I actually think is going on. I don't think you're actually terrified of being humiliated.
What if you wouldn't do the thing if you knew somebody was listening? Oh, what's up?
Someone.
Uh-oh.
It just sounds like someone's banging on my house from the outside.
Nice. It's the snooper, dude.
Did you hear that?
He wanted to give his opinion. I can't hear it now.
Someone is literally just. Okay. I'm gonna go.
Oh wait,
outside.
I hear that. Yeah, are you okay, buddy?
They're slamming on the wall. Hold on, I'm gonna go around.
Okay. You know she did.
Okay, I don't think I'm getting murdered.
Did you fight him off?
Well, somebody apparently is putting siding on. I'm renting my house, so
Oh,
I guess somebody decided to come do work on it.
nice.
But that thing it stopped.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, what were we doing?
I don't remember. You said something about humiliation. I said I don't feel humiliated. I think that's where we were.
Right. Oh yeah, because you just got caught with your pants down. I don't know. There's like I feel like you are just sort of your response to your environment. You're your response to other people.
Mm-hmm.
Do you hear that?
Not that much. It's okay. This is how it feels when my mic echoes and in your headphones. Now you understand the feeling, okay?
I can't even hear you because it sounds like somebody has a hammer slamming literally on the other side of my computer.
I mean, that's
'Cause I'm
literally
thinking-
what they're... If they're putting up siding, that's literally what they're doing. They're banging with a fucking hammer, probably putting something up, right?
Okay, but you are sort of like different people in response to different things in your environment, in response to different like groups or individuals, or if you're alone.
Mm-hmm.
And I think like not having the appropriate persona online for different types of environment is really disorienting and scary. Like, can you imagine like being the way you are around your parents versus like the way you are around your friends, and if you like swapped those personas?
It wouldn't. I'm the same always, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I know.
You
what mean.
kind of are.
Yeah, I am.
Actually.
But there would be some. If there was like a first date with a girl, and then I met her parents or something, and I walk in and they've got like my debate videos playing in the background, I'd probably be mortified because I would want to present myself more professionally than that. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
It's like your perception is outside of your control.
Yeah, the narrative control thing. Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. So your perception is outside of your control, and people are watching you play piano. Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, that might be it. I think so.
Excellent.
Tentatively
Mystery
saying yes.
solved.
Okay. Yeah. Good job.
What's the next mystery?
Yeah. Do you think rape shouldn't be a big deal? You were saying yes. Just kidding.
Yes, that adequately summarizes my nuanced take. Okay.
Okay.
Should I show myself out, or should I try and think of something else interesting to say?
I should be getting to this video, so if you have anything else on this topic, you can. Otherwise, we can reconvene tomorrow or the
What?
day after or something.
No, I think we're good then. Gotcha. Anything else?
Just fucking kill yourself. Bye. Or don't kill yourself. Whatever. I hope. Actually, you do. I hope you get triggered. Bye. Have
Really
fun.
just to spite you.
Yeah, true. Put me in the note. Okay, fuck you. Ooh. I just remember she was like, I'm worried you're going to tell me to kill myself one day. Rip. Okay, what do you want? Testing. 1, 2. Uh-oh.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I was in the middle of doing dishes.
Good one.
All right. All right. So there are a few things I want to address. Okay. All right. First of all, you can't quantify trauma, right?
Well, what do you mean by that?
I mean, any quantification of trauma that you get is going to be on the basis of self-reporting. People who have different experiences are going to self-report their trauma in proportion to how it affected them.
Sure, but I mean, like, that's going to be true of every single thing we have to self-report, but we still try to find ways to quantify it. We have to for, like pain is a subjective experience that we self-report. We issue drugs based on pain, right?
Well, right, but like, I mean, this is why we have the opioid epidemic, right? I mean, you go in for knee surgery, and you're like, oh, holy fuck, my knee is killing me. I need the strongest shit you got, doc. And they're like, oh man, this person's really in pain. Compared to, you know, a woman going through childbirth, she gets knee surgery. She's like, oh, this is no big deal, you know?
Okay.
And so it's like, so you've got the example of the super conservative Christian woman who gets raped, and the super sleut who's like, I have sex with everybody. And
Sorry,
she
hold
gets
on,
raped,
real quick, because
right?
people don't. This is Lav, guys. We're talking to Lav right now. Okay, sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
shut the fuck up.
Go ahead.
I hate you so much.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so, I mean, it's entirely possible that those two women... Honey, be quiet. I'm on the phone. Sorry, my dog. He hates it when I'm on the phone. Anyway, it's entirely possible that those two women can experience equal amounts of trauma, even though their circumstances are completely different.
Yeah, it could
right?
be, but my question was, would they generally, or would it generally diverge? I don't know. I don't know the answer.
I don't think that you can generally assess the amount of trauma that somebody's going to derive from an experience.
I think we can.
I mean, how? Like, if my house gets taken out by a hurricane and your house gets taken out by a hurricane, can we generally assess that you and I are going to experience the same thing? I don't think so.
It's not about experiencing anything, but generally, right? It's like the death of a child is generally going to be pretty traumatic to most parents. The death of a first dog or cat is going to be generally traumatic to a child. Like a rape is generally traumatic. Physical assault is generally traumatic. We can generalize a lot. Like we might not be able to say like you're experiencing 27 points of displeasure right now, but I think we can generally talk about people's traumas now.
I mean, we can generally say, yes, this thing is bad, but we can't generally say one person is going to experience more trauma than another person. It's so subjective that it's impossible to generalize. Like, yeah, both people are probably going to have a form of negative experience, but the degree of negative experience that they have is going to be, it's so personal that it's impossible to make generalizations about it, in my opinion.
I don't know if I agree. I feel like maybe, I'm not sure.
All right.
But okay, what else? Anything else?
Yeah, there's more. Okay.
Oh boy.
I can explain why rape is internally traumatizing using philosophy.
Oh
Okay?
boy, go ahead.
All right, let's break it down. So, the existentialists. Let's talk about them.
Okay.
So, your fundamental meaning as an individual derives from the way that you interact with the world, right? And this is the same for everybody. Men, women, doesn't matter. The essence of you as an individual is defined by your internal experiences and your external experiences, right?
Yeah, that's everything in the universe you've just described, but go ahead.
Right. But we're talking about people, Stephen.
Okay, go ahead.
So, as individuals, we self-relate. How do I explain this? The way that we interact with our external world provides us with an internal sense of control, right? So I engage with my environment in a way that I choose, and for that reason, I feel not self-actualized. I mean, yeah, self-actualized. I feel self-actualized by engaging with my environment in a way that I choose, right? So when there are external occurrences that are not of my choosing, it undermines my sense of self-actualization, right?
Okay.
So, like getting jumped.
Before you... Oh, yeah, okay, go on.
Before I what?
Well, I was going to say, before you run down this road too much, I feel like whatever you're going to say about rape, I'm going to say about getting jumped. But it sounded like you were about to address that, so go for it. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. So when you get jumped, right, it's an external experience that you don't have any control over. And I think it is, to a certain degree, traumatizing because it undermines your sense of control over your environment, right? I would go so far as to say that to an extent, it undermines your sense of identity, because your identity is fundamentally based on exerting control over the things around you. Here you don't have control. A priori, your identity is undermined.
Okay.
With rape, I think the reason that it's intrinsically traumatizing is because it is an external experience, but it's also to a certain extent an internal experience, right? It's a literal physical violation. So now I'm put in this position where not only do I not have control over my environment, I don't even have control over my own internal experience. Like I have been stripped of every form of control that a human being is physically capable of exerting, both externally and internally.
Sure, but I'm going to come back to that, and I'm going to say getting jumped is the same thing, no?
No, because it's purely an external experience.
Hold on. I'm going to fight you really hard. I think you're playing a word game here. Getting raped isn't... When you say external versus internal experience, it sounds to me like you're describing external in terms of environment versus internal, which is your own personal thoughts and feelings. Rape, even if something is going inside your body, is still an external experience. That's still external, the thoughts and feelings of the mind.
it's external to the thoughts and feelings of your mind, but it's internal in the sense that it's
Whatever you say, careful, because I'm going to apply to getting jumped, so choose your words carefully. Go ahead. Because if you're going to say, like, well, it's internal because somebody's doing something with your body that they don't want, so it's getting jumped. Somebody's getting something from you that you don't want them to get, so it's getting jumped. Right, but go ahead.
It's okay. Think of it this way, right? Losing a hand is different from losing a kidney, right? Because one is outside of you and one is inside of you. It's fundamentally different.
Is
right?
it? Well, no. Is that what we really mean when you say internal, external?
It's no, but now I'm playing word games.
I mean, like, it is different, but, like, I don't know how...
It's so like when I'm trying to communicate my thoughts, I'm having a hard time.
That's okay. That's, you know, it's internal, external.
You were gonna call me. So.
Oh, well, you fucking spammed my shit saying you're getting triggered, so I did call you, okay?
I am getting triggered, yeah, because this is what it fundamentally comes down to, right? Is like you have control over two things. You have control over yourself, and you have control over how that self interacts with the environment around you, right? And when you get raped, not only do you lose control over the environment, but you lose control over the self. And I sincerely don't think that's the same as getting jumped, right? Because having people, like, let's say you have 3 guys attack you from all different sides, right?
Okay.
It's still, I think, to a certain extent, an environmental experience, right? I mean, yeah, you're like having all of these panic thoughts. Holy shit, am I gonna die? I need to fight these guys off. What's gonna happen? Is this it? Is this the end? You know? Whereas when you're getting raped, it's such a visceral violation that it truly strips you of even the autonomy to consider what happens after this. How do I handle this? Right? It's
I understand what you're saying. Getting punched is pretty visceral.
I mean, yeah, but like, what if you got punched in your asshole and it went all the way inside you? That's objectively worse, right?
Yeah, but having somebody, like, punch me through the chest into my heart versus putting their dick in my asshole, I'd probably rather get the dick in my asshole.
Yeah, but no one's gonna punch you through your chest and into your heart.
Have you seen Doom Guy? He punches real hard.
I don't think he punches that hard, Steven.
Okay. All right, wrap it up. Give me your final thoughts. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, you know, rape, it's a really visceral experience. I don't think you can compare it to something that happens externally. It's the internal experience that really defines how traumatizing it is. And I think it's traumatizing regardless of what kind of situation we're in.
Okay. All right.
All right. I'm gonna go finish my dishes. I'll stop spamming you now.
Okay,
have fun.
Be careful, don't die.
Bye.
Bye. All right, good. 27 hour fucking. Diversion. Let me use the restroom quick. Hold on one second.
Hi. Feels benedmen. Zero friends in Miami. Sneeko in shambles. What's the pay like? I live in SC. FL isn't too far for me to swing. I finally, after 23 years, had to replace my Microsoft 2000 keyboard last month, and unfortunately the only one that was equivalent to it was wireless. Leopold. I think Leopold used topper switches, electrocapacitives. Questini Pepe laugh. If global warming is real, why is it snowing where I live in Wisconsin right now?
Oh.
Free Tommy K. Also yum.
Quick force and update to reset our mental. Wait, I got like 2 force and updates. Hold on.
Crafting. Crafting.
I'm
Crafting.
I'm
Crafting.
He's fine, he's fine. Oh!
Crafting.
No way does he die. He's
Crafting.
got this.
Crafting.
He's a god.
Crafting.
Isn't there an
Crafting.
easy way to get up here?
Wait, is he gonna run out of blocks? No.
I hate this bastion! I hate it so much! It's so annoying! It is
Banning
so
ridiculous.
annoying! I don't want to play this bastion!
Generating
I'm gonna
God
reset
seed
that.
0%.
Bro, the lava is supposed to come from the environment, not from your own bucket, my dude. Michael Tracy and Hinkle debate. WikiLeaks just dumped all their files online. Everything from Hillary Clinton's emails, McCain's being guilty, Vegas shooting done by an FBI sniper. What? Steve Jobs HIV letter, pedo Podesta, Afghanistan, Syria, Iran, Bilderberg, Sanchez. Oh, it's WikiLeaks. I'm sorry. I thought these were like Twitter files. Do I really want to listen to this?
Yo. Starting momentarily. How's it going? How's it going? Samira, you want to be a co-host? Co-host.
Aesthetically, what's your
Brian.
favorite number from 0 to 7?
All right. So I think Michael's gonna be joining momentarily.
Good
How's it going,
question. I don't know. I don't think I have a strong feeling.
Hey, how's it going? I'm gonna add Michael Tracy and then okay, perfect. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we just invited
Oh
you
god,
co-host.
this convo is going to be a fucking train wreck.
Perfect.
Accepted. And I guess we're good to go then. Can we limit the number of speakers that are made speakers that just at least initially, just so we can?
Yeah. Sure. We'll do that. I
So-
won't add anyone else.
So
For now, yeah.
okay.
Is that Tracy talking? Michael Tracy?
All right. Well, who wants to start it off?
I could start off.
Yeah,
Okay.
you go for it.
Okay, so well, we
Wait,
all
hold
know why
on,
we're here.
hold on. Brian, hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Already starting.
Why would Brian be starting it off if the whole premise of this discussion is a debate between myself and Jackson Hinkle? Okay, I guess in that case I'll start it off. And I'm going to remove Brian as a speaker for now. I'm happy to bring him back later, just so we can start off by kind of adhering to what at least the premise for this space is. So I guess to summarize.
Oh,
and,
God. Here we go.
Jackson, feel free to
Michael Tracy
jump
time.
in whenever you'd like. But an exchange was popped off within the past day or so between Jackson and myself, and also others who objected to my, I guess, assessment of this putatively anti-war
Michael
that is being held on the 19th in Washington, D.C. I think it's called Rage Against the War Machine Rally, something to that effect. And here's my basic thinking on that rally and why I wrote the Twitter thread that I did on, when was it? Tuesday night. So, of course, I personally like and have an affinity for and have even just, friendly personal relationships with a number of people who are participants in that rally. I don't purport to ever feel like I'm entitled or would even want to, police ideologically the way that activists can organize amongst themselves in furtherance of an anti-war cause. People have brought up parallels to, like, say, 2002 or 2003, when there was a common refrain among critics of anti-war activists that because the actual sort of organizing entity of many of the anti-war rallies at that time was this group Answer, ANSWER.
Oh, man. We're going full Michael Tracy now.
And
he's already done it.
That group was, behind many of the prominent rallies. That sort of discredited or cast aspersion on the wider anti-war cause because that group was in some technical sense Stalinist, or there were Stalinist organizers within the group. I mean, you can go and Google that whole debate from the early 2000s if you'd like. That is what I would regard as something like an ideological policing attempt, insofar as because the organizers of a particular rally happen to be Stalinist, that therefore tarnishes anybody else who might be associated with the rally and undermines the legitimacy of the wider cause that led to the initiation of the rally meeting to oppose the invasion of Iraq. I agree that that would be an invalid critique, circa 2002. I just don't think that critique has anything to do with what I'm saying circa today in 2023. Because what I'm pointing out is that the organizing impetus of this particular rally is called into doubt by the extension of invitations to prominent public-facing roles by the organizers to individuals who, as I think Jackson will himself acknowledge in what she said to me numerous times on Twitter threads, are overt, explicit supporters of warfare in Ukraine. They happen to be supporters of the Russian government's warfare. They happen to be explicit, avowed advocates of the war aims set out by the Russian state. And they happen to be opposed to the American/Ukrainian stated war aims, but they're still in favor of warfare in Ukraine. Hence, them declaring themselves outright overt supporters of the Russian government's stated war aims. So, if the anti-war rally, as it brands itself, go look at its promotional material on on the website, on the Twitter feed, on the fundraising page that it has up. It's casting itself as this momentous anti-war rally that's the biggest that will have, been held in the U.S. in some time. And that's the whole branding and, advertising nature of this event. I mean, don't take my word for it. Take how they actually describe themselves. And you have, people being extended invitations to, Scott Ritter was one of them. I guess he's been disinvited at this point, but he was initially invited, despite being on the record as declaring himself an overt partisan of the Russian war effort. I mean, which is a coherent position. I'm not saying it's
Oh man, dude.
argumentatively untenable to espouse that position. Like, you can make a coherent case that you think the pro-war position on Russia's behalf is justified because there's a long lineage of just war theory throughout the ages. So if you want to say that the Russian war effort is a just war, go ahead and make that argument. That's a intelligible argument potentially and can be refuted or agreed with. But then to mischaracterize and conflate that argument as somehow an anti-war argument, when what you're doing is explicitly making a pro-war argument, meaning you're making an argument in favor of a warring party's belligerent activity. And I say belligerent just in this kind of technical international relations sense, in that both Russia and Ukraine are belligerents in this war. Co-belligerents include the United States, obviously, NATO.
Can you summarize everything you just said?
States, Belarus, arguably, etc.
Oh wait, I didn't have to wait. This argument's already happened. Oh shit. He's basically saying, he's making the argument that, like, if you want to argue pro-war on Russia's side, that's fine. Make that argument. But don't pretend that you're making an anti-war argument. That's disingenuous. That's essentially what he's saying.
Iran. So you can make that argument, but then what I object to here is really mostly on logical grounds and on grounds of really kind of public deception in casting these avowedly pro-war arguments as anti-war arguments and then kind of insinuating that into what is being presented as an anti-war event, when some of the marquee speakers are the people who have been elevated by the organizers themselves. These aren't just random people who are appearing at the rally, or members of the public, or the kind of regular sort of cadre of sort of assorted eccentrics and weirdos who would showed up to any public protest.
Jesus, he's so bad at just getting to the fucking point.
These are the invited speakers who are being portrayed as representative of the cause writ large, and Jackson's not the only one. Neither is Ritter. You could go down the line if you'd like. So that, I think, is it's a sophistry on the part of the debate organizers and participants. And I'm also not saying that anybody who participates is therefore sort of irrevocably tarnished by their participation. I still, though, think that it's worth being intellectually honest and consistent in evaluating what this event is actually about and what the participants actually are on the record as in favor of.
Jesus.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So I'll just start off by saying that, yeah, I think supporting Russia right now, supporting Putin, is clearly anti-war, and that's why I don't think it's any sort of I don't think there's any discrepancy between the stated goals of the event and speakers like myself. But to make it clear for everyone who doesn't know, there are 10 stated demands from the Rage Against the War Machine event, which are not one more penny for war in Ukraine, negotiate peace, stop war inflation, disband NATO, global nuclear de-escalation, slash the Pentagon budget, abolish the CIA, abolish war and empire, restore civil liberties, free Julian Assange. So that alone just shows that, I mean, those are the aims of the event. The aims of the event don't say anything, and I know Michael's not claiming this to be the case, but the goal of the event is not to say everyone has to go support Putin or something like that. But what Michael is clearly laid out is that he thinks that there is a dilemma that has risen as a result of some people being overtly pro-Russia at an anti-war event. Now, I don't really understand Michael's argument.
Not
Okay,
pro-Russia. Not pro-Russia. Pro-Russia's war effort.
Okay, shut up, because I let you speak that entire time. I didn't interrupt you. Okay, you can comment.
All right.
All
Well,
right,
I just want to clarify things.
Comment on what I say after I'm done. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. I apologize.
So,
Michael.
So I don't understand. Okay, supporting. We all know what supporting Russia means right now, and what I mean by that. It's what Michael just said, supporting Russia's military
special operation
in Ukraine. And the reason why I don't understand his argument is because there's a difference between anti-war and being a pacifist. And a pacifist is like Gandhi was a pacifist. Gandhi told, Jews that they should oppose war against the Nazis, when they were being killed by the Nazis. Gandhi told the Chinese when they were being invaded by Japan that they should choose pacifism, when we all know that, supporting defensive military operations in times like these are truly the only answer that are left for entities like the Jewish people or the Poles or the Soviets that were being slaughtered, or like the Chinese, or in this case, like the Russians and the people in the Donbass. I mean, I don't understand how anyone could look at, I know Michael was saying maybe you look at the contextual, the context of diplomacy over the past several years, the past decade or so, and you've come to the conclusion that you support Russia, but that's not anti-war. It is anti-war, because if you look at what happened, first Russia tried to integrate in the West at the start of Putin's presidency. Then we saw that there was many attempts through this time up until about 2013, 2014. 2014, we saw, 2004, there was a coup in Ukraine. In 2014, there was another coup in Ukraine, the Maidan coup. Even during the Maidan coup, Russia was still trying to encourage Yanukovych to negotiate with the Nazi parties like Olia Tanyabuk in Ukraine. Then after that, when the Nazi party took over and we had all those actors in Ukraine, Russia still tried to negotiate with them up until 2019, around when Zelensky got elected, through the Minsk Accords, and then through the Minsk II Accords, which Zelensky, Angela Merkel, other German officials, and John Bolton all over the span of the past 2 months have come out and admitted publicly that they were not trying to use the Minsk Accords for actual peace purposes, but instead to prepare Ukraine for their war against Russia. Russia didn't want war. Russia's tried to, bring peace at every single, stage of this.
Okay, this is super boring. Never mind.
Third of them have some level of trauma from sexual assault in their life, right? And this is professional women across politics, across game development, across academia. It's a large group of people. I think on the other, you've got situations like, and I hope we get to talk about this, Lav and Hassan, right? This is someone that was just very falsely accused of something. This is just an outright objective lie, and she tried to destroy his reputation. And, in this particular case, I think one of the things that really helped Hassan was the fact that he had an entire lifetime of talking about enthusiastic consent and really earning the trust of his audience. So what I'm saying is, in that kind of ambivalent situation, what you're talking about, it could go either way.
What the
right?
fuck
But
are you
it's
talking
not.
about?
Max.
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna finish what I'm saying.
She's gish galloping. Wick, I would like you to stop her. She's gish galloping. You asked her a very specific question about how she squares the circle of
That's his daughter.
With her enthusiastic
Wick,
consent.
I'm going to point this
with her
out.
enthusiastic
Max
consent,
has
mainstream
talked for 2
Both
minutes
of you.
more than
I'm
I
going to mute you both right now
dude,
until
that's not true.
I'm going to mute you both just so we can reset this, okay? I'm trying to have the best conversation that we can here so that we are understanding, right? And I understand, perhaps, right, Brianna, if you would clearly answer the question that was given, and then we can allow Max to respond. Just be brief, be concise. I will let you have the time you need. But again, conciseness, and then we want this to be a discussion after all, not a lecture. Let me unmute you both and go again. Okay, Brianna, the floor is yours, concisely.
Can you repeat that question? And I do just want to point out, Max has talked almost twice as much as I have so far.
I understand, but this is...
Okay, that's not true.
I got it right here, dude.
I have not been keeping time myself. I cannot speak to the time. But I will say this. The specific question asked, right, is when we use the model of enthusiastic consent. It can, right, make it seem that those who are trying to persuade others who might at the first be ambivalent, if you will, to having sex, right, but are persuaded to do so, that interaction is predatory.
Or not to do so.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not what I'm talking about, though.
Oh, then can you maybe clarify for me as well?
Okay. The language of enthusiastic consent does not... I'll tell you a story. Okay, first of all...
Briefly, so we can make it...
Okay, first of all, fuck what you said about Lav. You're trying to piss me off. I know you're trying to piss me off by bringing that up. Okay, second of all... That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You just, like, snuck it in there. Okay. Story time.
I can't believe he's already triggered at, like, the outset of this conversation. Like, it's just starting, and Brianna's already, like, fucking triggered the fuck out of him. She's powerful.
I was with my ex-wife, and she was trying to give me a blowjob in a hotel room, and she looked up at me, and we made eye contact, and she stopped, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she was like, "You look really upset." And I was like, "Okay, I don't know why you're saying that. Don't ever do this to me again. Don't ever say that to me again."
Okay, fuck. I should have made this prediction before. I feel like this is and I admit, I might not have seen every Max story with him and Shaylin or him and an ex or whatever, but this is every single Max story that I've ever heard. Okay? Here it goes. So there I was, standing in the line at Target. We're already at the register. I've placed all my items on the belt. And my ex-wife touches my shoulder and she says, "Would you like me to get a candy bar?" I can't put into words the rage that I felt at that moment. I turned around and I screamed at her. And I said, "You stupid slut. Why the fuck would you ever fucking ask me that question when we're already at the goddamn register?" Then, after I'd screamed at her, people behind her in line performatively got upset at me because they're supposed to. And you won't even believe this next part of the story. She tries to manipulate me with tears. So here I am in the checkout aisle, being essentially raped by the woman that I trust enough to call my wife, humiliated in front of every single person in the store, simply because she wanted to get her way in the power exchange that we had at the... I feel like this is like every Max story. It starts off with like the other person does something like pretty normal, and then he has like this massive reaction to it. He becomes a borderline or actually abusive, and then he goes on like a 55-minute explanation for like, this is why my response is okay, and every single person around me's feelings were actually irrational, and why everybody needs to bow to my personal temper tantrums. It feels like that's every single story that he has. I'm like, bro, chill. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
This is super invasive and violating. Fuck you. Get the fuck off of me. Don't ever do that to me again. Do not ever stop a sex act to ask me if I'm okay. I will tell you if I'm not okay. I had been raised with the feminist values of enthusiastic consent that you're referencing. And I did not have the language to even conceptualize, maybe I'm not okay, but maybe I still want a blowjob. Maybe I am upset. Maybe I have a lot of conflicting feelings about what's happening, but I had no way to even begin to grapple with the idea of having mixed feelings while getting a blowjob. And I had had a lot of blowjobs with mixed feelings, and throughout all of them, I just pushed those feelings down because I didn't even literally have the language to even think about what was happening. So I'm not talking about, you guys both still keep reducing this to, okay, but what's going to give us the best like manual for how to navigate the average situation? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about an internal ambivalence and how that fits into our conception of consent and in conversations about consent. And Brianna is telling me that I shouldn't even have those conversations.
Okay, Brianna, the floor is yours.
I'm not saying that at all, dude. I'm saying, in fact, for the third time in this talk today, I'm saying
she's
that
laughing
is
at him.
between you.
Uh-oh.
I'm saying that's between you and a partner. That's for you to decide. If she ends up feeling like that's rape, it's going to end up, going through the court system and getting adjudicated. I'll decide if I'm on that jury, right? For you, if it goes the other way, you're going to be trying to defend yourself from false allegations. I'm sorry if you don't want to hear this, exactly like Lav made against Hassan. So,
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with anything? You're seriously, you're just shoehorning it in because y'all like Lav.
Okay, both of you.
Lav is better than all of us put together.
Both of you.
What the fuck?
Please.
What?
To be clear, we're going to be talking about consent and what that means, right? Unless, very briefly and concisely, you can show me how the Lav thing plays into this concisely, please, then we're going to have to just move on from that because it's going to be a sticking point. It's not going to work, right? So just in the interest of the conversation as a whole, I'm going to give you a brief chance to square that circle for me.
Do you want to know why? Can I show you? And this is why I'm trying to do better at this. I already do better than most people. But, does anybody know one of the reasons why Brianna has been excelling so much in these conversations? Because she likes you now. It's because she listens. She's not insane. It's because she does a lot of research. She always has examples and shit to bring up, and it makes her points so much more powerful. Max, you said this. Max, remember this. Her deciding to dig through videos and watch shit and come up with conclusions and stuff. It's very, very, very powerful. She's doing that is very, very good at bolstering her arguments. It makes it very difficult to argue against if you're just making shit up.
Otherwise, we're just gonna go on. So please.
Sure. Then really try to hear me here. I'm not bringing this up because I don't.
Yeah,
think
you are.
Max, please let me finish. I'm not bringing this up to upset you or anything like that.
Okay, but why are you?
Wick, you've got to let me finish talking to you.
Okay, I'm just trying to get to the meat of it.
Just let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead.
Never.
Thank you.
You can never talk.
Max, please. Go ahead.
So this is the contention that I have. Enthusiastic consent is a very good model because it protects everyone involved on both sides of the equation, right?
Yeah.
This, generally speaking, is what we are worried about. I think women are obviously worried.
No, that's what you are worried about.
Max, you gotta let her finish. You gotta let her finish.
I can't do it, dude. You gotta mute me. I can't do it.
Okay, well then I will help you. I understand. I muted you. Brianna?
Thank you very much.
Go
Rick.
ahead.
I appreciate that. So in my view, I think there are two situations here, right? You have women, they're obviously afraid of getting trauma that lasts their entire life, right? I think on the other hand, I think the reason we're having all these discussions about consent in the manosphere and, these edge cases about, well, she thinks she wants to do it, but she doesn't, is because I think a lot of men out there are afraid of getting false allegations, right? In my view, the Lav situation with the son, I would love to tell you as a feminist, this situation never, ever, ever happens. It does. This was an extremely high profile case. I'm just going to quote this from Lav right here. Max and I are separate. I'm not part of his project in any way. I'm not trying to attack you, Max. I'm trying to bring up the most notable example of false allegations to happen recently. It was really upsetting to anyone serious about having a feminist conversation about consent to have someone out there making wildly false claims. So to me, it's that mixture of both of them.
Okay. I will now unmute you, Mr. Girl, and you are free to go ahead.
What's the false claim you're talking about that was so irresponsible or evil for the feminist movement?
Uh-oh.
If I can talk, I'm happy to answer that.
Yeah,
so the thing that happened is Lab basically came forward on a popular person's stream, and she said that she had a nuke to drop on Hassan. And eventually she made an allegation that Hassan had had sex with someone that was underage.
Where did she make the allegation?
Was it Mr. Chud's server, Mr. Chud's Discord, if I'm remembering correctly? Yeah, Chud Logic, his Discord. And basically, this obviously got picked up by a bunch of people. Hassan had a very long stream, basically calling it false. And eventually, Lav admitted it was a complete mistake, and she was erroneous. I've got the quote right here. It's not my story to tell, and I should not have told it, along with apologizing for making those false claims.
Wait, is
about Hassan.
that her admitting that the claim is false?
Yes, that was part of it.
When did she say that the claim was false?
In the same stream I'm quoting right there.
Do you have a quote?
I don't have that with me right now.
Oh,
okay.
Oh no.
I am not familiar enough to say either way, so I cannot weigh in on
She didn't have the exact quote.
Okay. My understanding is that Lav said that Hassan had sex with a 17-year-old when he was 25 in a Discord server with maybe 100 people in it, something like that. She might have repeated it in Chud's server, which is larger. She then made a public statement on Patreon where she said that he had sex with a 19-year-old. Or no, she said
17 initially.
Said that he had sex with her friend and it was legal.
Wait, am I crazy? Or in the Patreon, wasn't it 17 initially and then she edited it to say 19? Am I crazy? So does anyone have like I want to see like, well, let's look at actual evidence. Does anybody have like an actual screenshot of the page? I thought it was 17 and then she edited it later to be 19. Is there proof of the editing? That's what I'm asking. Does anybody have a screenshot from the page? That would be nice to have. Max's subreddit calls him out for this check. Max can't stop himself from lying about Lav. $17. Okay.
Duds, I'm about to drop a Hassan nuke.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
No,
DM it to me.
stop.
DM it.
Stop doing that.
No.
Lav, you're going to end your whole fucking career on this
I
shit.
know,
Don't do
I
it. Not
know.
in a good way. Literally, it's not worth it.
I know.
So
But every
stop.
time his name is brought up, I'm like vibrating.
No, you shouldn't be. Stop.
Wait, do you not like Hassan?
Just know Hassan is well known in Los Angeles.
No.
Okay, hold on. Let's chill.
Hassan's talking about Lav. We got to hop over and listen for a minute. Okay. Fuck, where is the first website? Does anybody know where the first... I wish there was a screenshot of the website. I'm almost positive. I mean, I'll say, I guess you shouldn't believe me if you don't have, if I can't produce a screenshot, but I'm almost positive that on the website, the first time she posted it on her Patreon, that it said 17-year-old, and then she later edited it from the blowback. But maybe I don't... Maybe...
That is actually really important.
I know she said 17 in Discord servers. Well, she said she was like 17.
What you just said, legitimately. If she did say it inside your Discord, but here she is saying that like this was a secret, that means that this secret that she's apparently been holding or whatever, she's representing it now as a secret that she was holding, but she was actually never really holding it that way. Unless I guess that is actually really.
Damn, maybe it was just in Discord. Maybe she said something different in the Patreon. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what her first Patreon post was, but... She might have said underage instead of 17, and then she said 17 in Discord servers.
Okay, so I agree that these are contradictory statements. The second one was made after the first, as time goes. And in the second statement, she said that the girl was of legal age. Okay, so your contention is, despite her making a public statement that he did not statutorily rape her friend, because she had made an earlier statement in a Discord server that was not true, or that contradicts that statement, we and every streamer on Earth should parade around the first quote because it contradicted the second and string Lav up as the false accuser.
I think she was a false accuser in this situation. I think it speaks to this nightmare scenario that a lot of men have, that they will be falsely accused of sexual misconduct. And I think for me, as someone who has, you know, like, I've literally run for office, this is something I feel very seriously about, right? I think it really undermines...
My question is about why does everybody want to talk about Lavs? It always comes back to Lav. I don't think that, listen, I've been in this the false accusation business, receiving them for quite a while. People, streamers, are saying all.
Hassan Packer said, my very young friend when he was not so young. It was legal, but he's not so publicly for doing much less. I thought the verbiage was different when it first got posted. But maybe not. This is after the edit. Yeah, but I don't want to say there was an edit if I can't prove it. I thought there was. There should be a screenshot of it initially. Here is Hassan talking that the OG post was edited.
Dude. Anyway, I don't know who the fuck any of these people are, okay? She's just like talking about her own relationships and fucking out of nowhere, she just drops this. And she deleted it. The original post, the original post here literally had stated that she was 17. She changed.
Oh, fuck, was it?
Changed it. She edited it. Lastly, he brought up the secret I told him.
Fuck. I feel like it was edited, right? I want to see the original still, though, before I...
All kinds of things about me on stream, in Discord servers, constantly. And a lot of them aren't true. But I don't feel the need to find every single false or contradictory accusation about myself and try to publicly humiliate the person who made them. People call me Mr. Rapist in my subreddit.
Sorry.
They call me a rapist constantly. But
okay.
But you know what? That's okay. I don't think that I don't think the cops are going to come like arrest me because somebody called me a rapist in Discord server. People okay, and Hassan for his part, I think handled it really well. He just said, he did a brief stream saying, hey, that's not true. I don't appreciate it. And then he fucking stopped talking about it. So I don't think that's a, I don't think that's a, I don't think that's not the nightmare scenario. The nightmare scenario is that somebody goes to the mainstream media and the police and makes a sworn statement that you raped them.
Got you.
Not that you had sex with their friend when they were 17. Who fucking cares if Hassan had sex with a 17-year-old?
Mr. Girl, right?
God, he's being so dense right here. This is high levels of density, dangerous levels of density.
Right. Oh, I want Brianna to be able to respond to this, so we're going to let Brianna respond to this.
Really try to hear me here, Max. The reason that Hassan got the benefit of the doubt from the community, from me, when I first heard that accusation, I go, you know what? Hassan has talked about enthusiastic consent a trillion times on his stream. I know what he thinks about it. I know that he has talked about this with the Andrew Callahan situation. And this is someone that I personally am prepared to give the benefit of the doubt to. So, you know, in my view, this is a case of that standard, like protecting him against
to be clear,
things.
Brianna, just real quick, let me ask Brianna because I want clarity on this too.
Sure.
Brianna, so your contention here is that by espousing this idea of enthusiastic consent, that doing so will protect the people who does that from false allegation. Is that your argument?
I want to be really clear here.
It doesn't make any
because
sense.
it's tricky language. Okay, what I'm saying is if we as a society, if we are saying the standard we hold ourselves to overall, when people...
New DSP video about you. Wait, what the fuck?
I got $1 tip.
Why are my YouTube videos so fucking quiet? Is everybody shit quiet on the internet today?
Fandango tipped $1 says, FYI, Destiny has clarified the wrestling guys asking questions wasn't going to be on your interview. He was doing another show. a podcast and I would be the first to attend. It doesn't matter. Do you understand? It doesn't matter. Do you understand what he's saying? Wow, I was gonna do a big setup for Phil where I was gonna surprise him with this messed up stuff to make fun of him. Who cares? You're an idiot. You've just shown that you're a disingenuous person. Oh, Phil's interested in being covered in a serious way in an interview because he needs to clear the air about him. Oh, I want to set up a podcast where I have a bunch of pro wrestlers ask Phil insulting questions. Oh, that's really what you should be thinking about right now, right? How about no? How about you're a jackass and I'm not going to interview with you because you're a jackass.
Sorry.
Just like you proved how many years ago my first interaction with you, I'm streaming on Twitch, right? And I'm playing a video game and you raid my stream to talk about buying a car. Had nothing to do with what I was doing on stream or anything. Like, what? Like, there's some people out there who they like... How do you not understand your content is jackass content? Like... Right? Like, what are you talking... This is what they put out on the internet. It's just amazing. The funniest part about it was... When he said... And again, I think that this is misconstrued because someone was talking to him and saying that Phil didn't want to come on your interview with you because she doesn't like your interview style. And he said, well, if I'm going to give you exposure, if I'm going to give you a venue or exposure, an opportunity to get views on the internet because you're on my show, then you have to settle into my style. You have to accept how I do things. I actually completely 100% agree with that statement, which is why I actually decided I didn't want to interview with him because I just didn't like his interview style, and I wasn't going to ask him to change his style for me. I thought that would be so incredibly over the top, full of myself to say, wow, I'm so over important. I want an interviewer to change the way they interview just for me. That sounds pretty greedy and egotistical, doesn't it? At the same time, the very funny part was when he says, if I'm going to give you an opportunity to like have a big audience. Destiny does not have a giant audience. He doesn't. He thinks he's big shit. He's not some big guy. All right? He has this audience, this isolated audience that very much likes him. But he's not some ginormous guy. He thinks he is, I guess. Like, he's no giant podcaster. He doesn't have millions upon millions of views. But I guess he has a very vocal audience that makes him think that he's bigger than he is. You know, and more power to him. He's much bigger than me. Let him enjoy his audience or whatever. But the way that he answered that question was like, oh, well, if I'm going to give Phil an opportunity, he should be so grateful for this giant audience. Like, literally no one in Destiny's audience is anyone who I care about or would want to appeal to watch my content. The shit he puts out there, one day, just give you a win. Again, you could like his content, that's fine. It's just not for me. One day, on a whim, I clicked on a Destiny stream. All right, he was live streaming. I said, I just want to see what it is. I clicked on it, okay? And it's him with a bunch of people doing virtual date interviewing or something. It was the most shitty piece of garbage I've ever seen on the internet. And that's fine. I'm sure that's one piece of content he puts out. But I watched it for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And I was like, I would never go back to this guy's channel. This is worse than the lowest of the low, bottom of the barrel reality TV schlock. And that's what the kind of content he puts out. And I was like, no wonder when he wanted to come on my stream to talk about it's a buyer's market for cars, ha ha ha, or whatever it was, he thought that this was like the biggest thing and everyone would be interested, maybe for his audience, right? You know what I'm saying? But for me and my audience, why on earth would I ever want to be on his content? That's the intellectual level of the shit that he puts out. That's the people who watch his shit. That's what they're watching. Like, wow, no. People who watch my content are not going to want to care about that. I would recruit 0 viewers being interviewed by that man. You understand?
Is that what he's looking for? Viewership from...
That's fine. Anyone who watches it, enjoy. It's not for me. It's not for my audience. Why would I want to interview with someone whose interview style doesn't match the style that I would like? And...
What is this guy... Damn, this guy's really roasting my size? DSP? Wait, this can't be his channel. It's probably like DSP plays games or something, right? Oh yeah, no, this is not him. Oh, DSP Gaming. Jeez. Who does he think is going to interview? Does he think he's going on like Joe Rogan? I don't understand. Here's a factual statement. I am the largest content creator that would give him a fair interview. Nobody else is going to care, and the only people that are large enough that like could get an interview with him are they're gonna treat him like a lolcow. Like that's like just the reality of it. But I mean, hey, listen. But go off, sis.
People are engaging in discourse, in sexual intercourse, right? Is enthusiastic consent. I believe that's going to lead to less situations that are uncomfortable for everyone involved.
Okay, what do you think, Mr. Girl?
I think saying you believe in enthusiastic consent and talking about it has no bearing on whether you privately rape somebody. It's not like people who rape people ideologically believe in rape. They are just doing it even though they don't agree with it or think it's wrong.
Can I ask both of you? This is a question.
Wait, no, stop. You guys are, this is terrible. This is the worst conversation ever. No, I don't, Whick, I don't want to do this. It is very obvious from your line of questioning and Brianna's answers that she doesn't really have a way to tie in her bringing up Lav and Hassan to what she's talking about. It really has nothing to do with what we're talking about. No one thinks.
I don't agree with that.
I know you don't. No one thinks that Lav is saying that Hassan brutally
My question
rapes.
has nothing to do with Lav, to be clear.
I know.
I'm
I
trying to
understand
move off
that.
of it.
I know you're trying to move off of it, but I don't want to. I don't want Brianna to get away with this.
How do you suggest that I hold her accountable?
By letting me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
It's a really thankless task for me to have to lay out all of the different ways that what you said isn't related to what we're talking about. I don't.
Man, they're really just done on this point, huh? It's over now?
The question that was put to you, Brianna, was how do you square the broad application of enthusiastic consent with all of the many outliers that all of us experience at one time or another? It's the idea that there's anybody who goes through their entire sex life without experiencing extreme ambivalence or confusion at one point or another. What Whick was asking you is, how do you square that? How do you teach somebody to navigate those situations if you're only teaching them about the ideal, the feminist Boy Scout ideal of how you should handle those situations? You bringing up Lav and in Lav's the statement that triggered the dog pile on her most public statement in an essay was that Hassan didn't statutorily rape her friend. Now I understand that she. Yes, if you can read her. You want me to read her Patreon post to you right now? Maybe we can clear up.
Finish. Go ahead.
Maybe we can clear up this bit of misinformation.
Do we disagree that this whole thing started because she made the false claim that Hassan raped a child?
Yes, we disagree. That claim had been made much earlier.
It started from there, man.
No,
that was the issue at hand.
No, I didn't. That's not true. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, in the meantime, while he's getting that up, I will ask Brianna just briefly.
Okay. Wait, I got it.
You got it? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Steven.
Jesus, are they talking about me or?
I don't have it. Wait, I have it.
Is that their conversations about me?
You're teasing me, buddy.
I guess Hassan just hallucinated the video where he talked about the false allegations, which is where I heard about it. So.
Well, that's not actually contradicting anything I just said to you.
Okay.
What I said is
his voices?
That Lav made a statement in a Discord server that Hassan had sex with her friend when she was like 17.
Okay.
She then made this statement, which triggered all of the streams and responses. Even though this statement was that... okay, here we go. Hassan Piker... Hassan Piker slept with my very young friend when he was not so young. It was legal. But he's denounced men publicly for doing much less. I don't care about it, and she's never going to come forward, but the fact exists nonetheless. Nothing will come of it, and it won't be held over my head.
Okay. Would we both agree that Lav has a real history of changing her story 5 or 6 times after the fact?
You're developing your own little history of changing your story 5 or 6 times if you don't answer this question.
I'm not
Do you
a
agree
subject
that?
here. Sure, go ahead.
Oh, well, you are now, because now you're lying or misinformed. You're either willful. Now you've been informed. So this was her public statement. This was the Patreon post that triggered all the streams about how Lav falsely accused Hassan Piker of rape. So tell me.
If that is true, it's not to my understanding. I don't know.
I know that. That's why I'm trying to
Max, let me
repair.
finish, please.
I'm trying to
Max.
repair your understanding.
Max,
Okay, you can just say
it seems to
you
me
didn't know.
that
It's okay. You didn't know.
Hassan, in the main video that I saw, the main
Holy
issue
shit.
he took issue with was the that
Anybody live near me? Guys, hey. We got Clay County kidnapped child, Amber Alert. Clay County kidnapped child, Amber Alert. Anybody else get that? Let's roll out, guys. I'll be back later. Peace.
the allegation that she was underage, the fact, and I think that the mens rea that Lav demonstrated by saying on a popular streamer's site, saying, I'm about to drop a nuke on Hassan, right? I don't think like, oh, Hassan has empower balance.
She didn't say she didn't say I'm about to drop a nuke.
Yes, she did.
She did say that almost verbatim, I think, on my stream, right?
She did.
Okay.
It was I'm going to drop a nuke on Hassan or something.
Do you have a quote for that, Brianna?
I believe what she said is I have a Hassan nuke. I don't think she said I'm going to drop a nuke on.
That's a distinction.
Oh my God, Max is so pedantically stupid here. What was the clip? Can somebody link me the exact clip? What did she say exactly? Okay. Crazy how she likes to invent all these new women. Has had sex with 2 of my friends when they were underage when they failed. These are like messages she's posting like in semi-public Discord servers. So, unhinged. Both of those are probably fake, by the way.
Psychopathic losers. And why would you? First of all, you just lied there. That first statement is a lie. Also, why did you say this? You can't do that. That is like not in the rules. Okay, you're just a bad person. Okay,
Anyway.
you just lied and then you followed up and said
these lab DMs are wild.
That's on nuke.
Which one?
It never went off.
That's not real. I'm almost positive it's not real. I just
Yeah, I thought it was way too much. Yeah. But again, why would someone say that?
Well, because they have everything to do.
Oh, I just. Wait, did you talk to them?
I just know. You just have to trust me. There are a few things I would say I know, and I know this one. Okay.
I'm about to drop a Hassan nuke.
I'm about to drop a Hassan. Okay, so Mr. Girl is just lying here. He's just lying.
Those are different. I think those are pretty different.
I think that's a distinction without a difference. So,
Well,
but the
I don't
point
think
that
so.
I'm
I think in
bringing
one
up here-
she's clearly stating an intent to destroy him, and the other
Correct.
she's saying I know something bad about him.
Okay.
Correct. So an imbalance in the power differential is not something that is a nuke, right? Saying someone slept with an underage woman.
We are dancing.
Yeah, I don't want to do this. I just wanted to say for the record.
It's pretty insane that like if he just had like a misquote, then maybe it would be okay. But like he doesn't understand the quote or the intention, which feels a lot more malicious here. Like if he just had the exact quote wrong, that'd be fine. But he's missing the quote and the intention. And I know him and Lav must have spent a lot of time going over this. So it's really weird to fuck that up.
That the statement that Lav made that triggered all of this was a public statement that Hassan didn't rape her friend. Some particular. Okay, this is her Patreon statement. I'll say it again. It was legal. Hassan Piker slept with my very young friend when he was not so young. It was legal, but he's denounced men publicly for doing much less. That is the public statement that she made that caused all of these other streamers to dig out her other statements in Discord servers that he had sex with her friend when she was like 17.
Okay.
I agree that these statements are contradictory, but I think my view of the situation is that the private accusation was brought out after the public non-accusation in order to smear her. And Hassan was just a casualty in that process. Lav was not trying to attack Hassan.
And why did she say she wanted to drop drop a nuke on Hassan.
She didn't say that, and you just admitted she didn't say that. What she said is she had a nuke
Max
on
is
Hassan. You said
lying.
it was a distinction without a difference. Now you're going back to the original quote showing that.
Just so you know, I have a huge nuke on Mr. Girl. Like, if you say something like that, of course it's going to sound like you're trying to attack somebody. It's so silly to say that, like, if I were to say something, it doesn't sound like I'm threatening to drop something. Like, oh, I just want you guys to know that. But I'm not going to do anything else with it. I just wanted to say that. Like, it's so stupid to say that. Why would you...
That actually you do think there's a difference, and I'm glad you agree with me on that.
No, what I'm saying is that intends an intent to attack.
It
what
does,
you just
but she
said,
didn't say that.
Max,
okay,
what you
you're
just
not
said
allowed
me
to
is
say...
that she
Okay,
didn't.
Whick, I would like to make a rule that when we're making accusations about other people who aren't here, exact quotes have to be provided with screenshots.
Damn.
That's ridiculous. Let's have a conversation.
Okay. So
There's
I'm
no
gonna.
reason there's no reason to bring up Lav in the fucking conversation in the first place.
I will mute you both while we discuss this, because I do want it to be a conversation, but I do think, right, that it is a reasonable request to at least have the quote on hand. Is that a reasonable request we can agree to, Brianna? Yes? Do you think that's a good idea?
No, I don't.
No.
I think
Okay.
it's
Can you tell me
clear
why?
that I came prepared with a lot of research in front of me and a lot of quotes prepared. I think anyone out there looking at this can see I did my homework on this. There it is.
Okay. Is this, Mr. Girl, is this going to be a point that we can move off of? Because I would absolutely love to move off
I would
of.
like
There's
you.
so many
I would like to
different
hear
things.
Whick. I would like to hear your opinion.
On?
Do you, if Brianna doesn't have the quotes, and doesn't know the timeline, and doesn't know what she's talking about?
This is pretty gross. He's not like... I'm trying to think of... I don't think Max would lie, but it's so strange that he would be so confused here. Like, he's doing the debate bro thing of, like, you have to provide a quote, but it's because he's wrong. And it's like that you have to provide the quote is like his shield now. Like, as long as she doesn't have the exact quote, time-stamped and saved from a video, I'm safe. Like, there's no way she can call me out here. I'm completely and totally 100% safe. Because realistically, she's not going to have every single quote for every single thing that she's talking about.
I have described a timeline, to be clear.
You have described a timeline, but it was incorrect. Everything you've
In
said
your
about
opinion.
this, in my... Well, do you want me to tell you the dates these things happened?
You had a question for me? Maybe
yeah, my
you can
question
ask it.
my question is, do you personally think that if Brianna does not have the quotes and dates, and that she is ironically making unfounded accusations about somebody else's unfounded accusations, which is the entire thing that Lav was worried about in the first place, is that somebody was going to trot out something she had said in a Discord server and use it to smear her, which is exactly what's happening right now. Do you agree that Brianna, in order to be prepared to do that, she should really have exact quotes and the dates that those quotes were said, since she's already shown that even the slightest change to a quote can completely change its meaning?
So I will say this. I do not know enough about the situation to know who is correct here. I don't
I'm not
know,
asking you
right?
to, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, as the person who's platforming this conversation, are you comfortable with a contested accusation about somebody else's accusations, somebody who is specifically afraid of words being put in their mouth?
I understand. Okay, I think
Are you comfortable platforming conversation about that without exact quotes and dates?
Can I have a moment to consider?
Yeah.
So let me tell you my thought process here. I think that Brianna in previous discussions has demonstrated that she is well researched, that she is able to get research up. She's able to back up what she says, perhaps not in the moment, but she has demonstrated to me in the past that she will back it up. So if she does not have the quotes now, she will bring them forward. Also, if she is incorrect and finds out that she is incorrect, she has before and will again retract and change. And in that context, I am comfortable with her at least bringing it up. I'm also comfortable, to be clear, with you challenging her assertions, providing your own quotes. Is that not clear?
Yeah, the retract and change thing, as I think we're seeing here in the example of Lab does.
Who's right about the timeline to the Patreon post included 17-year-old sex accusation? I don't know if the Patreon, and I'm not sure the Patreon post initially, but Lav had made those accusations, and those were flying all over Twitter and all over Discord. Lav had made those accusations, and that was the spirit of Lav's accusations. Otherwise, she would have never called it a nuke. Like, what is the nuke that Hassan fucked a 19-year-old when he was 25? That's not a nuke, right? It was a nuke is because she was heavily implying that it was an underage sexual encounter. That's what she told me privately. That's on Discord. That's what she's told everybody on Discord. Like, that's what she was typing in Chud's thing. That's what she was typing everywhere. Those are why all those messages that I showed on my screen, that is, like, all of these are public. Like, it's not even private. All these are public.
Doesn't work that well. So I don't see how it's relevant to the topic. It just seems like you're trying to spring this on me.
I did want to move off of it.
It is relevant, Max.
You wanting to move off of it.
Look, let me.
Is not.
Y'all have talked so
it
much.
is-
Give me just 2 minutes here, okay?
You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
My central like idea here, Max, I'm really hoping I can sell you on today. So we have to get past this idea that in order for women to win, men have to lose. And we have to move past this idea for men to win, women have to lose, which I think is a general theme in many of your statements about consent. We're all working together. We should have mutually entangled interests. I believe that if enthusiastic consent is the standard, I think it's very clear for men what's going on. I think it's very clear for women what's going on. It's going to cause less harm than these situations. And I'm giving you an example of a situation. It's not the only one I have today. I've got some studies right here from the CDC I would love to get to. But I think it's a really good example. We have to get past this idea that the other person has to lose. As a society, like mutually entangled interests, competing groups with mutually entangled interests tend to be very, very stable. This is why we've had the longest period of prosperity and relative peace around the world since World War II. So I think if we can all agree to this standard, I can convince you that generally speaking, this is in your best interest, and I agree generally speaking, this is in women's best interest. I think this is the best place to move to.
Okay. Are we good?
Me?
Well, I'm asking Brianna, did
good.
you get out what you
I'm
needed
done.
to?
Okay.
I
Yes.
give you the space. Excellent.
Okay, Wick, I have a couple questions for you.
Please do.
What is the topic that we agreed not to discuss?
We agreed to there are 2 topics. Do you want me to actually bring them up?
Mine, on my side.
Oh, you didn't want to talk about Destiny.
Okay. Do you think that by bringing up Lav's accusation that Hassan didn't rape her friend, that Brianna is tangentially bringing up, since it was in a Patreon post about Destiny?
What the fuck?
Like, we all know that. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Okay. Did you know that the day before Lav was crucified for her Hassan allegation that she had called Destiny the Harvey Weinstein?
I will maybe short circuit some of this. I am not familiar with the. I know it happened. I don't know any of the details, so I am ignorant.
I'm trying to make the case to you that Brianna is bringing up Destiny. I mean, she literally already said, Lav said this on the stream of a very popular streamer.
Okay. So how about this?
Brianna, who are you referring to when you said very popular streamer?
I'm trying to show you respect by not mentioning that.
Who are you referring to when you said that?
It's clearly Destiny.
Okay. Do you think that when we agreed not to talk about Destiny, was it your understanding that we were agreeing not to say the word Destiny, or that we were agreeing not to talk about the person Destiny?
I'm telling you in good faith.
I just want you to answer this question. I just want you to answer this question.
I think
do you think that we
well within good faith with you, Max? And I think that honestly, I think
so.
We should move on. I do.
I don't want to move on. You want to talk about Lav? Let's talk about Lav. Let's talk about Lav all fucking day. I love Lav.
Giddy up.
That's so creepy that he says that like that.
Do you think we were agreeing to not say the word Destiny or talk about the person?
I think, as I said, I think
Could you please
we were
just answer?
agreeing
Are you not? You could just say, are you not willing to answer the question? Are you not willing to answer?
Wick, can you please step in, please?
Okay. What?
From my point of view,
give her like 30 seconds to get it out, and let's see if she can.
This is a multiple choice question. I don't want a 30-second answer.
The answer is no. I'm not bringing up Destiny.
No. The question is, do you think that we were agreeing not to say his name or talk about him?
I think both, probably.
Okay. So you agree that do you agree that you did bring him up?
No.
Okay,
further
so
questions.
I will step in here. Right? I think this is so tangential, right, to the topic we did agree to be about. Again, I'm ignorant. I'm too ignorant on the Lav Destiny situation.
That's totally fine. That's why I'm trying to fill in the gaps of.
I understand, but when you're asking me also to make a judgment call on whether or not she has broken the rules of the agreement, correct?
Well,
Is
just
that
based
you're
on what
asking?
she just said, I think it's pretty clear that she has. But
I disagree.
I don't expect you. I don't expect you. Okay, that's
I
fine.
just disagree. I think that from my understanding, as long as she doesn't talk about you and Destiny, or Destiny in general, I think that suffices for me. But again, bringing this up and making the case, that's totally okay to do.
Say
as
my
well.
name.
I think that's well within your right.
I would like to expand us not talking about Destiny to include us not referencing Destiny, even if we're not referencing him by name, not referencing the very public falling out that Lav and I simultaneously had with Destiny, not referencing Patreon posts about Destiny in which Lav made comments about other people, not referencing really any of this complex network of relationships and contributing to dogpiling on a person that I care about.
Do you agree to those rules?
No problem,
Stop.
dude.
Okay,
I
no
have
problem.
no intention
we can
of
move
doing
on.
that.
Excellent.
None.
I will hold
Zero.
you both. I will hold you both to this standard. And from now on and out, we will finish. Like we have reached the hour mark, but I think in the interest of the conversation, if you are both okay with it, that we should go on for another 15 minutes to maybe get to something of substance, and then we can have open call-ins. Is that acceptable to both of you?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, they haven't talked about anything yet.
Excellent.
Damn.
So let me ask you, and I'll start with you, Brianna. Right? Man, now I'm unsure if. Okay, give me a moment to get myself together. Okay, so when it comes to false allegations in general, you said you had other examples. Please don't bring the Lav example up. When it comes to these other examples, how do you think this relates to rape culture today?
So I want to be clear, it wasn't about false allegations specifically, but it's about the damage that happens to women. This is a really big story that came out yesterday. So the CDC has been measuring what is happening to young girls in this country. And the increase in girls that are claiming that they've been raped out there has absolutely skyrocketed. 15% of teen girls have said they were forced to have sex, an increase of 27% over 2 years, and the first increase since the CDC began tracking it. From this evidence, I think it's very clear. Like, I don't think all of these people are Harvey Weinstein that are leading to this situation. I think that with the pandemic and social media, I think that there is a culture where we are not understanding each other. Part of it is because we've not been in each other's presences, and there are other statistics that are happening behind the scenes, like the diagnoses of ADHD and social anxiety disorder. They're going through the roof. I think these are very clearly leading to some very mixed signals that are leading to these disastrous outcomes for it. So in my view, the best way forward on this is to move to a very clear standard of communication about what the intent is with consent. Something, Max, in the research I've done, you've said repeatedly that you just want it to be clear. So I'm giving you an extremely clear way to get there.
I've said repeatedly what?
When it comes to consent, you want people to be very clear with their motivations.
But it's impossible to be clear. Oh, is he going to let that happen? Oh, he's trying to think if we should disagree or not. He's like, do I want to fight on every single point?
I don't remember saying that.
Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Okay.
That's fair. Do you mind if I asked you a question, Mr. Girl? Do you think... No. Okay, thank you. Do you think that most people who commit rape, do they believe that they are raping someone else? Or do you think it's more of they are just ignorant to how consent should work?
I think most people who commit rape by the legal definition probably know that they are raping someone else.
Ooh. Interesting. What, would you agree with that, Brianna, or no?
No, I don't have any experience with this. I did, when I was running for office, meet a lot of people that work in special victims units, and I got to know people that work in this field. What I heard over and over was one of the reasons it was really hard to prove these cases, because two people had a story that didn't make sense. So my contention, and I don't have any studies here to back it up today, but what my guess would
I have no idea what we're talking about.
is,
Whick.
I'm going to finish what I'm saying, is that there's some percentage of people, I would ask, let's say 10%, that are out there, they're the Harvey Weinsteins of the world, right? They get off on the power, they enjoy violating boundaries. That's the sexual thrill to them. I think a large number of the case are people that are misreading cues from other people, and they end up in bad situations.
Okay. Thank you.
Whick, this is a disaster. This conversation is a complete unmitigated disaster.
He can't just have a conversation ever. It's like
Fair
impossible.
enough. Do you want to continue it?
Yeah, I'm not trying to leave. I'm just saying, like, I still don't know what we're talking about. I thought what we agreed
Seems pretty
to talk.
easy to follow to me.
Ooh.
Well, we don't need to. Okay. We don't need those. Brianna, please, with the wipes. Okay. But go on.
I thought what we agreed to talk about was originally in DMs. I thought what we agreed to talk about was whether my approach to discussing consent was responsible or effective or something, and then to compare it to Brianna's and figure out if they're, I guess whose is better, or if I'm bad or something. Then when we started the conversation, it seemed like we were going that direction too. I asked, what are we talking? I kept saying, what are we talking about? And I thought we agreed to talk about how to, or if there's a way to, take a kind of weirder outlier approach to talking about consent and have that coexist with a mainstream approach, which is better. Should I exist? Should my videos about consent exist? Are they just bad and wrong? Do they just hurt people? Are they confusing and misleading young men and young women? Or is there a place for that kind of conversation? And when should those conversations happen? How do we square ambivalence, which exists in everyone, with the ideal, which maybe broadly statistically can happen often, but definitely not all the time. And there's nobody who has gone through their life without a lot of ambivalence, like I said. I thought that's what we were going to talk about. But then Brianna said she wanted to talk about what's the best mainstream, statistically broad approach. And then I said, I thought we weren't talking about that. Then we agreed to not talk about that. And then she brought up Lav and Destiny, which I felt sucked into that conversation despite not wanting to have it, because I felt that I had to not allow her to slander
my daughter,
Lav. And now we're back to the other conversation we just agreed to not have, where Brianna is listing the best mainstream approach to consent.
May I try to maybe build this bridge here and kind of elaborate a little bit on what I felt was being discussed? I think that Brianna is suggesting that we have a crisis of consent that is emerging, and she is wanting to know, as I think I also want to know, how you fit into that, where you and your content fits into this crisis of consent. Is it helping? Is what you're doing having what's a word? Forgive me. Sometimes I'm bad with words, but if it has a, no, not a negative, but if it kind of synthesizes, if it synthesizes with it in a way that can actually be helpful, or if it is at odds with it and combative against it, and it's something we need to fight you on. That's what I thought we were going to be discussing as well. That's what I want to discuss. And I'm trying to facilitate that discussion as best as I can. You are right. It has been a disaster. I think I let the lab thing go on too long because, again, you seem to want to talk about it, and so I allowed you the space to do so.
I don't want to talk about it.
That's fair.
It's
But
like
in that case,
I just want to protect. Just want to protect.
I understand.
My friend.
I understand.
Yeah.
But
My
in that
friend
case,
or my
I
daughter?
do want to talk about, again, Brianna is mentioning that we have this emerging crisis of consent. Do you think that your videos, that your way of tackling these problems, can it synthesize and help Brianna's position here, or should we just be fighting you?
Why? Why does it do that?
I think that there is a problem with content creators in general being too sponsored and too ad oriented, where your content has to be an endorsement of what you're describing, unless you are virtue signaling or shaking your finger. I think it's easy to think that if I say something like, some people after being molested or raped develop sexual fetishes about the molestation or the rape and fantasize about it for the rest of their lives. If I say something like that, people think that I'm saying that's good, or that's normal, or that I like that, or that that's how it should be. But I'm just saying that's kind of how it is. That's just one of those weird things about humans.
Brianna.
And I think that
finish and then
so I think if I'm talking about something like the quote earlier that Brianna read, where I said that if you tell women that it's possible to have no ambivalence about sex, ironically, they will shut themselves off from their ambivalence to convince themselves that they're not having ambivalence so that they can have sex, which is only going to make them more ambivalent.
Brianna, may I ask you just real quick?
Wait, I want to answer your question.
Oh.
I think there's a place. I think there is a place for Mr. Girl in the world. Yeah, I think there's a place to have those conversations. I mean, people are having those conversations in academia constantly. Like the stuff I'm saying is not controversial at all if you're in like a college setting or especially a grad school setting. I think the real question is, in the world of virtue signaling and sponsors and selling yourself, is there room for it? And I would say, yeah, there should be. I guess I disagree that what Brianna and et al. Are doing is trying to prevent rape. I think she's running for office.
Then can I ask Brianna directly, right?
Sure.
Same question with a small addendum as well, right?
Please.
Do you think that there is a place for Max content as you understand it and as he's outlined it today? Do you think that it's going to help your cases, or do you think it is necessarily at odds? In what way, if any, are Max's stances on rape and consent harmful, or are they harmful at all?
Yeah,
what do you think?
sure.
Can you elucidate
I think
that
I
for me?
said this from the beginning, so I'm going to repeat. This was one of the first sentences I said to you, Max. I am completely willing to concede. I don't fully agree, but just for the sake of this argument, I'm just going to concede it. I'm going to say I agree that there are questions to be had in this vein. Now, coming to something you said where you think the discussions you had are entirely in line with what's in academia, I don't think an academic would say, quote, I am not aware of any flaws in how we prosecute rapes other than they are underreported. I don't think you would find that in academia, but I'm willing to completely cede your point there. What I'm trying to convince you here is that you're attacking a question that is not helpful. I don't think it's the main problem that we're having. The main problem we are having in society when it comes to consent is we're not understanding each other, and I think we're trying to defeat the other side. And I think you don't have to lose for everyone else to win. I think we can come together and make a more clear standard, and I think it would be more beneficial for everyone involved.
Yeah. Response.
That's not a response to the question that you were
Max is
saying.
like, he can't engage with anything outside of like this particular type of thing he wants to talk about, I guess.
All right, so you're saying...
It's pretty clear what she's saying, I think. But
okay.
I'll repeat it a third time very super quickly, just so we can
you-
move off this. Yeah. So
I don't
this is my
think that's
contention.
gonna... I don't... I would
This
like...
is my
Both
contention.
of you, I will
Please,
mute you
for the
both.
love of God.
I swear to God. Okay, Mr. Girl, why is it not what she said sufficient? Can you elucidate for that for us? Why is what she said insufficient?
Okay. I believe the question you asked her was, is there room for... I would call more higher level
rape.
Your style of content is what I said.
Yeah, my style of it's okay. You said the question is there room for my style of content in the fight against rape, or am I hurting it? Should I be deplatformed? Am I the enemy? Should you be shouting me down, arguing against me, or is there a place for that in the fight against rape? I think that's what you were asking.
And to be clear, what I heard her say, and maybe I just maybe I'm hearing voices or something, but she said directly, I thought, yes, there is a place for you. Did you not, Brianna?
That's exactly what I said. I said in my
Wait,
view...
I would like to... Can I finish talking?
Please. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Floor's yours.
Wait,
Floor's
I thought
yours.
you just asked... Okay. So her answer is, yes, there's a place for you, but you are focusing on the wrong thing.
Exactly.
Okay. I think his question wasn't, is there a place for me? It was, is there a place for the things I am saying?
That's the same thing that we're talking about. Oh my
And it
God,
sounds
the
like the answer
distinctions
is no.
that he tries to draw are so silly.
That's not what I said, dude. I will repeat it to you a fourth time.
We don't need to repeat.
I'm not asking you to repeat yourself. I'm saying that it sounds like there's a contradiction. Also, I still don't really know what we're talking about. But I'm starting to give up on there being like a form to the conversation, so I'm just going to respond to the last thing that was said to me in a vacuum. Whick, I thought you were asking Brianna to square, I guess, what that place would be. What is the place in the fight against rape for talking about somebody getting raped but sort of kind of wanting it, or somebody having consensual sex but sort of kind of not wanting to and feeling raped by that? Those weird conversations that I like to have to, as I said earlier, make a safe place for all the forgotten children who are left behind, as I was when my wife was giving me that nightmarish blowjob.
Well, I guess I will ask you, Brianna, directly what he just said. Do you think, right, what is the place for those conversations? Do you think that someone talking about how they have a, that they, during the rape, they were enjoying it or whatever, or, I won't put more words in his mouth too much, but
sure.
Do you think that it's okay to and maybe even helpful at times to have those types of conversations?
No. It's hard. So, Max, one of the things that made this really hard to study ahead of time is it's hard for me to sit there and listen to some of the things that you say about consent. So, but that doesn't make it inherently wrong to talk about. I think, in my view, if you're asking, is this helpful? Like, I have to take your videos as you broadcasting, like trying to influence young men to say, hey, you need to think about consent in a very, very murky kind of way. And I think it's the wrong question, because we need to be thinking about consent in a way that stops harm for the most people possible.
Mr. Girl, is that what you were trying to do with your content, to influence men to think of consent in a murky way?
I am trying to provide a context and a language for people who are not, who don't feel heard or understood by
I think if nobody can ever summarize your point, if nobody can ever repeat back your argument, if nobody can ever say something that you've said that's satisfactory, you have to work on your communication. I don't know if there's ever been a debate where somebody has rephrased something Max has said, except for me, because I'm the Max whisperer. I don't know if anybody's ever rephrased anything that he said back to him and him agreed with it without him having to talk for another 15 seconds till I don't think that's ever happened.
Mainstream consent ideology or language. So as I told in the story that my chat is now dubbing the blowjob from hell, I was one of those people who was in a situation where I didn't have the vocabulary or understanding to even begin to think about what I was feeling. And I can see you're saying you're concerned that I'm going to influence men to think of consent in a murkier way.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to do is provide a language and understanding and intimacy around those confusing, we're calling them outlying situations that mainstream consent talk doesn't address.
Sure. I really hear you there. I think that it's a situation that if that's the standard people are thinking about, I think they are statistically more likely to end up in a rape case down at the county courthouse. I think it's something, if you've got a kink with this stuff, I think you should work it out with your partner. Have very clear guidelines, but I think it's a relatively dangerous situation for all involved, for the rest of society, in my view.
We have.
If I'm talking about every normal everyday people feeling ambivalence about sexual situations, I think when you respond about like rape kinks and how people should work that out with their partners instead of raping women, it just seems like you don't understand or pretending not to understand what I'm talking about. That's definitely not what I'm talking about.
Can I say something really charitable to you, Max? I think
no, that's not charitable. That is already not charitable.
No, I'm asking if I can say something to you.
No, you can't now, because if you announce that you're being charitable, you're actually not being charitable.
Okay, I'm going to say something. You can just listen to it.
It is literally logically impossible for you to now be charitable after having announced that you're being charitable.
Okay. What I would urge you to understand, I think you and I have very different psychologies, and I said this at the very beginning. One of my weaknesses in these kinds of discussions is I'm very, very, very pragmatic. I tend to think of things as systems, and I tend to be very, very focused on outcomes. Something I noticed is you're very, very meta. You enjoy that gray area. And I said this before we started. I said I suspected this would be it would make it difficult for us to have a conversation, because I am always going to be more focused on these systems. I think you're more interested in the meta discussion.
Okay, I'm going to step in. Here, gang, because this has been probably the most difficult conversation I've had to sit and be in. It has been interesting at points. We are at time, though, and there are people who want to come in and ask you both questions. Is that still something you're both willing to do?
Absolutely.
Max?
Yeah.
Okay. Weaponized discourse. Send in the first person.
Uh-oh. From the top.
Have to DM or two because there's a delay
ropes.
and otherwise we're just going to be sitting here.
From the top ropes.
I will say, while we're waiting, though, that I think that my opinion in this, not that I was asked, but Max, I think there absolutely is a place for you at the table. I think having these conversations, these difficult conversations, is helpful to understand what people think, what the average person, how they go through life and dealing with interpersonal relationships, romantic and otherwise. I do wish we had time to get to consent on a non-sexual basis, because I think there are things to be said about that, and there are things to be said about that. But I have talked enough. Hello.
Hi.
Oh
I popped
my
in
God.
to see Dad for like a second.
Hello, sweet pea.
Hello.
I know
And
that
all of a
I'm dreading the texts that we're gonna have after this. I know I got roped into talking about you, but I did my best.
No, well, what's interesting is that, one, maybe I just wasn't here long enough for the conversation, but I have no idea why the fuck I was brought up.
I'm surprised that Max is letting her have this conversation. I think that when he, I'm in wild speculation territory, by the way, wild speculation territory. So I could be talking about, but I think that he's smart when it comes to exerting control on people, and I think that Lav is probably a little hard for him to control. But it wouldn't. I bet they had DMs beforehand where he was like, "You shouldn't come on. You should come on." She's like, "No, I need to. No, I need to." He's like, "You shouldn't." But if he were to like not flex, but if he were to like superimpose stuff really hard and be like, "You're not. I'm not gonna let you." He knows he would like lose that veil of like, "Oh, I'm just doing what's best for you." It would be too controlling. But I'm really surprised he let her come on here. But
that's number one.
My theory is that Brianna did it to piss me off and sidle up to Destiny, but that's just a theory.
And also, then I find out, because Brianna, I didn't know who you were.
Oh.
Then I find out that you're running
fairly
for office or
infamous
something.
online, so I'm not running for office.
Oh, well, I looked up your Twitter at least and saw that you were at least, a notable figure. And then I was like, fuck, this woman who knows nothing about the situation is just calling me a malicious liar.
I watched all of. I am so embarrassed to say I watched all of it. So
well, you didn't know that he threatened legal action, and then I had to clarify the age.
Good. I'm glad he did.
Yeah, and then when he was making the stream, he then tried to smear me by saying I said it because he wouldn't fuck me.
Wait,
did you miss that?
Can you repeat that, please?
I don't think it's relevant. He can speculate on whatever the fuck he wants to. That's his prerogative. If someone wants to guess that, that's his thing to guess.
On the stream where he is bringing up the false allegation and he doesn't prove that she was of age.
How would he even prove that? He doesn't want to give her age. What do you mean? If he was wrong, then why did you edit your stuff?
Okay.
He then says that I made it up because he wouldn't fuck me. And then he was like, and I don't want to talk about this anymore.
If he said that, then I would not say that he handled it well, obviously. I didn't.
Yeah, no, he handled it fine because he didn't talk about it again, right?
So I watched this today, and I'm just going to tell you what my recollection of this was. So he addressed the underage issue first and foremost, and then he went and read your DMs, and it
tried to publicly embarrass me.
Lav, I'm going to finish what I'm saying. And then from the outside, it certainly seemed to me like you were trying to, like there are two interpretations of what you did. Either you were trying to sidle up to him in an amorous way, or you were trying to get information to drop this nuke on him. And he kind of read them and showed how he just kind of basically stayed away from you and was talking about the situation there. And just so we're very clear here, because I really do want to be clear, the reason I was bringing this up is because.
But given who the person is, the accusations are so psychotic, they would make mainstream fucking news. And this person would probably, again, get sued for a lot of money. Not by me, by the way.
Hassan didn't even threaten, technically, legal action. He was just saying she probably would get sued by the other person.
For making this shit up. Oh, we just massage the numbers a little bit. You know what I mean? I was like, how fucked up is that? You're really gonna fucking turn around and act like you're just gonna weaponize this shit? You're gonna make this shit up? What a psychotic, insane fucking thing to do. I wasn't even gonna cover this until later. I wasn't even gonna get into this until later, but of course, because I have so many... She's never coming forward, so I'm not either.
Where are his DMs with Lav? Oh, hey there, hold on.
I'll use the select tool and delete it. Okay, here. Because when I found out this was the person, when I found out this was like a person saying insane shit, I looked her up. I was like, who the fuck is this? Do I know this person? And I looked and I found that we had DMs, okay?
Oh, she was trying to fuck him hardcore.
Like that she had DM'd me.
Yeah, she was flirting super hard.
I'm saying like impressive. What other hidden skills you have? Like little flirtations. I have the power to get random men and IDM from the bath to flirt with me. With great power comes great responsibility. I hope you're using it for good. Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm very reckless with this power. So far, so good to be honest. Good to hear I'm not fucking this up. I think we accidentally met in 2018 while you were on a FaceTime with bleep. I feel like I'm not making this up. It was brief. I haven't even an ounce as hot as then I am now. So you're off the hook if you don't remember. And I think then she like asked me about. Hold on, let me see. I'll look it up right now. I just like screenshotted this. But does she still have an Instagram? It's also from 20. I talked about what somewhere earlier. This whole interpretation of this is that like.
Okay, so Hassan's interpretation wasn't really even off. Right?
I've been so frustrated with this whole situation. It wasn't your story to tell. I think you did a real disservice to the feminist movement. I think it makes it so much harder to have
You're right.
any
Women
kind of
shouldn't come
conversation.
Stop. Both of you
this.
stop real quick. Both of you stop. We're going to let Brianna finish, and then we're going to give Lav full space to respond. So once Brianna finishes, Lav, you will have the floor for as long as you need. Is that okay?
Wait, can I say something to Lav really quick?
Concisely, please, sir.
Lav, get out of here. It's dangerous.
Leah,
Uh-huh.
don't get sucked into explaining yourself.
Oh my god. What? I pre-watched. I pre-watch everything. I pre-watch it all. That's what's happening right now. You guys think that maybe I'm making these calls because these people are super predictable, but like I actually just watch it all. But that's why my stream was so late today. I was watching this whole video so that I could predict every single thing that was going to happen. That's exactly what happened here.
I won't get too sucked in.
You're already sucked in.
But I'm strapping in.
Don't explain yourself to these fucking people.
I will.
Noted. Okay.
Don't.
I'll call you to cry about it later.
Noted.
Just let me get it out.
Brianna?
Sure.
Finish what you were saying.
I think that this whole situation, you represent yourself repeatedly as like a sex positive feminist, a form like you've come out one day you're talking on an anti-pornography stance, the other you're
Okay,
talking
so now
about
this is just me.
And
so now it's not about
what the fuck I'm saying loud.
She just hates
no,
you,
because
Lav.
I don't really know where you're going with this. Because first it was an allegation.
Okay, stop, both of you. Brianna, be brief, finish, and then Lav, I will give you all the space you need. Is that okay?
Incredible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the
reason
rope
I brought this up
all the rope
is
you need.
Oh my god, they're so cringe. Holy
Wick,
shit.
I really need you to moderate.
Oh my
I
god.
will mute both of them until you are finished. How is that?
Fantastic. It's not going to be very long.
Please.
The reason I brought this up is if we're talking about consent, as I said earlier, the main example in recent memory of a woman making some allegations that turned out to be entirely false is you. You are the very best example of that. So for me, as someone who's trying to talk about this, if I'm trying to get buy-in from people, if I'm trying to say, guys, this is in your best interest, you are an excellent example.
What do you want?
Of why it is in their.
Oh, I was watching and I caught what Lav said and it fucking makes me so upset. But she 100% maintains that that person that Hassan had sex with was underage. She might say publicly like, that she walked it back or whatever her Patreon says or whatever, but I've talked with her about like in Discords after she made that Patreon post, and she 100% believes that that person was underage, but she will just say that like she doesn't want to say it publicly anymore because she's apparently so scared of being sued by Hassan or whatever. So like you see it when she goes on here and she'll do the thing where she's like, oh, he hasn't provided proof that she's not underage or whatever, but she'll never actually like make a clear stance at all that she was because, yeah.
Okay.
I unfortunately I don't have logs because it was a fucking call, but it's fucking irritating.
Wow.
That's all.
Thanks a lot. Have fun, be careful. I don't know why he felt the need to come on and say that, but okay.
Their best interest to think about enthusiastic consent as a standard, because you might have some person on the internet make some utterly false claims about you, and then people are going to have to evaluate your character.
Okay, with that, we will be allowing the response. And Brianna, until they're done, I would ask that you not interject. Go ahead.
So when you say that I like came out about this like allegation, first of all, I never wanted this to be like a thing.
Wrong. Lie. That's wrong. And that is a lie.
Felt like I was forced to because it was being held over my head.
Lie.
Obviously,
Also
Max
a lie.
already brought that up. Nobody
Also a lie.
understands how this could possibly,
That's because you're lying. Nobody ever held anything over your head. You're being a liar, but that's okay.
how I could have possibly have felt that, especially with the witch hunt that's going on now. How could I have
compulsively-
possibly
you
not
also
wanted it to come out?
You compulsively blurt things out.
Sure. So this was, I think I had done one Chud Logic thing about sex work at this point. There were 5 people in chat, and it refreshed every 24 hours, right? I'm not going to fucking over-explain myself again. Someone, I think it was Chud's editor, I'm not going to say it for fucking sure, screenshotted it, sent it to every fucking drama channel. Steven told me he was keeping everyone at bay.
I don't think I never said that ever. How the fuck would I keep anybody at bay? Please show me the log. Show me anything. Say that to me. I never said I was keeping anybody at bay. How the fuck could I even do that? Why do you think I would have the power to keep people from gossiping? Also, Chud's Discord does not wipe every fucking 24 hours or whatever. That's a lie too. Also, even if it did, how stupid are you to think that you could say something and it not be screenshotted in a fucking public Discord?
I didn't realize how bad I fucked up. Obviously, it wasn't my story to tell. But I wasn't even alleging that he was a fucking pervert freak. I was alleging that he was a hypocrite. And he is. 2 weeks after, he brings up how she was 19 and of age. He calls Greta Thunberg a teenager. Same age. Trying to talk about Andrew Tate and how it's inappropriate that he wants to talk about Greta's genitals when he fucked my friend, though. She was a legal adult. She was a consenting legal adult, not a teenager. He's a hypocrite. He's a piece of shit. That's what I was bringing up. I don't think he's a freak. I don't even care about the age of fucking consent. She could have been 16, 17. I'm in a state right now where the age of consent is 16. I don't give a shit. He's not a predator. He's a fucking hypocrite.
Then she should have just said that, oh, well, I think Hassan has fucked teenagers before. You should have just said that then. Why lead with the 17-year-old thing? Why lead with that over and over and over and over and over again?
That was what I was fucking saying. Everyone has tried to make this into an issue. I never wanted it to fucking be. And you can act all fucking shocked.
How would it be a nuke? How is it a nuke? Also, no, she's fucking lying. You were no, she's lying again. Because she brought up this nuke way before Hassan brought up anything about Greta Thunberg or whatever. She brought up this nuke a long time ago. Fucking, like, maybe a year ago. How long has it been? Like, this is so stupid for her to pretend like this was just in response to that. She's been holding on to this quote-unquote nuke for a while.
Fucking US agrees with me that the age of consent is 16 or something like it. I doubt that anyone thinks that he's a fucking pedophile. I certainly don't think he's a pedophile. I just think he's a fucking hypocrite. When I came forward in my public statement that was available for him to explicate, I had said, well, first of all, I said she was like 17 because I was 17 and we are very similar in ages. Okay? So she is a couple months earlier than me. Then he says that I could be, you know, someone was going to take legal action. He basically says on stream like a soft threat of like someone could do something about this, me or the girl. And so immediately I'm like, fuck, well, I'm just going to say that I'm just going to go with his story. And again,
yeah, so then it was 17. So Lav still contends that it is 17. Because if she's saying that that other friend is a few months earlier than her, and now she's saying that she was 17, so then she is reiterating the 17 thing. Okay.
He lied even in that story. He said that he was 24 and she was 19. And then he goes on publicly to say who she is, and their ages he lied about their
Wait, did he say publicly ever? I mean, I think we all know who he is. If you type it in my chat, I'm banning you for being a fucking retard. Because I'm not trying to fucking get anybody harassed over this. But I'm pretty sure we all know, or most people know who it is, and the ages that Lav are giving don't line up. But
fucking ages.
May I ask?
Hassan never said the name.
Can I ask you, Lav? And please don't take this the wrong way. But are we here? Like, what are we here for? Are we here to ask to relitigate this, or are we?
Wait, I think it's totally fair. Wait, I think it's totally fair if you're gonna let Brianna come and make unfounded claims about that without
I'm
the
not
quotes.
saying she can't. I'm asking what she wants here. I'm asking.
She's here to shit on Brianna for saying retarded shit. That's what.
Yeah, I'm here to fucking set the record straight. I hate this fucking witch hunt that's going on. I think it's extremely anti-feminist that you're spewing this bullshit about me coming forward about something I was like barely fucking coming forward about.
Okay, so
something that I was extorted to come forward about.
To be clear, what you're
saying.
And also, wait, hold on. And then this is the last thing I'll fucking say is that you were like, because Hassan has a long history of what the fuck ever. Yeah, his long history of going to brothels to pay for fucking sex. What about enthusiastic consent there?
That's a way, way, way different thing. Oh, a guy's paid. In that case, every single guy that's bought your OnlyFans is a rapist, Lav. How stupid.
Is that enthusiastic consent, Brianna? You tell me.
I'm pro sex work. I don't care if his son
Is
goes
no, no,
to a
no.
brothel.
I didn't ask you if you were pro sex work. I said, is that enthusiastic consent? Why don't you explain to me the nuances of paying for sex? Is that enthusiastic
Unlike
consent?
you,
Brianna?
I don't have an issue with sex work. I think
I'm not
I
asking
have
you
no
if you
issue
do,
with that.
babe. I'm not asking you if you do. I'm asking about the enthusiastic consent ethics of paying for sex.
I don't have an issue with it.
And what about when Steve...
Technically, paying for sex with a prostitute that's working with their own free volition, that is actually enthusiastic consent. They are very clearly wanting it because they're charging you for it because it's a financial arrangement, right? Technically, that would meet the threshold, assuming they're working of their free will and they're not being like forced into sex slavery or whatever. That is technically enthusiastic consent.
Even brought up that and actually lied to thousands of people on stream that he went to a brothel that
Are we
was trafficking
still
children.
going
What
with
about
the
that?
rule to not talk about Destiny? Is this still a rule?
Everybody
think
loves-
I'm talking about
they
it.
all
Shut
love
up.
talking about me.
Max can leave if he's uncomfortable.
Talk about me.
I'm just
yes.
making
He knows
sure.
how to set his own boundaries. He'll fucking tell you.
I am making sure for my edification. Continue.
No, but I want to know why I was the one who was the most notable person to come out when.
Yes, yes.
I didn't-
That is a
wasn't
good.
even
That is
my
a good
fucking
point.
deal.
That Destiny falsely accused Hassan of going
That's
to.
much worse.
But why are you talking about me? Wait, how the fuck did I get roped into this?
Going to a brothel that traffics
I'm the
children.
public witch burning.
I'm going to.
Hassan did go to that brothel, by the way. There's pictures of it. True. Is it worse to accuse somebody of going to a brothel that at one point had trafficked kids? Or is it worse to say, like, oh, I know for sure you fucked a minor? I don't know if that...
To give Brianna a space to respond to all that.
I don't want Brianna to have a space to respond.
Well, I
Fuck
do,
her.
because
She,
I'm
no,
the
no,
moderator.
no. Brianna came on. Brianna
I
came on.
understand.
And
I don't know if it's true or not, but the real fact is that there's probably a good chance that if you ever go to a brothel in fucking Europe, they probably trafficked somebody at one point. Just be careful. If you care about that shit.
But she is I am the moderator, and I will give her the space. I understand what you think about this, Mr. Girl. I get it, but we got to give her space to respond. Are we clear?
leaving if you do this. Fuck that.
You're leaving if I
Brianna
do
attacked Lav out of fucking nowhere after we agreed not to talk about Destiny. She's clearly breaking the rule by doing that. She literally brought Destiny up. She attacks Lav. Lav gets to come on and say her piece. I think we should. I think.
Do you not think I'm letting Lav say her piece right now?
You literally said right before Lav started talking, okay, Brianna, I'm going to let you say one more thing, and then Lav, you get to defend yourself. Lav has defended herself. I think we should leave it at that. I don't want to keep going back and forth. Brianna, and I don't want it to go another cycle of back and forth, and I sure as fuck don't want Brianna to have the last word on this.
Okay. Lav.
Well,
We're going to
first
Lav,
of all, I
Lav,
want,
Lav.
We can move it on.
We are going to move on. Do you have any
But
other questions?
But now I want to talk, because this whole panel was supposed to be about enthusiastic consent. I want to hear about what Brianna thinks about the ethics of paying for sex and if that's enthusiastic consent. If she's pro sex work.
I think it can be.
Okay, cool. We've heard that. Lav, thank you for coming on. But we have a large room, so we're going to send you away. And
All right.
we can talk about this another day if you'd like.
Okay.
Talk to you later, Lav. Leah.
Okay, well, I thought it was going to be easy day, gang. I thought we were going to have an easy time. I'd let them drive the conversation, but obviously we can't be easy on Whick. Okay, weaponized discourse, next. I got it, DM her, because there's a thing. Send in the next contestant on whatever shit show this has become. Weppy, please. Okay, I might have to choose. The only problem with that is there's a lot, and I don't know who is
Who the good guys and who the bad guys.
Dude, core mining for beryllium
so this
sucks.
might be
Fuck me.
this might be a thing. Okay, we will try. We will. I'm looking to see who's going to be best. Let's try Stabby. Oh wait, no, Smeth. Okay, Smeth. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, Smeth and Stabby. Is there a reason we're sending in both at the same time, Weppy?
Uh-oh.
I hope there is.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think? What's your thoughts?
Smith is a Mr. Girl plant.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about. I think that if you're trying to tell people how to protect themselves from false allegations within your framework, I think you're also telling people how to protect themselves from true allegations. If you're stance is to take the most middle of the road, broad stroke, and hold your stake as it's black and white. This is consent or this is not consent. And you make these public statements, and that's how you're going to protect yourself from false allegations. I think you're also doing is you're protecting yourself from real allegations. By avoiding the murkiness that can happen within consent, you're actually only doing that. The only thing that can serve is to protect yourself.
I mean, maybe again, this is my limitation, but I'm asking myself, like, okay, you've got to, like, we have the definition right here of what rape is, right? And it says it's pretty murky on consent, without consent of the victim, right? State law gets into consent. So, you know, it is like you're rolling the die, right? Like, what can a prosecutor say? What evidence are they going to be able to find on your phone? You know, it's not a protection. It's not a shibboleth. It's a standard that if you strive to, I think that's the gold standard. I don't think it's going to protect everyone, and I don't think it'll protect malicious actors.
But the conversation and the reason Stabby was in here.
Okay, this is a point now. I have a business meeting soon, but I didn't stream much today, so I might do this and then I'll come back, I think, in like an hour and a half, and we might do some late night ladder grinding. Have fun, be careful. Ripperino, cappuccino, puppuccino, huppuccino, puppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino. No, never mind. I should be back tonight. 90, well, 65% chance, I think. We'll be back tonight, okay? Be careful.